Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. Today's story is part 4 of the story of the Lost Fox. Summary. In this alternate universe, Naruto Uzumaki lost everything the day the hidden leaf turned its back on him. Banished after another successful mission, Naruto was left to rot. If it weren't for the unwilling nine-tailed passenger sealed inside him, he might have given up entirely. But Kurama refused to let his host break. Fast forward 10 years. Naruto is no longer the loud, desperate kid seeking the village's acknowledgment. He has built an incredible new life for himself alongside Shizuka and Shion, leaving the past in the dust. But peace never lasts. Now, the Hidden Leaf village has come knocking again, desperate for the hero they threw away. Konoha wants their weapon back. But in Naruto's book? They are far too late. This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto. All characters in the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by Havoc-Teir, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to the story is included in the video description below. If you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget leave a like if you enjoyed the video. It not only helps me but helps with YouTube algorithm. Now sit back, relax and enjoy. Episode 15. Shrine Ballroom. The Shrine Ballroom was not nearly as large as one might expect from the capital of a nation. However, as the land of Demon is a minor nation, sparsely populated with thick forests. Thus, the room was slightly smaller than the Suna Consulate Hall that held the informal meeting a few days prior. Naruto's arrival drew the hall's attention. Many saw Temari on his arm and Gaara at his side, though none really questioned it as it was common knowledge that they were siblings and a two-man team. So, when he bowed and kissed her hand, his regal departure cue none seemed bothered. Not even his two wives who had watched. He left the Suna group, which moved off to one side. Naruto strolled through the hall, almost professionally at his side with a firm expression, passing by the chattering nobles of the council Shion heads, along with visiting delegations who whispered among themselves. Reaching his Himes, who looked heart-stoppingly beautiful to the S-ranked shinobi. Shion wore her priestess lavender kimono. Pale blonde hair that reached past her waist was kept tied back with her golden crown. Light natural-looking makeup only emphasized her natural beauty, and Naruto had a challenging time not staring. He kissed her hand, upon her wedding band, and she beamed lovingly, her gentle gaze lifting his spirit without effort. "You are as enlightened as ever, my light." Shion nods firmly. Her rosy cheeks were her response as she didn't trust her voice right now in public. Naruto grinned his trademark grin in response. Shizuka had to be convinced that the security was tight enough and all the Jinchuriki, and their bijou, were all on station for her to not come ready for a fight. She was not totally unarmed though, just none of her weapons were visible, and were instead in her many seals upon her skin. Thus, when Naruto's gaze fell upon her frame, he had to swallow hard. Really hard. Her elegant black kimono clung to her firm body, showing her man-killing body, though did not show any skin, nor did it reveal her sizable assets, as she felt that only her husband had that privilege. Thus, she was fully covered, yet her form was easily seen through the dark silk fabric, dotted with gray royal-like embroidery that flowed into their family crest on her back. She needed no makeup for her natural beauty to shine, and she knew it. Swallowing hard, Naruto first kissed his warrior princess's hand, the one that holds her wedding band, speaking softly. "My love, I am blessed to be within your presence." Shizuka smiled, a soft smile filled with love, warmth, and affection for her husband and pillar of strength. "You flatter me, as always, my love." Naruto smiled back before he moved on to stand with them before turning back to the crowd, standing just behind Shion. She was the legitimate leader with him acting in her place. Largely the external influence and relationships he handled himself. The Leaf Group was announced, and in came the Hokage, and many eyes stared at them. Judgment was clear in the eyes of many. Tsunade supported her diplomatic presence, and moved into the corner of the room, her envoy moving with her silently. As the evening wore on, the delegates converged and dispersed as they exchanged words with one another, largely among their own alliances if you looked carefully enough. The land of valley, land of neck, and land of wood were all hanging together. If the land of demon is considered a minor power, then these three were considered micro-powers. Though, thankfully, they were under the protections of the larger nation. The land of marsh no longer dares to intrude in their territory because of the land of demon's shinobi force. The only other shinobi force on the secondary continent. Land of forest, typically a neutral nation, was bridging the gap between land of vegetable and land of bird, just like their geography did. Land of Wolf and Land of Honey were talking with Mei and King Michiru about something rather humorous if the Water Shadow's polite chuckle was anything to go by. Land of Tea were sharing words with the Land of Rivers, and Land of Sea daimyos about something interesting if their focus was anything to go by. Naruto and his wives were exchanging words with the Water Daimyo, who was explaining how she was looking forward to her trip to the Land of Spring in a few months. Naruto managed to catch the eye of Mei then Chojuro, who recognized the SOS he was asking for. It was clear that the Lady Daimyo was attempting to seduce him, and Shizuka was very clearly getting irritated. Shion was too, but hit it far better than any seasoned shinobi could ever dream of. As such, Mei disengaged from her current talks and moved to support with her guard Chojuro and her shadow. This inadvertently allowed Michiru to lead the other two delegations over towards the Loner Leaf delegation that all had been largely ignored until his approach. Mei smiled and opened with, "My Lady Daimyo, I was unaware that you had arrived." Naruto smirked briefly as the attention was drawn to the water shadow when King Michiru signaled him over, so he cut into the girl talk. "Sorry, ladies, but it seems I am being summoned." Both his wives nod, allowing his departure, as it would help them calm down without him being eyed up like a piece of meat, or her next conquest by their ally state leader. Naruto set off, but as he moves across the hall again, he senses his two clanswomen approaching the entrance, and adjusted his heading. As the door parted, Anoka and Karen appeared through the double doors, both in elegant kimonos, Karen in a black kimono paired with a gray obi. Anoka in a purple robe and pink obi. Naruto smiled and hugged them one after the other, before they all walked off to the side out of earshot from the others. Karen whispered first. "We had an amazing concept idea regarding the seal and how to implement it." Naruto raised a brow, looking to Anoka, who nodded repeatedly with a beaming smile. Both knew Anoka was the most invested in this, so he looked back to the contact-wearing Karen, who spoke up. "Using a combination of medical chakra and a base template that I am working on, but as I am building it from the ground up, it's time-consuming." "Right?" Naruto asks, and the two ladies nod, and they fall into contemplative silence. It was broken by the arrival of Sato, causing all three to look to him. "Lord Regent, the food will be served in a few minutes. Lady Shion and Lady Shizuka have requested your presence." Naruto nodded firmly, looking back to his fellow Uzumaki, who nodded to confirm they will follow his lead. Yet this is when the Hyuga stepped in. All eyes fell on their elegantly crafted gowns that was borderline flashy, and they strolled in as if they owned the world. Karen and Anoka both look to Naruto, who shakes his head at their self-important act, commenting lowly so only they hear him. "Those sticks are going to chock them if they get any higher up their asses." The Uzumaki share a discreet chuckle at that, though pauses when Hinata approaches them, wearing an exquisite piece of garment, all the bells and whistles of the traditional kimono, in a magnificent midnight blue, matching haori, paired with a dark blue obi, clan insignia dead center, and hair done up nobly and decorated with a pin with the Hyuga symbol displayed prominently. Her attire seriously, and damn seriously, extenuated her very being in all ways, shapes, forms, and dimensions. Naruto swore he heard the gulps from men across the hall twice over as she strode with a dignified grace and gentle smile. As she arrives at the trio's position, she bows her head slightly. "Naruto-kun, you are looking very dashing this evening." Naruto inclines his head slightly. "As do you, Lady Hinata." looking to her side where her sister and father arrive, both equally as well dressed. "It is a pleasure to have you all here." Hayashi bows at the waist, a respectful 30 degrees. "You are too kind, Lord Regent. We are proud to be your guests here tonight." He then looks to the other two Uzumaki ladies. "Lady Anoka, Lady Karen, you are both looking beautiful tonight." Both ladies smile and bow their acceptance of the compliment, though Hinata speaks up. "Naruto-kun, I hope I am not overreaching on this request, however, if possible, would you please dance with me later on?" If Naruto was surprised by her boldness, he didn't show it. Instead, he shared a discreet look around the immediate vicinity and noting many dignitaries discreetly listening, and thus his options were limited. So, he nods once firmly. "If time allows, Lady Hinata, I would be honored." The happiness of Hinata was palpable, as she bowed again. "Thank you, Naruto-kun." Hanabi was about to speak up. Karen noticed and thus interjected herself here, to save her friend from getting too deep in this situation. "Lord Regent, I believe that Lady Shion had summoned us." Naruto looks to Karen. The gratitude in his eyes was not lost on her, as he spoke softly. "Yes, thank you for reminding me." Looking back, he inclined his head again briefly. "If you'll excuse me, we must be going. Feel free to mingle with our allies here, as the food will be served momentarily." Hayashi nods as the Uzumaki left. Once clear, he turns to his eldest with a quirked brow. As she smiles back prettily, he asks, "I thought he had informed you about not being interested, Hinata." Hinata's smile did not falter, nodded minutely. "He did, father." Looking to him directly, resolve in her eyes unshaken. "Though I also noted that many are still trying, and I believe I still have a chance. I suspect that a deal might yet be made if I am able to speak with his wives." "You would play as third wife?" Hanabi asked, slightly bewildered, to which Hinata nodded firmly, no hesitation nor fear in her frame. "I love him, Hanabi. As long as I can be with him, I do not mind." Hayashi sighed minutely. Though, he caught sight of the Hokage and King Michiro talking and decided to investigate. "Come, Hinata, Hanabi. Let us see what our fellow leaf shinobi are working on." Ballroom kitchen. The Uzumaki trio arrive in the kitchen to find Shion orchestrating the servers and chefs alike with the grace her reputation holds, but the efficiency of a trained shinobi. Spotting Naruto and his cousins, she waved them over, to which they obey immediately and without question. Arriving at the place by the stoves, Shion speaks first. "Two things." They nodded, so she continued. "Firstly, what happened with the Hyuga princess?" "You said." "And I did." Naruto cut in, knowing where this was going, and decided to skip to the end. "Just as I said last night, I told her that I was in love with my wives and cannot return her feelings." Shion maintained her stare at him for a moment, though noticed Karen's discreet nod from Naruto's back, so nodded herself. "Fine. I won't say anything more about that. Now, secondly, can you take over here sorting the food whilst I make the announcements?" The Uzumaki all nod, grateful to be out of that stuffy formal atmosphere of the ballroom. "Hein, you spoil me sometimes, you know." Shion rolled her eyes with a smile, knowing just how much her husband disliked the formalities of these events. But he has dressed up perfectly, and was a perfect host regardless. So, she gave him a kiss and headed out. The second she was gone, the Uzumaki got serious. "Anoka, Karen." Naruto orders, and both nodded before chorusing. "Right away." Over the next 20 minutes, the efficient system Shion had set only got more so, and all 60 plates were ready to be served a full 2 minutes before they were required to be served to the tables, kept at the perfect temperature by seals hidden beneath said plates. It didn't take long for the food to be served and the tables filled with the delegates, who were more than a little impressed by the spread. Even more so when it was noticed that the legendary pulled pork, the one from the rumors, was present and accounted for in healthy portions. Shion made a speech as Naruto was busy, and everyone dug in. It was a silent affair as many were enamored with the food, and a certain king was savoring every single bite he made. The Leaf group, including the escorts, got their share too, and boy were they surprised. The way King Michiro had handled the subject of the pulled pork did not undersell this dish. Heaven was the only thing anyone could formulate for the taste. The only damper on the mood was the Nara who wanted Choji to try this. He'll ask Naruto about possibly sealing some away for his best friend later. Assuming any was left. An hour later, and after everyone was done and well fed, the tables were put away discreetly and the room was configured to accommodate a dance floor. The first was Naruto and Shizuka. The band played the same song from their wedding. Those who were there watched on fondly. Shion was next with her husband and the song changed to her favorite, and again everyone watched on with smiles, especially those who knew the two personally. When they shared a kiss on the ending final verse, Mei and Chojuro led the whistles and catcalls. Shion had never been so embarrassed being caught up in the moment. Naruto was grinning like a fool, before sticking his tongue out at the instigators. Everyone took to the floor after that. Naruto ended up switching dancing partners several times. Yakumo was first, followed by Hinata, then Anoka, who coaxed Karen into switching with her. Then Shizuka again. The two also caused quite a stir. Their kiss was far more passionate than the one he shared with Shion. Naruto suspected a rivalry between his Heims, as the way his warrior queen strolled up to the puffed-cheeked Shion led his mind to many questions. Temari was hardly surprising and the two shared a very long slow dance, that caused many to question their chemistry. Nothing was confirmed nor denied. Yugal was a surprise for Naruto to be sure, but none more than Tsunade, who thanked him for opening the door for their friendships with the international community to be rebuilt. Mei was expected, and they had a blast. Neela was the last as he was getting rather tired and dizzy with all the dancing, but she left with a big smile nonetheless. Naruto ended up watching Gaara perform a perfect twirl with Mitsuri, that caused the audience to run wild. He was matched then beat by Utakata and Hataru. Naruto was one of the many who cheered when they locked lips. It was about damn time. Naruto wiped tears from his eyes at the sight. Shion comforted him running circles across his back. He was just so damn happy. It was a hell of a night. After hours. After everyone had left from the ball, including the hostesses, Naruto remained to clean up with his army of clones. He was on night watch tonight anyway, so he figured he'd finish this before heading out to patrol the area. This is when he got an unexpected visitor. Naruto! The 20 blondes look up to see Yujito standing in the doorway out to the balcony. What was even more surprising was she was not in her normal combat gear but rather a battle kimono, hair down, and staring directly at one blonde in particularly. Said blonde let out a sigh, as the others all looked to him as he spoke. I thought you wanted me to meet you alone? She smiled slightly, nodding. I did. Got a bit impatient and curious as to what you were doing in here. Naruto sighed, looking to his clones and gestured with his head to the kitchen. They all nodded and headed off, placing their mops and buckets against the nearest wall to their position. After the last clone left, Naruto looked to his sister. So, what is it? I'm sorry. Naruto raised a brow at her sudden apology and bow, unsure if he deserved such. Why are you apologizing? I was rather high-strung and stuff. I know that now looking back. Yujito nodded to that, her fingers fidgeting behind her back out of his sight. Yeah. Well, Utakata told me that siblings are meant to have each other's back. I thought we had that down pretty well. Naruto asks with a tilted head, resting atop his overlapping hands atop the mop stick. Our teamwork is pretty spectacular. It is, the Kumo Jonin confirmed, no hesitation on that fact. Taking a deep breath, Yujito continued. I haven't been a very good sibling though. Naruto raised both brows at that. How would you know? None of us are siblings. We are. I know that, but we've been together for over 8 years now. Yujito whispered before sighing hard. I thought we'd be better at this thing already. Naruto thought on it, and couldn't denounce that comment. She was right. He responded. So, what are you getting at? I was mad at Matatabi. She knew what was on the line, and I trusted that she knew not to fall back into her normal. Yujito raised her hand, and he went silent. She takes a deep breath. Utakata reminded me that we gesturing from herself then to him. Are far more intertwined than we thought. Naruto raised up from the broom's handle, deadpanned. He did? Not in so many words. Yujito confesses, chuckling softly, meeting his gaze firmly. Naruto. I am sorry. You and me are two sides of the same coin. Naruto contemplating the statement, mumbling out. Elegance and grace. Power and stubbornness. Yujito informed with nod, continuing. I am not okay with you being mad at me, okay? You are my little brother. Mine. You hear me. I hear you, oh dear sister. Naruto chuckled as she glared at him, that caused him to grin foxily. A silence dawned on them before he broke it, sighing hard. Fine. I won't be mad at Mata. Though I will have to strip her of her sushi privileges, and I will have her baby-sit him. If that is what it takes. Yujito nodded, feeling her tenant shake in fear of that one. A myth among legends. The only kitten she feared. The boogie cat that many kittens far older than it genuinely feared. The one. The only. Cal Marino. Naruto inclined his head, as he steps forward towards his sister figure, and offered a hand with a smile. May I have a dance, Yugi? Yujito smirked, hand on hip for a moment. Oh? Is that? She paused upon seeing the earnest expression upon his face. She stared back at him, seriously considering his offer before nodding. I would be honored. The two would dance, and waltz for a full 30 minutes, and the pair would laugh and giggle in a good time together as they reconnected, smoothing their relationship back, and unknown to the male blonde, a place in her heart had solidified further. At the end of their little party, the duo was on the balcony, looking out across the forest with Naruto sipping coffee whilst Yujito had a glass of white wine, both leaning on the stone railing. Naruto would be the one to break it. Yugi! The kunoichi looked at him, as he continued. With Utakata and Hataru finally linking up now, our generation is gearing up to be the last set of unwilling Jinchuriki. Yet you don't have a legacy yet. A clan to continue after you're gone. Naruto looked to her, deadly seriously. I know I teased you the other day about your lack of men in your life, but I honestly hope you find someone. Someone who lightens your world. Someone who lifts you when you fall, puts you together when you break, and... His gaze falls onto the horizon. Holds your heart when you yourself can't handle the weight of the world. Yujito's gaze hadn't left her brother's form, in a daze as he seemed to glow radiantly under the moonlight, deep in thought, and this was also when her tenant truly understood her container's feelings. It was at this very moment, Yujito ni of Kumogakure no Sato knew an absolute truth and made a choice. Naruto suddenly perked up, memories of the clones flooding his mind, making him oblivious to the mentality shift of his sister figure, as he continued to speak. Well, it doesn't matter right now. Our aunts and uncles will likely choose from our grandchildren's generation. So, you still have time. Kitten! Wake up! Matatabi shouted from her seal, jolted Yujito back to reality, and not a moment too soon as Naruto finally turned to her with a smile that reached his eyes, a truly beautiful smile, as he said, So, I promise not to scare the next one off. Just don't rush things this time. Yujito nodded firmly, not trusting her voice, looking away out of a need to breathe. It took a moment before she was able to barely whisper out, I won't rush things. I promise. Naruto beamed at that, nodding his approval, before letting out a tired sigh, downing his coffee, and spoke. I gotta get to my patrol route. A puff of smoke and Naruto's formal dress was replaced with shinobi gear, full jonin with sword and all. Glancing back at his sister. Make sure you get some sleep, Yugi. I'll be fine. Yujito whispered, and Naruto nods again before he hopped up onto the gray stone railing. She watched his action before saying, Be careful out there. Naruto offered her a glance and challenging smirk. I'll be fine, Yugi-chan. She groaned lowly, with eyes cutting at him, and he cackled while vanishing into the night, and Yujito looked after him, only allowing her voice to be heard by the wind itself. Damn it! I think I messed up. Shrine office. The next day, a knock before Sato entered the office. Lady Shion? The leaf is here. Shion takes a deep breath and looks to her side, where Yujito was leaning against the wall with arms crossed. Said Kunoichi nods, looking to the opposite wall where Temari nodded too, and Shion nodded before responding to her samurai captain. Let them in. Sato nodded and closed the door briefly, and it was silent for a minute before the door opened again and produced Tsunade, Shikamaru, and Yugao. Shion smiled diplomatically, gesturing to the seats ahead of her. Please take a seat, Lady Hokage. Tsunade sat down at the offered seat, Shikamaru on her right, eyeing up Temari, who was back in her normal purple battle kimono, the glamour from the party last night a distant memory. Yugao was on her left, smiling at Yujito, who nodded back, though maintained her stern visage and folded arms. Tsunade speaking up. Lady Shion, I thought. Shion raised her hand, pausing to Kunoichi, replying. You would be negotiating with my husband, yes? Upon the medic's nod, Shion continued. Well, yes, there are 2 reasons why I am handling your case in place of my husband. Despite his protests, glancing to the Kumo Kunoichi, who flashed a smirk. We, as a family, have decided that I would handle your affairs for a more neutral stance. Tsunade nodded, recalling the blonde's words when her apprentice asked of his opinion of them, and it was not ideal. I see. Shion nods before speaking. Secondly, due to the recent events, he is currently boosting our patrol roster today, so is currently unavailable. So, I am taking up part of his duty. This being one. Any other questions? Tsunade shook her head. None. The 3 other blondes nod to that, so Shion spoke up. So, what are you wishing to accomplish here in our home? Tsunade spoke formally. Firstly, I wanted to officially declare our apologies for our transgressions against you, your husband, and family as a whole. Family as a whole? Temari asks, voicing her fellow blonde's thoughts aloud. Tsunade nodded firmly, though Shikamaru knew what she really meant by that and decided to speak up. Yes, Sabaka-san, we are fully aware that the tailed beasts consider one another siblings. They are siblings. Yujito corrected, eyes narrowed on the Nara, who nodded once. Right, my apologies. Shikamaru with arms up. Tsunade took up the reins. And we are also aware of the relationships between the Jinchuriki, to a degree. So, we are apologizing for causing you all duress from our actions. Shion nods to that, speaking softly. Very well. I am sure that the relevant parties will be informed. Yeah, even if they've been grounded. Yujito whispered to herself, her bija pouted in her seal, though an amused smile from Temari told much to those in the know. Clearing her throat, Tsunade was about to speak up, when Shion pulled out a familiar scroll from the top desk. Though, I must ask about this clear forgery. Tsunade's eyes followed the parchment that was dropped down on the table, the fire insignia on the red wax. She sighed internally, forgetting about this. Shion continued, though the 3 visiting shinobi caught the razor-sharp gaze of the 2 kunoichi at the back of the priestess. Why did you feel the need to recall him under his father's name? As I was there during that talk between my husband and father-in-law, I am aware of the reason he has not taken it up. Tsunade frowned at the news, but answered anyway. It was required to earn my council's approval. We had to get them on board and convince the daimyo to our cause as we were desperate. When they had found out of his heritage. Yujito shook her head in disbelief, though again, Temari spoke up. So, they want the power of the Namikes in the village again, right? Tsunade did not like admitting that fact. It was a bitter pill to swallow, but she was getting used to the flavor in the recent week, speaking with a barely stable voice. The village required the power of the Namikaze clan back, yes. Shion nodded, having been expecting that answer, before pulling out a leaf bingo book, the same one Fu had dropped off the week prior. Then, what about this entry? The recovery of my son Shiren attached to my husband's entry. Tsunade sighed hard, though Shikamaru answered this time. Unfortunately, when the council heard of your son's existence from Jiraiya, the council wanted him secured too. Temari was on the ball this time, knowing the unsaid truth, looking to Yujito, who matched the gaze with the 2 nodding. Shion glanced back at her fellow blondes, who offered half smiles and nods. She sighed before looking back. Fine. I assume that you will remove it once you are back, yes? Shion's smile was so damn sweet, the leaf trio swallowed thickly, flushed their chakra to break any genjutsu. Tsunade felt compelled. It is not that simple. It is not. Shion questioned, to which Tsunade nods, though both blonde kunoichi rolled eyes, though the eldest of the room continued. As Leaf citizens were killed, our laws and procedures state that. Those laws do not apply here. Temari spoke up this time, drawing the Hokage's attention, as the Suna shinobi gestured to Shion. Or did you forget who his wife is? Shikamaru was quick on the response. She is the priestess of the land of Demon. Leader of. He paused upon connecting the dots as Temari chuckled. He is a leader of a nation, a member of royalty effectively. Tsunade countered that. He still participated in shinobi matters after the fact though. His marriage was 6 years ago. 7. The three opposing blonde correct together, the Hokage corrected herself. Right, 7. So, that is null and void. Even though it was self-defense? Shion asks. Tsunade nods flatly. Regardless of the reason. He killed our shinobi so. Temari spoke next. Then, what does my nephew have to do with anything? He's an innocent in all this, yet he is your damn book too. Tsunade had no counter to that, and couldn't meet any of their penetrating eyes. Shikamaru too felt uneasy at that fact. Though even if they partition the council to remove that part, it will be a tough, uphill battle. Yugao has spent most her career as Umbu and knew the council will not budge on that topic. The boy is the grandson of the fourth Hokage. They want him in the village for their own no doubt nefarious purposes. It's fine. Yujuto speaking up, and when all eyes fell on her, she shrugged fluidly as she explained herself. After all, it's not like your trade opportunities will open up unless they are removed or anything. Tsunade and Shikamaru took a sharp breath. Damn, they were just smoothing out their mistakes and the other delegates were only barely talking thanks to the Land of Moon, which itself was only barely shaky at best, icy at worst. The Hokage responded. I have not thought on that. We guessed that. Temari commented flatly, though Yujuto shrugged again, speaking up. It was just a thought. Even more so as both Kumogakure and Sunagakure are supporting our allies. Without a doubt. Temari confirmed. Shion tapped the desk, gaining the room's attention once more. Until that is dealt with, I cannot say that we are open to negotiations either, nor will we pass the neutral point. Tsunade let out a tight breath, understanding their position. I see, so no treaty. Shion shook her head. No, even more so with your spy master still in our prison. The attack on our children in the neutral nation of Wave, the current capture order you have on my husband and son, and the damage in our neighboring land of Forest. We are covering the costs as my husband was also involved in the incident, however. As the priestess trailed off, Tsunade nodded. Perhaps we can come to an arrangement about that. It was partly our fault after all. We will send the bill once we come to an arrangement with them. Shion informed, to which the older blonde nods. Then the priestess continued. Finally, there is the matter of your elders. All of them, but more specifically Danzo. Everyone's eyes hardened at that. This is a delicate thing to discuss, but it was required, Shion continued. I am aware of only the tip of the iceberg as my husband and sisters wish to shield me from the facts, but what I do know is that they will likely use the Swirling Tide Treaty, my husband called it, in an attempt to forcefully relocate my husband and his clansmen back to the Leaf. Tsunade blinked at that, trying to recall said treaty, and her fingers rubbing her brow in contemplation. I am going to have to look into that. I am not familiar with that one. Shion sighed at that though. Even she was only aware of the basics regarding it too, so nodded shortly after that. Well, my husband informed me that it, as you may have guessed, is a treaty that requires the Leaf to house and harbor any member of the Uzumaki clan. The Leaf group nodded at the information, though Shikamaru caught on immediately, voicing his thoughts. They'll try and quarantine them, and his children in the name of preserving their ally. Kumogakure won't stay silent if they so much as try to do so. Yujuto hissed with narrowed eyes, her chakra flaring slightly, in a controlled chaotic manner. Temari was far less flashy in her agreement. Sunigekure too will not stand for it. Our daimyo is rather fond of him after all. I doubt Water Country would stay silent either. Tsunade nodded firmly while swallowing the lump in her throat. I will keep that in mind and review the treaty as soon as possible. Shion nods, though Yujito spoke next. Be sure you do. Though, be warned, we have been alerted to a new threat coming from the Land of Fire. This caught the attention of everyone but Shion, who already knew, and Tsunade's eyes narrowed. A threat? To whom? To everyone, naturally. Yujito informed, airily rubbing her nails upon her battle kimono. We have discovered something worrying growing there. As to what, or if we will move on, it is classified, but if we do, you'll know. Can't you tell us anything else? Surely we can. Tsunade pressed, but Yujito shrugged. I have probably told too much, and my brother will be rather annoyed at that, but I figured to tell you as a show of good faith. Yugao spoke next, slightly hesitant to do so with all this tension. Does it have to do with Root? It does. Though we, as a family, will deal with it once we are sure of the situation. When we do, it will be swift, violent, and overpowering in all things. Yujito says with her catty smirk, amusement dancing in her slit eyes, as the Leaf team felt the threat for what it was. A warning. A warning for when they come, to stand aside or be torn asunder beneath their claws and chakra. Family clearing. The sun was high, high above, Naruto landing on the edge of the clearing having finished his patrols on the borders, when Kurama summoned himself. Run! Naruto looked back at the male form of his tenant, a rare sight these days. Kurama! What's up? What are you planning to do with Mata? Are you really just going to summon the boy and have her clean up after him? Naruto sighed hard, nodding. Yeah. I don't like being mad at them. I was angry, sure, but also everyone was there. I doubt even I could have broken into the shrine back there. I was a mix of fear and anger. Kinda overreacted. The towering form of this male form Kurama, standing at a solid 6'6", bulky but not overly so, and his 8 whisker marks mirrored his more common female form, an intense gaze locked on his container. I see. Then you are regretful? Kinda. Naruto sighed, rubbing his face. I was scared, but I also should have trusted them. I normally do. Kurama nodded grimly, face blank before asking a delicate question. What do you think of Matatabi and her container? Naruto locked onto his partner's face, unable to read his intent, so unsure of the underlying words but answered without much thought. I've had all night to contemplate that. He sighs as he leans against the nearby tree, arms folded as he looks to the sky. Yugi's words last night. Being two sides of the same coin. Even I cannot deny that out of us all, she is most definitely my closest sibling of circumstance. Fu is a close second, joined with Gaara, then probably Utakata. Just focus on Matatabi, runt. Kurama grunts and Naruto meets his scarlet gaze with a brow raised. Auntie Mata is easy to get along with, playful and friendly, normally that is. Far less of a taskmaster than most. Why? I see. Anything else? No, not really. Haven't really spent much time with her without Yujito. Like most beside Shikaku, as we have those seal projects. Why'd you ask, huh? Just contemplating your words to them. About the legacies of us all. Kurama states and Naruto nods, though remained silent, so the bijou continued. You were right in my regard. More than likely, if I were to take a new vessel, it would likely be your direct descendant. 2 generations of you. Naruto nods before asking something else, as a random thought came to him. What happened exactly? How'd the snake get past you both? Kurama sighed, scratching his red hair, as messy as his containers. Ah, well, it is as you said. We managed to corner the freak, but he shed the child's body he inhabited. I got a strike off, but Matatabi pounced on him and started her whole game between her paws. The fox mumbled, arms crossing himself. Naruto nodded, though Kurama continued. So, I have grounded her, which is why you won't see her for a bit. The blonde chuckled, shaking his head. Man, that must be driving her nuts. It is, Kurama confirmed, but his eyes locked on the container, eyes sharp. We could have killed that thing and protected the family. She let him go to stretch it out. As a fellow hunter, I understand her motivations, but... Naruto nodded in understanding. I should have trusted you to handle her then. Kurama waved him off. Doesn't matter. The kids are safe. Family is safe. Now, all we have to do is get that ultimate summons location and find out what that muscle brain monkey and running disaster are up to, and we'll be fine. Naruto chuckled, smirking at that with a nod. Well, I will send a messenger to the old men, as Fu will be busy with combing through the land of fire for this secret base. Both men freeze when a swirl of sand appeared ahead of them. Gaara smirked as he appeared and Naruto grinned as Kurama vanished before being spotted. Glad you made it, brother. Gaara nodded. I will take watch from here. Feel free to sleep now. Naruto shrugged and waved. Hi, Kazekage-sama. Gaara's eyebrow twitched as Naruto vanished in a flash of yellow, his cackles echoing through the clearing much to the wind shadow's annoyance. Outer Shrine. Naruto flashed in and found Kyoto heading back for the late lunch break, startling the kunoichi. She muttered. Naruto! Said man smiled before yawning again. Kyoto, how goes your day? They both headed further into the shrine, and Kyoto smiled back, answering. Well, I am trying to get back into shape. That fight showed that I still have a long way to go in my training, that I have slacked off ever since. Naruto gently shoulder-barged her, gaining her attention and a smile. In that case, I think I have some time right now. So, after we get some food in us, we can have a spar. If you want. She lit up. Really? We can? It's been so long since. This is when the Leaf Group came down from the office and saw the duo strolling toward them, talking animatedly, both in their demon shinobi gear, Naruto a jonin, and the Grainet kunoichi in a chunin vest. They tried to recall her from their time in the clearing, but her name escaped them. The unknown girl's voice caught their attention though. So, Naruto-ni, do you think I could learn to use an odachi like you? Naruto raised a brow. Kyoto, you lack the strength and stamina to... He paused upon seeing a Tsunade, Shikamaru, and Yugao from the corridor leading up to the office. Oh, the Leaf Contingent. Regent. Tsunade responded, but Naruto waved them off, passing them without further words spoken, continuing on looking back to his companion. My odachi style is a family style. I can't teach you that. Though I think you'll do better with your current katana. Tsunade watched Naruto stroll away, clearly not caring about them at all. She had hoped that after the festivities they shared, a bridge had been built at some level, but their attitude this time around did not reflect as such. Shion, the legitimate leader of the land, had flat out said that their relationship was to remain neutral until they removed Naruto and relatives from their bingo book. It was understandable, sure, however that means their council has to agree to it. An uphill battle in of itself. Sighing, Tsunade turned back to her two escorts, but Shikamaru spoke, staring at the gray-haired girl. I wonder if she's a Hataki. Her eyes and hair match, right? His boss paused, looked over at the teenager, and sure, she could see it, but also doubted that. It was a coincidence at most, surely. Right. Yugao broke them both from their musings. I doubt it matters. We should be getting back to our group, no? We should. Tsunade nodded before heading towards the exit, the others close behind. Main Shrine. Naruto and Kyoto arrived to find the kids making their way out, having already eaten, and the two groups waved each other past. Naruto ruffled Shiren's hair, though glared at Kazato and Tada, who both averted their eyes from his flower princess, who was chatting animatedly with Io about their swordsmanship. Kyoto giggled at the absurdity of Naruto's protectiveness over his daughters, even against his sons, though she felt safe in the knowledge that he was and would be over her own daughter. She idly wondered if she fell into the category of that protection. She shook that thought off. Of course she was, as the words from the fight came to her. In the dining room, Naruto finds Shizuka juggling both Koki and Nami, though it seemed that Nami was doing the bulk of the work keeping Koki calm. Naruto's chuckle was music to his wife's ears, looking up to see him create a squad of clones who head into the kitchen, whilst he himself approached his wife. Shizuka accepted the kiss from her husband. It was a lot deeper than she thought it would be, but was not complaining as their intimate time has been reduced heavily in recent times. So, this level of affection was most certainly welcomed. Slowly, they parted slightly, staying close as they catch their breath, his arms around her waist, hers around his neck. Naruto whispered, "I miss you." "I miss you too," Shizuka whispered back, giving him a chaste kiss again, before pulling him in a hug, spotting the dark look briefly on her junior, replaced with a blank face as she reached the cot with their two babies within. She wasn't surprised. Her husband was the greatest man in Shinobi, thus more than a few of her fellows have asked her to share him. Naruto was hers. She knew this, and so did her fellows. Shion was a one-time deal, but she has grown accustomed to the sister wife of hers. It wasn't her first choice, but she hasn't regretted it either, so won't complain about it now. As the two part, Shizuka asks, "So, what brings you both back together?" "Food, naturally," Naruto nearly whispered, and his wife nods. Her brilliant green eyes looked to her junior, who was making faces for both of their children. Naruto continued, "Though Kyoto did ask for help with training. She's rusty and I can handle that," Shizuka announced, causing Kyoto to snap to her senior, who had a hard gaze upon the gray-haired woman. Yet before her husband could object, she continued, "It'll be perfect. I have been feeling slightly stiff and boxed in. It'll be fine, right?" Shizuka cutting off her husband again, a soft smile that forced him to concede, or he would not be getting any tonight. Naruto sighed, not wanting to face the alternative which was likely to lead him to sleep on the sofa again, and nodded. "Right." His wife nodded at that, smiling firmly, to hide the tenseness of willingly parting with her baby. Sure, she's leaving Nami with her husband and her father, but still. She swallowed spit. "It'll be fine. Everything will be okay. Just an hour. It'll be fine." Her thoughts were sliced through like the blades they wield by her husband's lips meeting hers. For a full 30 seconds bliss overtook her. When they parted, her emerald met his sapphire. Naruto smiled gently as he whispered, "You have my word. Okay?" Shizuka's heart skipped a beat. Her lovable husband is a mind reader, it seemed. As always, he knew exactly what to say and do, so she nodded once firmly but said nothing beyond that. It will be okay. After serving a basic lunch, Shizuka and Kyoto left for the training spa, which left Naruto with his youngest two, Nami and Koki. Nami is very much a clone of her mother thus far, with just his eyes, as even her temperament seemed to reflect that, as the quietest of his kids thus far. She wasn't very fidgety, nor overly demanding, unlike Kushina, who was a diva since she could support her own head's weight. No, ever since she realized crying got attention. Man, she just never knew how to take it easy. Back to the midnight-haired baby, who was currently smiling and kicking around, trying to crawl to him, he picked up the normally silent baby, turning his attention to his adoptive daughter, that will never know that she was until she was ready. Koki, much like Nami, was nearly a replica of her mother Kyoto. Though parts of her facial structure came from her father, skin complexion too, but those might change as she grows. It was still rather early days after all. That being said, Koki was very particular about who can hold her, and how they hold her. So far, it was only really her mother and himself she allowed to touch her, not crying when being held by either. Shiren can get away with it, if she was recently fed, as he had burped her on occasion. Shion too can keep her calm, but not stop her cries. Shizuka can quieten her, but Naruto suspects that it is something else that causes that. Sensing motherhood from her or something, Koki knows she is safe in her arms. The rest have to just grab him, or Kyoto. Though they are never far from her either way, so the baby's tears aren't going on for too long. Naruto let out a soft chuckle upon seeing Nami falling to sleep in the crock of his neck, while Koki looks to be trying to reach for him too. He always found it curious that Koki was so attached to him. After talking to Shion about it, she guessed it had to do with the fact that he held her all night after her birth. She knows her mother scent by heart, with his being the closest after due to the fact that after her birth, the two smells she found was mother and father, so on a level within her developing mind she knows Naruto second only to mother. He smiled at that, being this innocent baby girl's second precious person was awesome. With skillful hands, and a slight use of chakra, Koki was also retrieved from the cot she was sharing with her sister, and Naruto dropped down on the sofa holding both babies close. Nami held a firm grip on his top, but Koki wasn't a slouch in that department either. Naruto turned on the television, a rare thing for him, as he just took time to spend with his youngest family members. A title soon to be usurped if his senses are accurate. Shion office. Just after the Leaf group left, Shion let out an uncharacteristically loud sigh that dragged on, drawing her fellow blonde's attention. Temari asking first, "You okay, Shion?" This drew the priestess's gaze, looking back over her shoulder at the Suna Jonin, and contemplated the question. Then the memories of the night before reasserted themselves, and this was as good as ever to clear this up. Temari. You have a thing for my husband, right? Temari, caught off guard by the subject topic, almost face planted and allowed her cheeks to adopt a rose tint, spluttering out. What? Shion nodded, though also caught the stiffening of Yujito and her suddenly blank mask, thus it was clear this was worse than she and Shizuka had thought. Let out a far heavier breath this time, Shion stood from her chair, turned, and sat on the table so that both kunoichi were in her sight. Listen, the pair of you. Yujito was really nervous now. It seems that Shion was far more observant than she was given credit for, though listen to the following words. The fairest blonde continued. I have suspected that you guys were growing feelings for him for a while. At first, I thought it was only a passing interest. A phase of sorts. Shion. Temari started, but the priests raised a hand at her, silencing the unmarried. Shion continued on. You two are Naruto's closest companions out in the field. Only Chojuro can best you two in that regard. I am not counting Shizuka, as she even outranks me. I doubt that. Temari commented softly, but Shion shook her head, letting out a tight breath. The wind mistress continued. Listen, Shion. I am aware of the fact that Naruto will turn us both down if we made a move. Yes. I have feelings for him, but I know better than to act on them. Last night, I kinda just wanted to indulge myself a little bit. Shion looked amused at that admission, coy smirk and raised brow. A bit? That dance was rather risky and a clear expression of intent to both me and Shizuka, who I might add is far less understanding in regard to our joint husband's affections. Both women would have flinched if they were lesser kunoichi, but they maintained their composure, Temari replying. I know. I have already resolved the fact that I will have to go after someone else. Heck, if things go well over the next few months, I'll try my luck with that Nara from the Leaf, tie our villages together. Shion got up and moved to hug the teary-eyed Sabaku, leaving Yujito to her own thoughts. They both knew that Naruto would not accept them, yet after last night, she couldn't just. Inner shrine. Anoka and Karen would arrive an hour later, to find Naruto asleep with both Nami and Koki, sleeping on his form, that was cradling them both affectionately gentle. The sight stirred feelings within them both, as Anoka went to get them a blanket, leaving Karen to watch over them. She had sensed Naruto on patrol all last night after the party, and then this morning when she awoke, he was still out on patrol, which means he hadn't slept despite everything. Now here he comes. No doubt exhausted by this point, circling the entire country's borders several times, then coming back to take care of his two daughters. Karen noticed the diaper-changing gear on the side of the sofa, and the half-full bottles on the coffee table, so yes. Naruto had cared for his daughters whilst the mothers had time to themselves. Perhaps, just maybe, this whole clan restoration won't be so bad. Shion is a mother too, so she must know what she's talking about. Swallowing spit, Karen allows her mind to wander off the scientific aspect of their goal, more on the philosophical side instead. A child sired by them both. Will they have her long red hair, or his shaggy blonde hair? A blend? So long blonde with reed highlights, or shaggy red, with blonde undertones. Blue eyes? Perhaps her red. What about the whisker marks Naruto has? Only Shiren has them, so maybe there's something to it. Will they need glasses too? Will they be able to use his chains or her sensory? Maybe both. The chances were small, about 12.63%. Give or take a percentile. Names? Well, for a girl, Nami would have been nice but already taken. So, something like Toki or Ryu, maybe Yumiko. That might be a bit on the nose though. Shinju then? Sounds too similar to Shiren. Mizuhiro. Yes, she likes that one. What about for a boy? There's the obvious, like Rin, Kao, and Haru. Then again, why is she focused solely on water names? Well, like Naruto said during the fight, we Uzumaki are a clan of the sea. It just makes sense. Namiya? Nope. Nami would be upset. A Mihiko? Again on the nose. Does it matter? A hand on her arm breaks Karen from her deep thoughts, to see Anoka, staring at her intently. Blinking olishly, she went to speak, but Anoka just raised a finger over her own mouth before shaking her head, gesturing to the sleeping trio, now covered in a soft blue blanket. Nodding once, the pair made their way back outside as silently as they could. They obviously missed the peeking eye of Naruto, who watched them leave. Like he'd sleep with people nearby when his princesses were with him. Sure, they are family, but he can never be too careful. Only when they opened the door, he confirmed it was actually them, and no genjutsu was in play nor transformations, and allowed himself to relax a bit. Though, he'll have to talk to Karen about her trail of thoughts, assuming his nose was accurate. A snort in his mind tells him that he was being stupid again. Naruto sighed exasperatedly internally. Damn it, Fuzzbutt, let me pretend to be ignorant about this once. You know full well what was going to happen between the two of you if you plan on reviving your clan again. I know that, but we have only begun to identify what components are required for the seal we are working on. I figured I had more time. I need to speak with Shizuka about it, seeing as it was Shion's idea to use seals. Again, another snort. Still can't believe someone had to tell you to use your own clan's speciality to help you. Naruto sighed internally. It slipped our minds that something like that would potentially work. With everything else going on, I think I can be forgiven overlooking that possibility this time. Only if it is this once. Anyway, Aoto, Kid Nami, will need a change in about an hour. Naruto nods internally, not willing to move and potentially wake them. I think her appetite is the only Uzumaki thing about her, ha ha ha. Though, thanks for the reminder. I will get a quick power nap again. Another hour before Shion led her fellow blonde into the inner shrine to find the sight of the man of the hour, snuggled with his two youngest daughters, an absolutely beautiful sight for all three ladies. Though the group were treated to a traveling yawn from Nami, to Naruto, to Koki. All three waking shortly after. With glazed eyes Naruto looked down from Koki, to Nami, and surely enough the latter needed a change. Before he could get his bearings, Shion scooped up the slowly stirring Nami, and none missed the jerking action that cleared Naruto's vision completely, and then he relaxed. Shion continued her retrieval of the baby, and the father yawned as he adjusted his position. What time is it? Almost dinner time, Shion informed as she picked up the diaper-changing equipment. I was coming to wake you. Looking to the man of her heart, Naruto replying. I'll cook as soon as Kyoto and Shizuka get back. Anoka and Karen have already begun. Shion began, causing Naruto to snap up to her, and she smirked. You aren't the only one who can cook, mister. Koki loud yawned, then sniffing distracted Naruto, cutting off his response, as he reached for her bottle. Cadet Training Ground. The cadets and young Uzumaki family members were treated to a rare sight, a Jonin-level battle, Kyoto vs. Shizuka. At first, it was a kenjutsu spar, but it has since become an accuracy test as both Nadeshiko women have been standing further and further away from the numerous bubbles created by Utakata. At first, they were using standard equipment, until Kyoto noticed the second and third kunai pouch her senior wore and asked about them. Shizuka smiled softly, revealing the sleek throwing knives that were perfectly balanced and yet clearly optimized for long-range throwing. They have seals for every situation. The black with a shimmer of blue blades were stun weapons. The ones that shimmered with a tint of red were explosive, green were wind-enhanced, white were lightning, yellow were fire. Dull gray lacked anything fancy beside the standardized seal they all had. A seal her husband came up with, based on his father's famous seal, the return seal. It recovered thrown weapons when chakra is flashed in the holster in a certain pattern. Shizuka have managed to perfect it to an art, able to call them individually at will at subconsciously, and with such speeds that it seemed she never ran out. Kyoto asked why she hadn't used them, and when Shizuka smiled at her, saying, "It wouldn't be fair if I did. It would cause the younger Kunoichi to growl and demanded that she was not to be taken lightly." Shizuka nodded and began using her specialized weapons. It wasn't even a contest at that point. Kushina cheered her mother on. Shiren's shit-eating grin was overflowing with pride for his mother, though he noticed all his friends were held star-filled eyes at the performance. None more than Kazato, who had chosen to specialize in thrown kunai use. No doubt he'll ask Daddy for a set himself. Probably for his birthday. Game, Yudakata announces after sensing his 250-meter bubble pop. Kyoto slumped down, her defeat evident, but caught the blue flicker of the returning knife to the hostler on Shizuka's upper right thigh. She speaks up. "Those knives are something." Shizuka looked over at her gray-haired junior, smiling softly, with a nod. "Yes, they are. A gift from my husband a good few years ago. These," pulling out the throwing blade with practiced hands, "are the latest examples, the latest iteration, and probably the greatest throwing weapons in the world." Kazato and Kushina appeared at the elder Nadeshiko's side, causing Shizuka to look down at them, both inspecting the weapon forged by her husband and their father specifically for her fighting style. The white-haired boy spoke up first. Oka-san. I don't suppose." Shizuka chuckled lightly, ruffling the boy's hair. It was really soft. "I could give you tips, but you'd have to impress your father just as Kushi has to for her blade." Kushina jerked up at that, wide-eyed, muttering, "But Ka-chan, I thought." Shizuka smiled, shaking her head. "No, Kushi-chan. You are my daughter, true, but as a Nadeshiko, you still have to prove yourself before your 15th birthday if you want to wield our swords." Kushina slumped for a moment, before her emerald eyes seemed to glow in determination. "I will not fail you, Ka-chan!" Shizuka nodded, pride in her daughter evident. Kyoto beamed at her younger counterpart. "I'll help as best as I can too. That way, you can help your little sisters follow after you." Kushina glowed in excitement at the prospect of teaching both Nami and Koki through their own journeys. It was now her new dream. She will let her Oni-chan take the Onikage hat for a while before she claimed it for herself. After she finds her husband and comes back to Demon Country after serving her time as leader of Nadeshiko, of course she will come back and take the hat from him. She nods, confirming her own thoughts, and turns to her elder brother, by a mere half-hour. "Oni-chan." This caught everyone's attention, none more than Shiren and Shizuka. Kushina rarely calls him like that, referring to him normally as Shiren and I. Kushina continued with a fist raised to her brother. "You can have the Onikage hat for now, but when I finish with my duties to our other home, married and stuff, I'll be coming for it." Shiren looked bewildered for a moment, but by the end of her small speech he was grinning with a light hue of pink to his cheek for the jibe of his childish dream, that he still plans on, regardless of his father's insistence that such a post does not exist. He's a shinobi in training, thus not buying it. He speaks up. "You can try. I will not go easy on you just because you are my cute little sister." Hidden Leaf Penthouse. Yakumo leads Neela into the Hidden Leaf's living room to be confronted by Tsunade, Kakashi, and Kiba, talking at the kitchen island, who all looked over to see them. The Kurama clansmen froze under their joint stare. Tsunade raised a brow, having noticed, like the others, how often the Kurama clan members had been absent. "And where have you been?" Without missing a beat, Yakumo responded with, "Clan business, Lady Hokage." "Clan business?" Tsunade with a raised brow, pushing off the polished wooden surface. approaching the two ladies. Even all the way out here? Yes, Mila responded fluidly, though both she and her clan head knew that this was not going to be a fun conversation. Tsunade stops before them, hands on hips, Kiba at her side, Kakashi beside him. What clan business do you have? Ever since your invitation from... She trailed off, recalling the declaration from the Kyuubi. No. Kurama. Eyes widened, as Tsunade muttered. You've been with the Kyuubi, right? Yakumo sighed, before nodding. Yes. Lady Kurama has been studying and training our genjutsu skills as to not do her name injustice. Tsunade looked bewildered for a moment before nodding. Then is it working? Both Kurama clan's women shrugged casually, Yakumo commented. It's early days. Kakashi speaks up. What has she taught you exactly? Yakumo glared at the jonin, speaking icily. That is most definitely a clan secret. He shrugged uncaringly. It is a valid question. Who knows what the Bijin knowledge might do to us normal people? Still, Yakumo cut him off, eyes remained narrowed. Clan secrets. Kiba stepped forward, smirk on his face. Come on, Yuku-chan. The killing intent that slammed into the Inuzuka, calling him in totality, Yakumo glare was murderous. Do not ever, and I mean ever, call me that again. Am I understood? Kiba nodded frantically, bowing his head, as Tsunade chuckled in amusement at the display of feminine fury call a full-fledged jonin. Kakashi was hesitant to speak up but did so anyway. Still, I think that. He froze upon her hazel gaze locked onto his gray eye. Yakumo growled again. Back off, Hataki. Tsunade stepped between the two sides. Enough, everyone. Kakashi, stand down. Yakumo, you too. The hazel-haired woman cut the intent off and nodding, folding her arms but had her glare on the jonin who also took a few steps back. Tsunade sighed before looking to the clan head, smiling softly. So, you have a connection with Naruto and his family, right? Yes. Yakumo's swift, clipped response. Tsunade nods once. Good. In that case, you may act as a bridge between us both. Are you planning to stay here after we leave? Yakumo shook her head. No. We did not believe that would be allowed, nor accepted by the village. The reason Lady Kurama is pushing us so hard. Tsunade nodded as she planned out a way to expand on this shaky connection. The village needed this more than anything else. A full-on and solid connection between Demon and Leaf, much as Suna, Mist, and Kumo have via Naruto's enrollment as a jonin within their forces. That was not unavailable to them. He was a banished from their land after all. She should investigate revoking that. If possible, alongside the revoking of his profile from their bingo book. What will the council do? Probably try and take what they can from this expedition. Once things have been explained, there is no doubt they would try and capitalize on everything they have managed to achieve here. String bridges at best. Nothing concrete. Though, her eyes land back on the clan head before her, and nodded. Yes. That is what they would do. Though, going about it differently would be best. They are friends, so granting them time to reconnect will lead to a more natural progression. Added with the Hyuga and Yamanaka clans, it should secure their position enough to silence the council for now, give her time to secure her other more permanent ideas. Tsunade finally speaks up. Right. How about I speak with Lady Shion about getting your clan set up here as our representatives for future negotiations? Yakumo was surprised by the prospect of leaving the village, moving her admittedly small clan out here to Demon. No doubt, Lady Kurama would be pleased having this many people using her name. Though, what does this give the Leaf? Yakumo voices this concern. As great as this is, what does the Leaf get out of such an arrangement? Tsunade smiled softly, speaking gently. A step in the right direction. At least I hope. That will depend on you and your clan. Yakumo had her reservations, and her glance to Neela showed she too was not totally sold on the seemingly benevolence of the Hokage's decision. She was up to something clearly, and they were her unwilling pawns in the game of international political chess. As a clan head, she should be used to this by now, but left a bitter taste in her mouth as she spoke up. I will suggest it to Lady Kurama. Quick pause, guys, I just want to take a second to say thank you. We actually hit 1,000 subscribers, and that is entirely because of you. I genuinely could not have done it without this community, and it means more than I can put into words. Now we're setting our sights on 2,000, and if you're not subscribed yet, this is your moment. It takes 1 second, and it truly makes a difference. Alright, let's get back to it. Naruto's not going to wait forever. Episode 16. Main Shrine. Naruto looks over the breakfast table at his two little flames, his daughters Miroku and Saki, as they both abruptly froze from their oatmeal, looking up at their father hesitantly. He nods, speaking. Miroku, Saki, I think it's about time I spoil you both. They both broke into beaming smiles. The others in the breakfast table looked befuddled at the sudden declaration, though Shion spoke up. I was wondering when you would do something like this. After all the time you spent with Kushi and Shiren more than Kushi, I am not surprised by this. Naruto grinned, before sipping his coffee and looking back at the two daughters who were barely restraining themselves from bouncing up and down, talking a mile a minute about the awesome day they were going to have with their papa. Samui raised her hand, drawing her regent's attention as planned. She spoke. I shall escort you today. Naruto glanced to Shion, who looked a little concerned at the prospect of her baby girls being within the presence of that particular kunoichi. She has broken from her days when her hand was grasped, looking back seeing her husband's hand holding hers, his smile full and no words needed to be exchanged. Shion nodded once, fears laid to rest. Looking back down the table, Naruto catches Omoi's twinkling eyes, grinning hard and sighs before waving the man off. Fine. Samui will guard us so Omoi can go catch some tail. Omo nodded confidently, causing most to gawk at the statement, though the Kumo Chunin, discreetly flicking one of his pops across to his boss, who caught it without looking, all cool-like. Slipping it atop his ear, Naruto looks to Shizuka, who shrugged. I will take it easy today. Shion spoke next. Perhaps I could ask for your help dealing with the political situation? Shizuka raised a brow at that, suspecting something else was amiss. After a brief moment of thought she shrugged. Sure. Why not? It isn't like I can make any big decisions about anything. You know that isn't true, Shion says with a slight frown. I may be the official leader, Nara my stand-in, but you are our greatest advisor. I rely on your judgment more than you know. As she spoke, Naruto nodded along, though did catch the slight shift of unease from Yujito, who had been avoiding his gaze for the last minute or two. Maybe he's being paranoid. Naruto's attention was drawn to Karen, who was looking at him intensely. Raising a brow, he asks, What was that? Karen adjusted her glasses before speaking. Is it possible to confer with both you and Shikaka later? Perhaps that toad sage? All of us? For what exactly? Anoka spoke up first. For our project. It seems we might be entering. Jiraiya is off the table, Naruto states firmly, a steel resolve in his voice drawing his fellow Uzumaki's gaze to him. Before Karen could object, Naruto continued. He is a smart man, no denying that, but it is because of that, paired with his knowledge in Fuinjutsu, that he cannot catch wind of this. Karen maintained her stare as she pondered that, but again, Naruto explained. The second word of any kind of ability that we are seeking gets out, the foundation will be the least of our worries. His gaze was sharp, unyielding to reinforce this point firmly and securely within their minds. Do not speak of it so freely, nor out in the open where unshielded minds can hear. Am I clear? Both Uzumaki ladies nod firmly, left with lumps in their throats, as Naruto had never spoken so sternly with them. It reminds them that he is, by a technicality, a Kage, and national leader. Karen nodded as firmly as she could. We understand. Naruto nodded before looking back to his two little flames. Alright, you two, go change into civilian wear. We'll leave for our day out when you get back. Miroku and Saki both picked up their clear dishes, mouths stuffed with the remains of their breakfast, and rushed to put them in the sink, before running to their rooms. As they did, their father chuckled at their eagerness whilst their mother sighed, rubbing her brow. Husband dearest, Why not just let them wear their shrine garments? Naruto looked to her with a deadpan. Knowing them, they'd trash them in their excitement for a daddy/daughter day like last time. You even made me wash and repair them, even though it wasn't my fault, remember? Shion sighed, nodding as she does recall that fiasco, though Shizuka spoke up, smirking into her tea. Your needlework is flawless. Perhaps. She fell silent upon Naruto's raised brow, as he says, You know, a birdie told me that a strap on a certain holster needed repairing. I might just find myself busy all of a sudden. Shizuka looked away, suitably cowled, and Naruto nodded, smirking foxily as he stood. I'll probably take them to the land of valley border should I leave town. We'll be back before evening. What about? Karen began, but Naruto cut her off. I'll drop by the Suna consulate on the way out. Ask Shikaku to pop in for a bit. Okay? He meets her gaze, and she nods, smiling. Yeah, thanks. Naruto nods back, waving as he leaves with Samui not too far behind him. The cheer of Daddy was predictable, and many smile and chuckle softly as they heard it. As Naruto led his group out of the shrine, he watched his normally reserved girls were wearing clothes almost opposite one another. Miroku, being slightly taller than her elder sister, had her hair twin braided, a yellow sundress, though had white shorts beneath it. She had a carefree smile on, as this was a great day in her book, being able to spend it together with her daddy, who is normally super busy. Saki, on the other hand, adored both her father and older brother, thus was matching their normal off-duty attire. Black cargo trousers, gray t-shirt and jacket, that looks like she borrowed from her older brother. She also had her pale blonde hair was in a low ponytail, much like Shiren tends to have his in. Naruto was also in his mercenary attire, combat boots, black umbu-style cargos, gray t-shirt beneath his black leather jacket. He had his odachi sealed away, though he had twin kunai pouches on his thighs. Left was standard kunai found anywhere, the right holds his, for a lack of a better term, family's lesser-used three-pronged kunai made from the same material as their swords. Samui was in her demon jonin uniform though, so nothing special, as her tanto was on her lower back. Reaching the outer shrine exit, Naruto looks up, and yes, it looks like today will be a sunny day, barely any clouds. At the gates, the two kitsune on guard chirp and Naruto smirks. Yo, Grippa, coolie. Things good out here. The two five-tails bark excitedly, earning giggles from the two girls among the gathering. As Coolie, her blue-tinted puffy white fur, had pale blue marking on her right side like a tiger, is petted by Samui as they were passing by. She had named her after all. Naruto led them past to the outer walls, heading over toward the large flower fields where just beyond lay a growing number of kitsune dens, as a portion of the summons have permanently moved from the Kitsune Plains to the land of Demon. It was a request Naruto, Shion, and Kurama had discussed at length before presenting it to the civilian representatives. That discussion was lengthy and thorough, though in the end, the civilians agreed to their presence. Walking through the flower field, Samui finally spoke to Naruto, who was watching as Coolie was playing fetch with Saki. She asked, Regent. Naruto looked to the Kumo Chunin. Samui continued, I would like to ask you if it was cool for me to apply for the academy position here. The stare of the senior-ranked shinobi was piercing. Naruto really didn't know what to think about Samui these days. It has been years since her transgression against his wife, but the fact that she had struck out against his light was unforgivable. He had trusted her, and she had betrayed him. They have fought together, sure, a few missions here and there, none were anything specific or memorable. She had his back, he had hers, but she had still raised a hand against his own. She was drunk, sure, but at the same time Utakata had often told Naruto that those times were when people were the most honest. I said that too. With that in mind, he had to ask the million-ryo question. Naruto turned fully to his fellow blonde, his blues meeting hers. Tell me, Samui. Why did you strike my wife back then? Answer that. His eyes narrowed dangerously. Then I will answer your question. Samui did not look away. Not immediately, at least. She did, and let out an uncharacteristic sigh, loud enough to be heard by the general population of civilians. not that any were around. Finally, she looked back at Naruto, speaking lightly. I was jealous. Naruto immediately connected the dots, and inwardly sighed so hard it broke through externally as a heavy breath. Before she could continue, Naruto stopped her with a raised hand. I love my wives, Samui. That will not change, nor will I ever look another way. Understand? She nodded coolly. Samui responded. I am aware of that, and it is cool. I am cool too, so I've moved on. Naruto nodded again, looking back at his two children who seemed to be practicing their fox language with coolly. It took several few seconds for Naruto to look back at the woman beside him, who had followed his gaze. You know. Samui snapped her gaze back to her fellow blonde. Naruto continued. I can't forgive you for what you did. Nor do I think I ever will. Most would have missed the cues due to her stoic mask, but Naruto had, as previously mentioned, worked with her for a while, so he caught the signs of upset within Samui's frame at his words. He sighed, fighting back his hero complex with competency. Naruto continued. However, I will make an effort to trust you more than I currently do. I won't shut you out, Samui. She nodded as he looked away. Naruto could sense Yui's approach, but he did finally respond to her original question. If I approves of Omo's request, I will not turn you away either. Samui nodded, bowing her head. Thank you for your consideration. Naruto glanced back at her, a hint of jest in his voice. It's cool. Again, only due to his experience with her, Naruto caught her smile of amusement at the joke. The wait was not long, the horse-sized Yui strolling through the trees just beyond the meadows, leading two other three-tailed kitsune. One was a stereotypical red of regular foxes, green eyes of mischief that were common among them. His name, Yup, and walked with a bounce in his step. The second had darker fur, black mane coat, with gray undercoat, paired with brilliant blue eyes that seemed cool as ice. She had been granted the name of Akino. Just as the arrival of the kitsune was acknowledged, the Hyuga arrived upon seeing the regent in the gardens. Hayashi and his daughters. Miroku and Saki were getting acquainted with their new guardians. Hayashi spoke first. Regent. Naruto immediately waved him off. Off duty. Just Naruto today. All three nodded, as Hayashi continued. Right. Naruto. What are you up to today? Well, Naruto began gesturing to his two daughters with his head. It's a daddy-daughter day. I have not spent much time with them in recent times. This is my first step to making it up to them, giving them their fox companions. The whole day with them is the second. The third is a surprise. Hayashi smiled softly, matched by his own daughters, inclining his head in approval. I see. Can we possibly? Personally, I would rather not, Naruto said over the man, but he glanced back at him from watching his daughters. Though, I suppose we aren't doing anything especially private. That being said, I am focusing on their wishes, so ask them. Saki, who had been listening secretly, spoke up. It's fine, Daddy. They are like us, right? A daddy and his best daughters. Naruto face-palmed. Samui was clearly amused, though Hayashi offered a soft chuckle. Hinata and Hanabi smiled, the latter beaming and nodding firmly, liking the sound of that. Back in her room, Kushina suddenly had the urge to roughly mess up both her little sister's hairs as her eyebrows twitched in irritation. Oni no Kuni, town. The group of Naruto, Samui, their fox guards, coolly acting for Samui, Miroku and Saki, along with the Hyuga walked through the town. The kitsune had shrugged down to husky size, and strolling beside their assigned targets. Though Saki was swinging off her daddy's hand because where else would she be, right? Miroku was strolling beside her own familiar Yup, ahead of her daddy, still practicing her fox talk, so he was responding in kind, with Akino occasionally responding too, correcting them both. Smarty pants. Hayashi abruptly spoke up as they approached the town square. Naruto, what are the plans for today? Naruto shrugged casually, responding candidly. Dunno. It's for my girls to decide. Though I think we'll make a trip to the border with the land of Valley, thus the kitsune presence. Hayashi raised a brow at that. Oh? Why does? It'll cut travel time down for my daughters. We, as shinobi, can travel faster than civilians like themselves. Naruto spoke over the predictable question, before looking over at the Hyuga. Thus, they will be bringing them along for both travel and protection. Haisha nodded to that, before asking. Then, as for the valley, Naruto speaking over him again. There is a clearing on the border that is just perfect for a day out. I actually took my wife there on our first date. He chuckled at the memory of that night with Shion. Even she had not been and was caught off guard by the beauty of it. I see. Sounds great. Hayashi nodded thoughtfully, looking over at his eldest who he knew had been listening whilst interacting with Miroku. Naruto nodded firmly, glancing to his fellow father. Yeah, though, first we need to stop over at the Suna consulate. Clan matters I need to cover with my family there. Sunagakure consulate. Gaara appeared in the doorway, pleasantly surprised at the unannounced, unscheduled visit. After the pleasantries, Naruto watched his daughters rush off with Gaara's two kids, Karin and Shinki, their guardians running off. The adults were guided into the dining room, with tea served, and then Gaara speaks up. So, what brings you here, Naruto? Well, nothing crazy as I am spending the day with Miroku and Saki, but I was asked if Shikaka could visit the shrine as my clan's women wish to discuss things with him. Naruto responds, to which Gaara nods, and has a knowing smirk. Few Injutsu problems? Problems. Naruto commented with a look of incredulity, before growling lowly. No, just a new project. Gaara raised a brow, displaying his curiosity. Anything I can. Naruto waved him off. Not as of yet. Later, though. Gaara nodded, but both Jinchuriki were surprised by Hayashi's voice. If I may. Naruto and Gaara looked to the man, who had lowered his tea, meeting their gazes dead on. Hayashi continued. Do you both offer few Injutsu services? Gaara shakes his head. Not typically, no. Though we are well informed of the subject. Shikaku is a lead figure in the field and is often seen as its figurehead for the Uzumaki. Though, the world looks to the Uzumaki in the same regard. Hayashi nodded to that, so moved on to the next part. Is there any way I could employ either Sunagakure or Uzumaki for a commission? The two Kage-level shinobi glanced to one another, a long silent conversation before as when they returned their gazes to Hayashi, Gaara spoke first. We do not have any reason to accept nor deny your request. We do not have a treaty with Konohagakure though, so we are less inclined to accept. Hayashi nodded at the previous answer before looking to his host. Naruto spoke next. As a member of the nation's leadership, I too am not able to accept that request as we are remaining neutral with Konohagakure, and the Land of Fire as a whole, as stated by our leader. A heavy sigh from Hayashi, nodding his understanding. Naruto spoke up. However, this perked up all the Hyuga. The husband of the nation's leader continued. As the head of the Uzumaki clan, I can offer basic advice and services for supplies of few Injutsu. Hayashi nodded with a tight breath. Hinata smiled along with Hanabi, as their father replied. Then, is it possible for a similar bloodline seal that you have on your children? Gaara raised a brow as he swallowed his beverage, before replying. Our bloodline seal is for our clans and families' safety, linked to our extended eternal family members. It is not something we can hand out. He was interrupted by a new arrival, his elder sister, who squeaked. Naruto! All eyes looked to the door, Temari standing there in casual home attire, a t-shirt, short shorts beneath silk robes. It took a moment for the woman to notice the other people present, and grew ever redder in the cheeks. Naruto cleared his throat, all eyes falling on him. Mari, I think he should probably get dressed appropriately for guests. She vanished in a body flicker. Wind of it felt across the room, and the sudden lack of air pressure forced the door shut. Naruto chuckled as Gaara raised a brow at that display, though noted how the Hyuga ladies held a modicum of smirk, especially Hinata. It did not take long for Gaara to put the pieces together. It seems his sister has lost a few points as a threat in the no doubt hidden race for his brother's heart. His brother no doubt isn't even aware of this fact, so he himself must act. With narrowed eyes, Gaara looked at Hinata then Hanabi, both ladies feeling his gaze and returned it. Is something the matter? Perhaps you require refills or perhaps a few slices of pie? Naruto raised a brow at that. He knew that Gaara knew they were not staying long enough to require food and snacks. Perhaps that was code for something. As he thought on that, it seemed both Hinata and Hanabi got the underlying message, as did Hayashi, who perfectly pulled off the uninformed tactic, sipping tea calmly. Naruto cleared his throat. Well, as I was saying before that interruption, as only neutral parties, at least at current, we can offer only basic services. Explosive notes of various types, privacy seals, and sealing scrolls, only up to grade 3 though. Not much reason for the costs required to buy and ship them back to you in Fire Country. Hayashi pondered that. What he was saying was currently true, however with the trade station they will acquire might be more feasible economically. Depends on his meeting with. That reminds him, Hayashi asks. What of our trade station? The request to build it. Naruto blinked at that, before recalling they had spoke on that but did not come to a definite conclusion, speaking distractedly. Ah, right. Local taxes plus 10% you said? Hayashi nodded, confirming that though Gaara smirked into his drink. Suna had a discount on taxes and brought in bulk from Demon top-of-the-line seals and medical supplies. It helps being considered a brother to the leader. Though, that brought a new idea. A new tie to link the two nations. His brother will hate it, but his sister's path will be set. Gaara will ask for forgiveness later. First he will need to speak to Shion. In that case, Naruto spoke, drawing eyes to him as he continued, you should speak with my wife for a more comprehensive look at locations available for purchase or leased. I could do it, but her information is far more up-to-date and comprehensive. You'd get a better idea about the situation with her. Hayashi nodded firmly. When is she available? Seeing as I have already cleared it. Naruto spoke up, matching Hayashi's gaze directly. You will have a much better time, and deals, with her. That I know. He then stood up, looking to his brother in all things, Naruto says. Now then, I will be going now. I got a mission today to be the best dad in the world. Gaara chuckled, shaking his head in amusement but remained silent. Just outside the diplomatic compound, Naruto led his two daughters and their kitsunes out into the yard, the Hyuga stepping out behind him though their intention had changed. Naruto turned to Hayashi and stated, I am sure you'll find that my wife is an understanding person, but do not let her gentle aura fool you. She is just as stubborn as any Uzumaki. Hayashi nodded firmly. She is a powerful woman. I do not doubt her resolve. Naruto smirked at that, agreeing wholeheartedly with that statement. Considering she can stare down both my warrior queen and the Kyuubi no Yoko. He trailed off to let that sink in and watched as Hayashi swallowed hard. A daunting task now lay ahead him. Hinata began drawing both men's attention, and she suddenly hugged Naruto gently and rather intimately, pressing her sizable figure against his frame with a heart-stopping smile, and despite the flush to her cheeks, she spoke characteristic softly. Thank you for helping us, Naruto-kun. Naruto was rigid and blank-faced. He was more than a little annoyed at this very clear sign of advancement from the heiress. He thought this was dealt with already. What the hell is she thinking? Speaking up with a chilly tone, voice flat, Naruto spoke. Hinata-san. Can you please let go of me? Hinata did so, stepping back somewhat reluctantly, but supported her blush to maintain her innocence with that action. Sorry, I was just so happy that... Hinata-san. Naruto cut her off, eyes narrowed, and she froze. I may have been an idiot back in the leaf, however that is no longer the case. Am I clear? Hinata nodded, fingers fiddling with one another, bowing her head. Sorry. Naruto shuddered when Hanabi's hand landed on his arm, a seemingly innocent gesture, but he suspected it was anything but innocent as its calculated application was far too perfect. Hanabi spoke. I do not believe my sister meant anything by that gesture, Naruto-san. Please. Naruto! A new voice drew everyone's attention, Naruto swiftly moving a safe distance from the Hyuga, before looking over to see a properly dressed Temari, who had seen the whole thing, and couldn't just let this slide, so acted. She spoke. Are you free right now? Yet before the blonde male could answer, his two flames acted. Saki appeared between Daddy and the strange brown-haired lady, taking his hand. Miroku, moving in sync with her twin sister, took up his other hand, and responded to her auntie. Lord Daddy is taking care of us today, Auntie Temari. Temari nodded at the chibi, smiling firmly, looking at Naruto. Then I will accompany you, as no doubt he has no sense in where to go, right? The two girls smiled at that, Miroku speaking up with a shake of her head. Yeah, Daddy thinks that his hiking is fun for everyone. Naruto looked betrayed at that. She said she enjoyed it. Temari chuckled at Naruto's expression as she approached, speaking up. Oh, come now, Naru. You know she didn't mean it like that. Naruto sighed and nodded. Yeah, I get that. Though I guess I should stop the piggyback rides then. His Uzumaki grin came out at the end, and his two flames looked horrified at that prospect and turned the absolutely dreaded, feared by all, young and old, damn right unfair and should be illegal, Kitsune enhanced, daughter-daddy variant of the puppy Ijutsu on their father. Naruto saw this coming and had prepped his defenses with his Kage-level defense, bolstered by Kitsune leader role and further enhanced with the regent title. He left out the father and husband defenses as they would be detrimental to his stand against the criminal cute regime. The battle was fierce and unyielding, but Saki and Miroku pulled out one of their ultimate trump cards. They sniffled with tears. Naruto's defenses cracked in totality, shattering under the cuteness of his two flames that was undeniable and unyielding, so he sighed, muttering about cheeky daughters. Fine. Let's just go already. Both daughters beamed up at him, dragging him out of the compound only to find the Leaf team there, earning a groan from the older blonde, Temari bringing up the rear, the Hyuga behind her. Naruto, still clasping his daughters firmly, broke the silence, voice exasperated. Can we help you, Hidden Leaf? Tsunade looked over the group before her. All were in civilian attire that suggested that they were operating in an unofficial capacity, but was still hesitant in her response. Naruto, I was just curious as to what brought you here to speak with the Suna delegation with the Hyuga. Family business. Naruto responded calmly, a forced politeness that the adults caught but his little daughters did not. They began to tug on his hands, drawing his attention briefly, and he sighed. Looking back to the Hokage, he spoke. I am sorry, but I am busy right now, so if you have any business, you have to take it up with Lady Shion. I am currently indisposed. Tsunade nodded at that, smothering the smirk as it is clear that his two daughters were trying to drag him away, clearly impatient with the adult talk. I see. Then, we shall head there immediately. Yo, Naruto boy! A new voice, all eyes looking back at the building to see the grandpa of Tsunagakure, Shikaku stepping out and clearing the Hyuga group, smirking hard. Heard you have a problem that needed a master's input. The Leaf Shinobi were wondering who this guy was, recognizing him from the party, but not knowing he was a member of the Suna forces. Naruto growled hard, glaring at the chubby man, speaking lowly. New project, ya old coot. Just wanted your opinion. Nothing more, and it was Karen who asked, not me. So, get your facts right before grinning that fool-like grin. Shikaku cackled as he turned towards the road, bellowing far and wide, earning a tick mark from the Uzumaki of the group, who muttered lowly. Stupid Tanuki and his prideful arrogance. Temari placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, drawing Naruto's attention to her soft smile. Come on, there's a cute little shop not too far from here the girls will love. Both girls perk up, hearing their auntie's words, forcing Naruto to sigh again, muttering. Fine, lead on. As he turned to leave, Tsunade asked. Naruto. I'm off duty. Naruto waved her off, not even turning to face her as he led his two flames, the Suna princess, and his foxes down the road. Tsunade sighs, glancing back to see a frowning Hana, but notices Hayashi immediately walking off. She spoke to him. Hayashi. Drawing the man's attention, his head inclination allowed her to continue. Where are you? We are going to meet with Lady Uzumaki to discuss our relationship going forward. Hayashi spoke diplomatically, offering nothing but his face of indifference. Tsunade nodded once, glancing back at Hana, Ino, and Sakura, the three who had come with her, before looking at Hayashi, speaking firmly. We shall accompany you to the shrine. Shrine office. With the tea smoke, and with delegations dealt with, Shion slumps back into her seat, thankful that her husband had finished all the legwork for these deals and all she needed to do was give them a once-over before signing. He had already briefed her on them after all. Shizuka finished filing the paperwork, and looked back at her. You know, the council should just give Naru the titles and… He isn't of the shrine. Shion speaks, cutting off her sister-wife, a lazy gaze falling on the brunette, a tired smile on her face. That is why he is only a regent instead of daimyo of demon. The elders insisted on this as a compromise for getting our wedding approved. Shizuka frowned at that, arms crossed. What if you didn't? Well, Shion spoke airily, trying to recall what the alternative was. She did not even consider it back then, as her mind and heart were solely focused on marrying her now husband before he and Shizuka left for the four corners of the world, or back to Nadeshiko most likely as they had young toddlers at the time. I think they just want me to have his child then force him out to never see one another again. Damn! Shizuka sighs at the thought of raising their babies back in Nadeshiko. It would have been a bit of a mess. Maybe a bit more than a mess, as that stupid queen and the senior council would have forced her husband to become a civilian house husband, and son would have taken up a civilian trade. Likely in a local forge or something. She would likely also be forced to allow others access to her husband, and the elders would insist on it or risk his exile, along with their son. No. The current outcomes were far more positive than that alternative. Shizuka nodded. That is good. This is fine. Allowing you to marry him was something I was rather hesitant about. Shion smiled, a saintly light chuckle drew Shizuka's eyes. I remember your adamant refusal. Your love for him was greater than anyone else in history. Just like now, in every movement his love for you is evident. You have not been left aside, Shizuka commented. Shion nodded with a beautiful smile, speaking softly. I know. Our goofball is never shy about that. It still gets my stomach fluttering every time he does something boastful and loudly declaring things like that. Shizuka smirks, leaning against the filing cabinet. Oh yes. It is rather amusing these days, watching you get all flustered, sure. Shion pouts, glaring at her fellow wife that lacked any heat, earning a soft chuckle from the Nadeshiko Kunoichi. The priestess muttered. Really, Zuheim? Shizuka glared back at the priestess, growling lowly. That was agreed never to be uttered again. Nara did. Shion confirmed with an elegant nod, breaking into a smirk. I did not. Shizuka growled lowly, muttering under her breath by her sister-wife. Why did I allow this again? Shion giggled at that, causing the Nadeshiko to sigh at it, unable to be angry at her best friend, sister, and fellow wife, Shizuka speaking up. Well, I am glad it's only you I must share him with. As he often says, you have kept us together and ensure we are fine. The priestess suddenly grew nervous at that, which was naturally caught by the trained assassin, who narrowed her eyes on the blonde. Shizuka asked slowly, What did you do? Yet before Shion answered, the door was knocked upon. Sato's muffled voice came through. Lady Shion, Lady Shizuka, Land of Fire, the Hidden Leaf, and the Hyuga are here to see you. Both ladies looked to one another, realizing this was going to be a pain in the ass, no doubt. Shion sighs, responding, Let them in. Tsunade followed Hayashi into the primary office with her trio of kunoichi in her shadow. Shion raised a brow at the group, but did not say anything about it. Shizuka was there too, taking the second seat, and folded her legs, arms crossed, as the Leaf group followed suit. After a brief silence and all had taken seats around the room, Shion asked the group, How may I help you, Hayashi-san, Tsunade-san? Hayashi spoke first, clearing his throat. Yes, well, you see, the regent informed me earlier that you are the one I must talk with regarding building a clan compound here. Also, we can talk about finding a premises for a trading outpost. Shion had been nodding along with the Hyuga. A new situation that her husband has dumped on her, Huh? Well, this is her domain technically. So as much as she wants to put him on the sofa, that would not be very nice. Shizuka's voice cut the priestess from her thoughts. As for you, Lady Hokage? Why are you here? I thought you had already finished your business. Tsunade nodded before offering a soft smile, speaking up. Yes, well, something new came up and is in the same area of expertise as Lord Hyuga. I wanted to ask for permission to build a Leaf Consulate or Embassy building to purchase to further increase our relationship building. I wanted to ask if it was also possible to have the Kurama clan man a compound here to enhance our ability to do business. Shion had maintained her diplomatic smile, but in her mind she was moaning about the situation being dumped on her. It was evident that the Hokage was up to something. She saw the brief sparkle in her eyes when she mentioned the Kurama clan. It was not exactly a secret that the Kyuubi had been training them. She was likely trying to create a bridge using the Kurama clan's leader as a... It clicked. Shion looked to the other 5 women that came in after the 2 leaders. Hana and Hinata have both shown interest in Naruto. She did dismiss Sakura outright. Ino has shown interest but nothing beyond friendship, and Naruto had straight up threatened her to behave. No issue. Hanabi is an unknown, but Shion would not put it past her. Looking to her fellow wife, Shion's amethyst eyes meet Shizuka's emerald, and both shared a silent conversation. When they both sighed, looking back to the group before them, with Shizuka taking the ball as this required, a more forceful touch. Let's cut through the posturing. Shall we? More than a few were surprised at that statement. Tsunade was nervous but hid it professionally. Hinata felt the lump in her throat grow. Hana tensed involuntarily. Ino grinned, not having seen the normally calm and collected Shizuka get this worked up. Though, it was rather obvious that the 2 wives had noticed the underneath agendas of both parties. Being straightforward and upfront was the only way to deal with Naruto without his wives intercepting you. She didn't feel the need to point that out though. After both Hayashi and Tsunade nodded, Shizuka continued rather harshly, glare murderous. Naruto is our husband and not available for your considerations. Tsunade let nothing be seen upon her face but inwardly was annoyed that her ploy had been seen through. With the Kurama here, she had hoped that Naruto and Yakumo would grow closer and possibly become more than just friends, as it was clear that Yakumo had feelings for the blonde. Hayashi was not surprised they had figured things out but was prepared for this and had a counterattack on his tongue. Putting voice to it, he spoke up. I am aware of that, Lady Shizuka. We only wish to be partners in the local market, as it is clear that Oni no Kuni is a trade hub for this continent with connections to all. Shion shakes her head, correcting the man. We both know that is not exactly true, Hayashi-san. If that was your intention, and let us assume that you wish to be in our land, then you should be looking at Londina port. Not here in our capital. Shizuka nodded with her sister, continuing. So it is rather obvious that you are both seeking to get back in our husband's good graces and eventually his life. This concern of ours is why we have taken your cases off his shoulders, and we are handling this matter ourselves. Hayashi nodded at that logic. Nothing more to be said on the subject, as it was true even if things had changed slightly. Their goals are still unchanged. Hana, recalling the words of advice from Yakumo, hopes that Naruto's wives will respond to the same tactic as she used with him. If I may. Both Shizuka and Shion looked to the Inuzuka clan heiress. Hana continued upon seeing Shion nod. Yes. My mother's intention was to make a connection between our clan and Naruto's, as he is a hero in our former homeland, the land of Fang. I admit, upon hearing the story, Kelsey and I are both romantically interested in him. However, I have another goal now too. Shizuka raised a brow at the straightforwardness of this woman, but asks anyway. Which is what exactly? Greater connection with our own K9 partners. Hana informed, and the others could tell she meant that. Shizuka too nodded, understanding that, as she has worked closely with the Kitsune too. Hana continued. It was informative that we, as a clan that specialized in fighting with animal partners for generations, had only scratched the surface of what was truly possible. Shizuka replied firmly. Then you want to learn from us how to deepen your connections using the Kitsune as training partners? Hana nodded firmly. We are. My triplets learned quite a bit about pack tactics and coordination on a larger scale from them during their first training session. I wish to expand on this partnership and open discussions going forward. Though I will admit that my mother and clan elders will push for a more formal connection with either Kelsey or myself as a marriage candidate. Shizuka sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose, muttering silently at this pain in the ass situation. She only accepted Shion in the beginning as her husband had asked her, and the woman herself had not attempted anything before asking her for permission beforehand. It was uncomfortable for her in the beginning, but thankfully her Naruto had showed that he had more than enough love for them both, many, many times over. Shion let out a tired sigh, knowing what was likely going through her sister-wife's mind right now. Their husband is a great man, a kind soul, and incredibly strong in mind, body, and spirit. Paired with his gentleness and caring attitude, doubly so when in the presence of children, it was no wonder so many kunoichi had their sights on him. He was that complete package they had all dreamed of at one point or another. They could not just allow one, or the others would likely come out of the woodwork with their own proposals. If they allowed the Leaf Group, then the Sand would demand he take Temari, Kuma would demand Yujito to be wed, and Mist would more than likely demand Relay, Naruto's Yuki ex-girlfriend, to be taken as a wife too, if they haven't already. Shion would not be surprised if the stone would do the same thing too out of fear of being left behind. She blinked at that. That would bring world peace. In a sense, yes, her husband would be the pillar to usher in a new era of peaceful coexistence of the big five shinobi nations. The problem? She didn't want to. Selfish? Sure, but Shion had just gotten him back a month ago after a year apart. The other problem was Shizuka would be absolutely furious at the arrangement. Her husband, in response to his wife's anger, would deny on principle alone. His stubbornness is the stuff of legends. Shion was rubbing her temples at this headache-inducing situation, allowing Shizuka to continue tightly, voice clipped. I see. Anything else? Hinata raised her hand to speak, but Shizuka raised her own to stop her, voice still cold. Yes, Hyuga-san. I already am more than aware of your intentions. My daughter pointed it out to me at first, my husband informed me of the history, and your display at the banquet was rather telling. Hinata's cheeks heated up as she nodded, lowered her hand, and stepped back. Hanabi maintained her innocence mask of indifference, but Shizuka knew she was the true threat of wives everywhere, and caught the slightest hint of a red hue to her pale cheeks. She was not fooled in the slightest. Sakura raised her hand in the back, drawing both Uzumaki women eyes to her with both raising a single brow at the pinkette, which urged her to speak. Well, you see... She was cut off by the dark-haired beauty known as Shizuka Uzumaki, wife of Naruto Uzumaki, and currently really annoyed at these conniving people before her. Sakura Haruno, right? Upon Sakura's nod, Shizuka continued. I am personally more familiar with you than anyone else in this room. After all, I had been the one to undo all the mental programming you inflicted on my husband throughout your tenure as teammates, and as classmates. The Leaf team widened their eyes at that, except the Hyuga, who remained detached, though Hinata did give Sakura a dark glare that told of her displeasure of that fact. Ino put two and two together and realized what exactly the woman was talking about and can't believe things were that bad, and she, a Yamanaka, had missed it. Everything made a crazy amount of sense the more pieces she put together. Even more now, having been stuck in Naruto's head for close to a month, and seeing all that damage piled up and suppressed beneath his now stable mindset. Ino too found herself glaring at her best friend, for using physical force against her teammate to such a degree that his mind had been programmed in such a way. Though, a small part also accused herself of being as bad. Sakura felt the shame and guilt from those words only double when the glares from Ino and Hinata landed on her. She knew she messed up badly. Okay. Big understatement. She had lost sleep over the fact that the only person outside of her family and Ino, who genuinely cared for her in any way, shape or form, she had abused from the get-go. Shizuka's voice drew everyone's attention back to her, noticing the glares of the Hyuga, Yamanaka, and surprisingly the Inuzuka, speaking up. Due to that, I highly recommend that you do not approach this family in such a manner, or I will personally take your head. Am I clear? Sakura nodded softly, but still spoke. I understand that. I know I have no leg to stand on here, however I just wanted to properly express my feelings and regret about. Didn't he say to think on things and give him an answer before you left? Hana interjected, having been within earshot of the group during the informal meeting a few nights ago. Sakura nodded, confirming that. He did. I have been contemplating everything and wanted to ask him about it, which is why I came here. Doesn't change a thing, Haruno-san. Shizuka spoke bitterly, eyes narrowed on the pink-haired woman. You have by far caused the most trauma on my husband than anyone else. That Jonin Hitaki is second, followed by the rest of the Leaf Village. That reveal was a gut punch for them all. Even Tsunade or Hayashi were not ready for that truth to be revealed. Shizuka continued to vent, not caring about these people. More than a few people have offered to handle your village over the years. I being rather outspoken about his desire to see that place reduced to ash and smoke. My father-in-law talked him down out of duty. My mother-in-law was all for it though. Shion sighed, recalling their mother-in-law's rather vibrant reaction to the story her son had shown her of his upbringing, or lack thereof, and untimely exile from the village of his birth. Tsunade and Hayashi had paled together at the thought of Kushina's rage aimed at the village and the fact that Minato had only talked Kumo out of it as an act of duty. Not because he felt otherwise. Shizuka continued on, unaware of the other's thoughts. However, thanks to both mine and Shion's efforts, we have guided all away from that notion as a last favor to our father-in-law. Hana raised her hand and asked, I am sorry, but may I ask who exactly your father-in-law is? Shion and Shizuka raised their brows in unison at that, unbelieving that anyone from the Leaf had come here without knowing that piece of information. Looking to the Hokage, who now looked embarrassed at realizing that it was not common knowledge among her forces, Tsunade turns back and answered that question. Hana, your mother should have told you that. Seeing as she hadn't, Naruto's parents are Kushina Uzumaki, the Whirlpool Princess, Red Death of the Leaf, and Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, and Yellow Flash of the Leaf. Hana paled at that. How did she miss that information? How could her mother neglect to tell her that? That Naruto Uzumaki was the Yondaim's son. Now that she pictured them side by side, she can see it. The resemblance. Ino spoke next, looking at her fellow heiress. It was mentioned by Naruto at the informal event. Did you not hear it? Hana shook her head. No. I was, talking with Lady Saiken after the Land of Fang's story. Shizuka smirked at that, Shion sighed trying to mask her grin, before standing up and moving around the desk. All watched as the priestess moved to the side of the office, and pulled off the dust cover off the painting on the wall, revealing a family portrait of the Uzumaki Namikaze houses. It was one of many, painted by local artisans that had the grandparents on both sides added artificially with the kids as their 7-year-old selves. Naruto stood in the back with Minato, both with the soft smiles the Namikaze were known for. Shiren was standing between them, dead center of the whole portrait, matching their formal attire. Shion and Shizuka sat on the ornate royal purple felt couch. Miroku, Shion's mother, sat at her side with Miroku her daughter at her feet, Saki at her mother's feet, all wearing their respective shrine garments. Shizuka sat beside red-headed Kushina, her daughter Kushina at their feet with matching Uzumaki grins, all in formal wear. It was a wonderful sight that never came to pass but only in the minds of those that lived. The guests all looked upon it with mixed emotions. Oni no Kuni, town. Over the last few hours, Naruto had been dragged along in what he can only describe as hell. His fellow blondes must have gone through every single shop in town, shopping, eating, and drinking every damn thing in sight. Sure, he was loaded, and this didn't even register on his balance sheet, but he wanted to spend time relaxing with his two flames, yet instead, he was getting dragged into a shopping spree on his dime no less. He did not complain, however, as it was clear that both Saki and Miroku were having a blast being normal girls and not priestesses in training. Temari and, by a lesser extent, Samui were ensuring that they did so. That being as it may, The chaos of having the truly important duo to the country's future out in the town, and not in the shrine, had other effects on their surroundings. The people of the country all knew of the two, naturally, as they will be taking the crown from their mother upon their coming of age, and thus wanted to catch a glimpse of their future rulers or at least become acquainted with them. This was a double-edged sword. On one end, whenever an outsider asked about them, it was immediately flagged as suspicious behavior, and they were immediately apprehended by the civilians until a shinobi or samurai patrol arrived. This ensured their safety. The other side of that was their celebrity status in countrywide circles. Everything from what they were wearing to their favorite dishes was recorded by all and noted down. Many shops had their menus based around this, but as children, that changed on a semi-frequent basis, which caused more than a few headaches for him in the shipping manifests that passed by his desk. Right now, though, it was manifesting itself as a gathering crowd all trying to get close. A crowd Naruto, with pop in mouth, only had to glance at for them to hold back from closing in, the threat clearly received by the subtle gesture. Thus, he was keeping the fans at bay whilst Temari and Samui, who should be doing this by the way, was showing his girls a set of dresses. That's like the 12th one in the last hour. How many do they need exactly? Naruto's regular glance at the crowd, who backed up out of respect for their lives and the regent of their nation's strength and benevolence, was interrupted by a gentle bonk from Temari. Looking to her, she smirked and pointed to the two little girls, who were posing in their new dresses. White base with flower patterns, desert lilies, tulips, and daisies by the looks of it. Plastering a gentle smile, added fatherly pride, Naruto nodded at his two flames. Very nice girls. Though I think you should try one without the flower print. Both girls nodded frantically, moving off to find one. Temari play scowled, Samui smirked, having called it, with the wind mistress speaking up. Got a problem with flowers, huh? Naruto smirked and shook his head. Nah, not flowers per se, but rather your attempt to influence them towards your ever-so-favorite desert lilies. Temari glared at him, arms beneath her bust, replying hotly. Oh? Is something wrong with that? In of itself, no, Naruto admitted, earning a brow raise from the desert princess. Naruto continued to explain. Just that your love for the flower of the arid region is well known, and Kushina already has a patch of them in the greenhouses. If Saki and Mira ask for one too, the three will squabble with one another for hours on end. Temari's glare dropped, and she sighed, nodding as she could tell there was truth to that, mumbling. I didn't think of that. No, you didn't, Naruto confirmed with a nod, glancing back at the crowded streets, the people going rigid under his frigid gaze. He continued, Besides, Saki is a tomboy and prefers wearing clothes that are similar to her brother and myself, so dresses aren't really her thing. Naruto likes things that make her look more mature. Sundresses are high on her list, but nothing beats kimonos like her mother's ones, so ultimately formality will always win out with her. His two girls rushed and hugged him after that speech, knowing how much their daddy loved and looked after them, even though he is always super busy. They didn't say anything as Naruto just hugged them back the best he could. Temari smiled softly at that, wishing her own dad had paid even half the attention Naruto seemed to do with his daughters. Her life might have turned out far differently than it has. As a daughter of a Kage, it was likely she'd be used in a political marriage of some kind to secure a long-term treaty of similar importance. Probably to the leaf. She blinked at that. Naruto too is a Kage's son. If things had turned out differently, his parents' survival, the Kyuubi attack, and the Chunin exams. An image of their respective parents introducing them to one another came to Temari's mind. Among the multiverse, upon a website that hosted the stories collected from it, one Temari Namikaze, wife of Naruto Namikaze, son of Minato Namikaze, current Hokage of the Leaf, stood before her eldest daughter with a haughty grin. She had her hands resting on battle fan that stood on its end, and still reached her toned stomach despite having her two children. Her daughter, a near carbon copy of her with brighter hair and her grandmother's eyes, had a smaller version and looked a little unsettled at the expression her mother had. That changed, however, when said mother suddenly sneezed, very hard, The wind blasted large enough that the nearby trees lost leaves to the rushing gust and caught the attention of the girl's father, who came out into the garden training ground. "Mari, you okay?" Temari looked back at the whiskered blonde and nodded once. "Yeah, fine. Just felt like somewhere out there someone was wishing they had met the way we did, arranged married as kids of Kages, fell in love, got married for real, and had amazing kids." Naruto stepped out onto the grassy 2-acre field, his open green jonin flack coming into view, quirking a brow. "Oddly specific of you." Temari shrugged. "Well, political marriages like ours rarely end as well as ours do, so I guess it's understandable." Naruto thought on it before nodding. "That I can agree on. Even more so when talking about your dad's attitude." Temari snorted as their daughter spoke up. "But Papa, Razajiji is like super nice." The girl's parents both look at her deadpan, Naruto responding. "Yes, princess, only after your uncle Kankuro took the Kage seat from him, and Uncle Gaara took over the clan from him." He then looked at his wife. "Speaking of which, why is he staying here again? Surely he'd be more comfortable living with Gaara at the Sabaku estate back in the sand." Temari sighed hard, rubbing her brow in frustration. "It's ever since Kiro showed skill in the magnet release so heavily, he wanted to personally train the next prodigy of the clan." Naruto sighed at that, shaking his head. "Fine, but don't expect me to roll out the welcome wagons." Speaking of, Temari recalling something else, looking dead in her husband's eyes. "Why is your mother constantly around trying to teach my baby girl sealing techniques and swordsmanship?" "Huh!" Naruto raised his hands defensively. "I am with you on this. I keep telling her to go home and that Menma, Naomi, or Mito need her help and not us. It's frustrating that she'd bypass all my security seals with such frequency that it's so. Gra. For the love of the log. Menma? Why would he need her help?" Temari asked with a bewildered expression. Naruto sighed, moving closer to whisper on her ear. "Seems that Hinata caught him being a bit too nosy. Reset his progress back to square one." Temari winced, easily picturing the second Namikaze heir being juke-ned into the next decade for that stunt. She whispered back. "Is she still after you then?" Naruto grimaced but nodded. "It's driving Tu-san and Hayashi-san up the wall." Temari peeked his cheek, before pulling back with a grin. "No doubt. I'd better get back to our princess before your mother tries to intervene again." "Naruto!" A very familiar yell from the front gate causing the two adults to sigh hard, with Naruto muttering, "You just had to jinx it." Temari's sweat dropped. "Just go tell your mother that we aren't here or something." Naruto snorted, knowing that would never work. Yeah, I'll figure out something." Naruto's voice brought Temari back to the room and current universe, as he asked, "Is that everything?" Saki nodded. Miroka answered, "Yes, Daddy." Naruto nodded, as he looked to Samui, who had retrieved the brought dresses and approached the family. He continued, "Then, let's go have a picnic somewhere special." All the women looked to him confused as he grinned foxily, leading them out of the shop. Yui, Kuli, Yup and Akino taking up a box formation around the shinobi group as they head southward towards the town exit. As they reach the southern gate, they are met by a squad of 4 shadow clones that hand the original their scrolls, who takes them and seals them in his wrist before they all pop away. A moment later, another shadow clone popped into existence, and both Narutos turned to his 2 daughters. "Now then, who wants a piggyback?" Both little girls' arms shot up so fast, Naruto swore the sound barrier shattered but broke into a beaming smile. Hopping through the trees of the countryside at mid-chunin speeds, Miruko and Saki were screaming in joy at the speed they were going at. On occasion their daddy did a flip or something which was totally awesome if you asked their clearly unbiased opinion. Naruto originally was going low jonin speed, but Temari reprimanded him and threatened to tell Shion, and the younger foxes were not fast enough to hold that speed for long. Thus, mid-chunin speed. Samui was thinking about how much fun she had with the 2 children. She too had overheard the discussion about their likes and personalities Naruto had with Temari. She never thought much on parental figures, having not met her own or not having memories of them at least. She had her brother, Atsui, and that was enough of a headache to deal with. That being said, as she hopped alongside the group, fulfilling her role as guard for the off-duty regent, Samui's mind returned to the only time he had been ready to strike out against her in anger. A red-hot anger, his eyes a vivid orange-tinted scarlet, his black sword coated in gale-force winds and killing intent oozing off his entire being. Yujito standing between them was the only thing that saved her, her intent barely shielding them both, her chakra pressure barely holding his back as even their bijus looked ready to duke it out. To this day, she has nightmares of it. The face of absolute loathing he had for her in that moment is what sobered her up to the realization on what she had done. It was a rare moment of truth for her, as she had allowed her feelings to surface at the time, and she was overcome with her jealousy of Shion and Shizuka for finding quite possibly the perfect man who did not ogle her but treated her as an equal and respected the strength she held. True, Naruto is heads and shoulders stronger than her. Samui is under no illusions about that fact. Even if she was vain enough to admit it, her body is the stuff of envy of many in Kumo, Lightning, and most of the elemental nations. There has been no little number of proposals, arranged marriage requests, and general courting sent her way over the years of service. From civilians to her fellow shinobi, all the way up to daimyos and lords of lands for her hand in marriage. The problem? They all only wanted one thing, and she has plenty of practice in seeing through their phony smiles and empty promises to the point she could feel their desires hidden beneath their masks of respect and dignity. It sickened her. There are only a few who have no intent emanating from them. The Reikijai, B-sensei, Omo, Darui, C, her brother Atsui, obviously, and Naruto. Even if hidden well, the swordsman of the Mist-Chojuro had it. Gaara no Sabaku, the Kazekage, it was low and barely registering, no doubt because of his wife. His brother goes without saying. The Leaf Group is also a big no. During their limited time together at the festival, the Toad Sage made no effort to hide his intent. Per the course if his reputation was anything to go by. Hataki caught her eye, his intent was there but far more controlled. The dog boy was shamelessly ogling all of them. A mutt in heat. He was so lucky that Naruto didn't catch it. He would have been neutered. That Nara gave her a full once-over, seemingly studying her so was unsure what his intentions were, so won't judge him just yet. The only tolerable one was that Hyuga, but he was way too old for her, considering his eldest daughter was only a year younger than herself. Leading herself in a full circle. Naruto only gets that angry in defense of his precious people. She's known that from their first meeting when he escorted Yujito back to the village after the ambush. Even then, when he wasn't married to Shizuka, he only treated her fairly and did not ogle her immediately. Just a warm smile and a firm handshake. Their first spar, he gave her that cheeky smirk that spoke of confidence in his abilities. The sparkle in his eyes as they clashed swords told of his joy in the fight. His unrelenting determination flowed through their strikes at one another, filled even her with the strength of self to push herself. For the first time in a long time, she desired to be at a man's side. News of the wedding wasn't a shock for Samui. Shizuka had told her at their first meeting, away from Naruto's hearing, that she had designs on him, so to back off. But that didn't mean she liked the idea of losing. That notice though made it clear. She lost. What truly angered Samui though was the fact that, despite the earlier talk, Shizuka had allowed Shion into the marriage. What made Shion fine, but her not so? That question is why Samui had lashed out at the gentle priestess in a moment of emotional weakness, and the reason why she both loved and feared Naruto Uzumaki. Shrine Office. Tsunade was the first to break from her daze on the portrait's reveal, speaking softly. "It's a lovely sight." Shion nodded with a mournful smile. "Yeah. A glimpse of what could have been." Hinata was smiling too. "Naruto-kun looks so peaceful and happy." Ino spoke next, seeing Naruto in this new light. "Yeah, he does. His mother is beautiful too. I see where his daughter gets it from. Even if she gets her eyes from you, Shizuka-chan. Kushina was a great woman who taught me a lot despite our brief time together," Shizuka admitted, also looking upon the family portrait, but she was only seeing the past and that 1 month she had with the woman. A soft smile gracing her features in remembrance of it, having a mother helping take care of everything and teaching her how to be one herself. I treasured every waking moment we had together. Truly, I felt blessed to have known her. She was like that, Tsunade says in a whisper. She always came off as brash, rude, and hot-headed. She cared, though, for everyone and everything. That's why she was always so rash and impulsive. Shion nodded to that, replying, Naruto's a carbon copy of her in that sense. He has toned down a bit in recent years as he has us and the kids to think about, but he will never look away from those in need. Sakura speaks softly. So, he's happy here then? Away from the leaf? Away from us? He is, Shizuka confirmed, voice firming and eyes hardening to unseen levels as she looks upon the pinkette. Her tone falls to ice as she continued. Which is why I will never allow you anywhere near him to have him potentially relapse into his broken self. We worked too damn hard to put him back together to allow that. Shion nodded as she retook her seat, the dust covering neatly folded on the side of the desk. She speaks after getting situated. As for your requests, I will investigate a trading post in Lodinia port for you, Hayashi-san. If it is trade you are seeking for, then that is best for you. Hayashi nodded at that, no counter in place for him to argue that logic. Shizuka took over, staring hard at the Hokage. I do not believe we can spare a place for a leaf consulate here at present. Tsunade sighed at that, nodding in acceptance. A likely outcome, she thought. She tried the Kurama angle to push it through, as they were at least cordial with Kyubi, being their students. Shion spoke next, cutting the Hokage off. Though, depending on what Lady Kurama says about Yakumo and Nila, we may house them here for a period of time, as she seems interested in their development. I will talk with her later about that, but I make no guarantees or promises regarding that. Tsunade perks up at that. The door was shut but not sealed. She smiles and nods. It was the best they could get. Shion then looked to Hana, feeling she should address her inquiry now. As for you, Inuzuka-san, I must admit I am a bit unsure of how to handle your request. No doubt the foxes wouldn't mind having your clansmen train alongside them. However, your clan head and elders pushing for more will likely cause more issues than solve them. Hana nodded to that, understanding the dilemma. Shizuka cut through her growing thoughts. I am even more hesitant than my Shion is. As you have made it clear that you seek romantic relationships with our husband, I do not feel comfortable allowing a relationship, even just a professional one, to exist between you and Naruto. Hana replied briskly, recalling the ball. I understand that. However, what about Temari no Sabaku? I doubt anyone could have missed. That is being handled. Shizuka cut her off, ice on her breath, glare firm. You do not need to insert yourself with our internal affairs. Hana, Hinata, Ino, and Hanabi bit their lip, biting back their responses, but Sakura spoke up carelessly. Well, we caught him and your daughters in the Suna consulate earlier, and Temari joined their outing. Shizuka's gaze fell on the pink-haired medic again, eyes still solid steel. Did I not say it was an internal matter? Though internally she was ready to tear that bitch a new one. Tsunade wanted to facepalm at her successor to the slug contract, Ino too, but instead turned calmly to her former disciple, speaking in a forced calm. Sakura. Just remain quiet, please. Sakura nodded and stepped back further. This allowed Tsunade to turn back to the Nadeshiko Kunoichi, speaking up. Forgive that transgression. We meant no ill will about it. Shizuka nodded sternly, before replying. Yes. Though, the only other thing of concern is your spy we caught, yes? Tsunade nodded, remembering Jiraiya's current position now. Yes. It is. Shion answered. As he hasn't caused any further issues, even on his brief appearance at the festival, we shall hand him over to you upon your return home. Unfortunately, we do not know which vessel was yours, as it is not in our records of vessels docked in our port. Tsunade nodded and explained. That is because we docked in the land of wood to the direct south and ran the rest of the way. Shion looked perplexed at that. Shizuka raised a brow, with the former asking. Why would you do that? Tsunade replied easily enough. We heard that the docking fees in the nation were extortionate during the build-up to the festival, so we figured we would save money by docking there instead. It only took a few hours at speed to make it here. Shion sighed, rubbing her brow in annoyance. Who told you that, and how much did you pay to dock there? Tsunade got a bad feeling about this, but answered anyway. We heard a port manager mention it when we arrived in the Land of Honey, among the other ships that seemed to land there for the night. As for the fee, about 20,000 ryo a day. Shizuka sighed, shaking her head. The dock master in Honey is an old woman by the name of Grace. Graying brown hair, black eyes, and petite frame. She would never have told you that. Shion continued after. Also, as an unaffiliated ship, at most our fees would have cost you about 15,000 ryo, but that would also have had your ship in our dry docks for a full service and samurai patrols. It would have reached 25,000 for medium repairs, and permanent guards 24/7. Tsunade face-palmed at being duped like that, and the other Leaf Kunoichi all sigh at being caught up in a scheme like that. Shizuka spoke next. You could have saved on the guard costs too, if you came as the Land of Fire delegation, aboard one of their navy vessels as I did with the Kiri delegation. As part of the international agreement regarding diplomatic relations, its protection would have been our responsibility to uphold as with all visiting dignitaries. Tsunade really wanted to punch something right now, evident by her bulging vein upon the side of her temples. I see. May I ask why that wasn't covered in the invitation to the festival? Shion answered smoothly, only Shizuka noticed the hint of amusement buried beneath the diplomatic tone in use. Well, you used the diplomatic seal to push through your request. We had assumed you knew this all along as it is listed a few paragraphs before the rules of the seal is listed. We had assumed you were already aware of it, thus mention of it was a moot point. Hana nodded at that, now understanding why there were so many ships flying national banners on the way in. Speaking up to allow her Hokage to calm down. I see. That is why we saw so many national vessels sailing alongside us during the final leg. Both Shizuka and Shion nodded, the latter speaking. Yes. Docking fees for those ships is limited to 5,000 ryo, and guards are placed by default. Tsunade nodded before rising to her feet, forcing herself to remain calm and in control, but it was damn hard. I see. Well, thank you for your time and we will await your response. Hayashi followed suit. Yes. Thank you for seeing us. I shall confer with my clan and await your summons. Both ladies nodded but did not raise to stand, instead watched them all leave. Border with North Land of Valley. In a hidden grove, filled with plenty of wildflowers, that had a cliff overlooking the many valleys of the Land of Valley, Naruto dropped in and came to a stop. His party also landed silently behind him, and were amazed at the beauty of it. A moderate breeze flew over, but it wasn't any real issue as plenty of insects of various types could be seen mingling among the colorful flowers and going about their daily lives. Setting down his princesses, Naruto began to explain. I discovered this place during my first mission here in the Land of Demon. He stepped forward, seemingly lost in memories of his first date here with his now wife, Shion, a month after the Morio incident. The others followed him silently, as he continued. I had my first date with your mother here too. She hadn't known about it before then either. Naruto's chuckle was soft and warm, as he looked back to his two daughters. Apparently, this was the place she had decided on marrying me at any cost. Saki and Naroka looked around at the sight. It was amazing, and the place where their parents decided that they would be together. That meant that this place was the reason they were born. A precious place for them too, it seemed. They both looked to their daddy as he continued, Naruto speaking up again. I was really nervous back then, you know. Your other mother wasn't too thrilled about it. I was unsure too, but I also did not want to let your mother down either. So, I made every effort to impress and hoped it was enough. As they reached a particular spot within the grove, Naruto unsealed the supply his clones got him, and within a few minutes a full picnic spread with warm food and drink that matched the date with the second light of his life as laid out. Though, this time he didn't prepare it himself. That was something he only reserved for his wives. Maroka looked over everything and it caught on first, eyes snapping to her daddy, and seeing his smile and nodded, she whispered, "These are most of Kachane's favorites." Naruto cut her off. "Yeah. Not entirely though, as it's us here and not her. It gives you an idea of what your mother and I ate back then. I wanted to share this with you too, because it was an important moment for your mother and I. Just like I want it to be an important moment for us too." Saki near enough teleported into his frame, almost tipping the shinobi over, Miroku a moment later, and their sniffles were heard by the three adults, and the foxes who were playing nearby. Samui and Temari both realized why Naruto had been annoyed by their decisions to tag along with this family outing. It was rather selfish of them. Episode 17. Shrine Office. Upon the door closing behind the Leaf and Hyuga groups, Shizuka turned on Shion, saying, "What are you not telling me? It is clear that—" Shion raised her hand to stop her sister-wife, and spoke softly. "What Sakura-san is worrying, but we both know that Nero will not betray us." Shizuka growled, already irritated at this all. First it was her own Nadeshiko sisters, now it is half the damn elemental nations. Why are the men of the world so damn lacking? Shion continued though. "I was planning on talking to you both about this later, when we return to our room and have a discussion about the subject." "Subject?" Shizuka with a brow raised, before her eyes narrowed. "It's Temari, right?" Shion sighed heavily, but nodded. "Not just her, it seems." It didn't take a genius to put the pieces together, and Shizuka was growing angry. "Yujito, right? It's no wonder she kept on insisting on only being his sister. Covering up for the fact she—" "Zuhaim," Shion called firmly, causing the other woman to bite her tongue, taking deep breaths. After a moment of silence, Shion continued, "Let us leave it for tonight. When it is just the three of us. Please?" Shizuka nodded stiffly, trying to rein in her jealousy and frustration at everything and every hussy trying to take her man. Border with North Land of Valley. Temari and Samui watched on as Naruto played with his two daughters in the meadow with laughs and giggles reaching far and wide. Temari looked to Samui, recognizing the soft face she wore as she saw it in the mirror on occasion, and the Suna princess smiled at that, speaking lowly. "You love him, right?" Samui's face returned to its normal impassiveness as she turned to the other woman, speaking just as lowly. "I do not know what—" She trailed off upon the smug, knowing smile Temari had upon her face. The Suna Kunoichi continued. "Listen. I will keep my mouth." Samui cut her off, voice a chilly cold. "No. You misunderstand. He hates me for my mistake. I am just trying to rebuild his trust in me, so I hope that I never become his enemy again." Temari had heard via the grapevine what her fellow Kunoichi had done, and how she was saved by Yujito, who almost pleaded with her brother to let her handle it. The two almost went to blows. It was close. Sighing softly, Temari looked back at the family. "You know, you aren't alone. Those feelings of yours." Samui did not respond, just turned back to watch the family enjoy their day off, her thoughts going a million miles a minute. Main Shrine. Naruto had observed the tight expression on his warrior queen's face all throughout dinner, despite listening to his daughter's retelling of their daddy/daughter day. Even more so when the name Temari came up numerous times. His priestess of light gave him the signal for later, so he had not said anything and just enjoyed his meal and listened to his kids' days. Finally, in their private chambers, Naruto watched as Shizuka put down Nami for bed rather stiffly and had been purposefully avoiding looking his way the entire time. "She's upset or angry." He remained silent though. Shion likely has a role to play here. On cue, Shion arrived, closed the door behind her, and activated the privacy seal. Once the ripple of chakra died down, she finally turned to Naruto and said simply, "We need to discuss Temari and Yujito." Naruto froze, his mind trying to understand what was being said. His sisters were the reason for his warrior queen's upset nature all night. Well, he guessed Temari probably had something to do with it, as she frowned whenever Miroku or Saki mentioned her. But Yujito? That is a new one. He had just patched things up with her. Naruto's thoughts were broken by Shion, who had cleared her throat loud enough for both trained killers to look to her. She spoke up. Naruto. The reason Shizuka is upset right now is that it is rather obvious that they are both deeply in love with you. Naruto stared at his light for a solid 10 seconds before slowly, carefully, lifting a single blonde brow. They are sisters to me. You know that, right? Shizuka actually growled, turning back to face her husband, who can be way too dense at the worst times, snapping out. I noticed it a while ago, but that performance during the banquet was damn right announcing it to the world. Naruto was now damn right perplexed. Temari was done up, true, but this isn't the first time they had danced at international events in such a manner. Was he missing something here? Shion spoke now, sitting on the bed now too. Naruto, you trust us, right? Without doubt. Naruto replied without thinking, looking into her jewel-like eyes as she smiled, and nodded, Shion stating. Then trust us when we say, Temari and Yujito are head over heels for you. Both are likely to ask for your hand in marriage via some political manner to make it look like it wasn't their choice. Shizuka added to that, as she ranted. Not only her. The two Hyuga, those other two from the Leaf, and your cousins. Naruto's mind was reeling right now. He knew about the Hyuga. Hinata was a problem, but was also wary of Hanabi. She seemed far too innocent for her own good. A perfect example of a well-trained kunoichi. He knew many, so it wasn't hard to see through it. Right. He knew many. Damn. But then his warrior queen said the other two from the Leaf. The only other ones from the Leaf would be Yakumo and her clansmen. But that would be hard to believe. Sure, he was once good friends with Yakumo, but her cousin he had just met. Wanting answers, Naruto looked at Shizuka, eyes hard, causing her to focus back on him, as he asks. Give me the full debrief. Shizuka did not even miss a beat, responding swiftly. Temari, Yujito, Hana and her clan, Yakumo, the Hyuga too, your cousins, and Kyoto. Naruto looked like a deer caught in the headlights at the list. That many. Hana and her clan were expected. The two Hyuga too. But he didn't think they had noticed Karen's feelings, but then again, women know things. Yakumo was a surprise, they haven't spoken in a decade. Karen was a new one he discovered yesterday. Anoka? She hadn't indicated anything to him. Letting out a very heavy, deep breath, face in his palms, Naruto finally looked up, gaze switching from one wife to the other then back. He finally spoke. I only discovered Karen's feelings yesterday. I smelt her arousal when you checked on me and the babies. Sighing again, the two ladies share a look out of his sight, though Naruto continued. Yakumo too, I haven't spoken with her until the other night. I didn't think anything of her, anything beyond a rekindled friendship again. It's been like 10 years since. The Hyuga, goes without saying. I shut it down, but it seemed that Hinata didn't want to give up, and I suspect that Hanabi is trying a different approach. Keeping my distance from her. He looks to Shizuka. As for Mari and Yugi, I honestly don't know what to say. Shizuka nodded, left hand on her hip, right resting on the cot of their daughter, speaking softly. You are lovable, kind, and strong. Many kunoichi find you far too irresistible. You recall how many of my fellow Nadeshiko had approached you. Upon her husband's nod, Shizuka continued. It's like that, but now across the world. Naruto nodded with a tight smile. Sorry, Zuhaim. Shizuka narrowed her eyes at him, and he froze, correcting himself. My bad. She nodded, and Naruto continued. I've caused you more worry and anger without meaning to. Though, unfortunately, that thing with Karen and Anoka reminds me about something we are preparing for. It was an idea at first, a challenge on our part, but until today, I did not suspect that it would bear fruit for a few months, maybe a year at the earliest. Shizuka did not like where this was going, but Shion's reaction was unexpected, as she squealed. You managed it. Naruto looked at his light, smiling softly with a nod, speaking softly. Yes. Thanks to Shikaku, Karen managed to get the basic seal finished. I now know why she had been so motivated. Shizuka cut in here, not following, asking. Seal? What are you talking about? Both Naruto and Shion look at her in unison, Naruto informing her. A few days ago, Shion overheard me explaining to Anoka that our clan would die with us. Shizuka nodded, understanding that as she too had been briefed on that, so he continued. I explained that even if we had 8 kids between us, they'd all be related, etc. However, she was still hoping we could somehow make a miracle. Shion cut in here. I told them to try use their seals. If that the seals can do anything, surely they can rebuild the clan, no? The Nadeshiko connected the dots and narrowed her eyes on her husband. Shizuka hissed at him. You plan on. As I said, Naruto cut her off, meeting her glare squarely and unflinchingly. I did not plan on it to be ready for a year at the earliest. I was going to bring you into the loop once we had a basic framework, but Karen and Anoka were unexpectedly driven. Well, now I know why. He sighed again, as if the weight of the world was on his shoulders. Naruto spoke softly and lowly. I love you, Shizuka. I never wanted to make you suspect me or anything. I never wanted to hurt you above anyone. Naruto found his head being lifted, and he met her gaze that was unreadable. A mixed silence was broken by Shizuka, who spoke lowly. Naruto. My dear husband. I am not happy by this. I admit that openly to you. I accepted Shion begrudgingly, and yet I was not disappointed. That being said, I am not happy with this. Naruto went to speak, but she shook her head, and he remained silent. Shizuka continued. I understand that the chance to revive your clan is something I am not able, understand, nor willing to take away from you. I will accept that. But the others will likely take me a long time to get over. A hand on her shoulder drew both eyes to their owner, Shion, who wore a soft smile, speaking just the same. Zu-chan, I honestly think that we could use this to cement our alliances and bring world peace. I know that, Shizuka murmured lowly, before sighing, then saying, I just don't know why it has to be my husband. Shion replied. It is because he is our husband, that it must be him. You know as well as I do, that he will never lose his love for either of us. He's beyond reproach in that way. The tension between them all remained high as they contemplated their family's future. Main office. The next day, Naruto was with his wives in the office reviewing the last few documents from the last of the delegations. Going through the various documents, though Naruto was bouncing his wave princess on his knee when a knock on his door broke the three-way discussion. They share a look, confusion evident in one another's faces. Shion called out, Enter. In came Gaara no Sabaku, stroll filled with confidence that faltered upon seeing Naruto there. That caused all 3 adults to raise their brows at the stumble from the normally unshakable Kazekage. Clearing his throat, Gaara helped himself to the seat gestured to by Shion, who was sitting dead center, Naruto on her right, and Shizuka on her left. Gaara spoke firmly. I have a request of you all as representative of the Land of Wind. Both ladies caught on immediately and looked to Naruto, who face-bombed. His wives totally called it. Gaara raised a brow at that, suspecting he had been expected, with Naruto being bested by his wife's foresight again. His teal eyes land on Shizuka, who was frowning as she spoke. It's Temari, right? You want to establish a marriage contract. Am I right? Gaara's sand armor cracked, a clear sign of his surprise at being caught red-handed. Shizuka nodded before affixing her husband with an I told you so look that every husband could recognize without needing to look at. Naruto sighed so hard, Shikaka took a few steps back from his seal's entrance, feeling the wariness within it, speaking up lowly. It was not my fault. I did not know. Shion sighed, then looked at Shizuka, who huffed and folded her arms before looking away out the window. The priestess looked back to the Kazekage, speaking up. Yes, we were kind of expecting this in one way or another. Gaara nodded, suspecting as such based off the reactions. Shion speaking up. We had a long conversation about the ramification of such a proposal. The main problem is that Naruto is our husband. We do not want to overburden ourselves or our relationship with others. Gaara nodded again. His own wife was enough for him, yet his brother-in-arm had been managing 2 and now potentially 3 would be challenging for anyone else. He spoke up. So it is a no? Naruto was now fully focused on his daughter, pretending he did not hear or even be in the presence of that question. Shion let out a tight breath. Shizuka too growled lowly for a long moment. The shrine maiden was the one to answer carefully. It is not a no. More like watch this space. We have not come to a definitive conclusion. Gaara nodded firmly, pleased the door wasn't locked shut, but rather discussion about it was ongoing on the subject. Perhaps he could push it along a bit. He offered carefully. Perhaps we can offer a few of our wind jutsu to solidify our alliance. To further our cooperation. Open up our academy too. Shizuka frowned, Shion and Naruto both sighed. Gaara continued. Plus, the elders won't say anything, and you will be helping us, the Sabaka clan, greatly as we too are attempting to rebuild our numbers with someone I know I can trust implicitly. Naruto looked back down at his princess, who was looking back up at him with her own blue eyes. Her smile caused him to return it. Shizuka spoke up without turning around. Is that all, Lord Kazekage? Gaara's sigh was barely noticeable, but responded. Yes. My piece is done. I will not take up any of your time. Though, I will ask that you not mention this to my sister. She does not know I have proposed this. Shion nodded, fingers interlocked upon the desk. Our lips are sealed. Gaara nodded as he stood and left. After the door shut, Shizuka glared at the back of her husband's head, knowing he could feel her ire, and Naruto sighed. I am sorry, Zuchan. I was wrong. If Gaara is saying this, then I must have really been blind to see it. Shion cut in. Not blind, Narukoi, just trusting. It is not your fault. Shizuka sighed, returning from the window to his side. She's right, unfortunately, and because of that I can't be mad, or I'll be a hypercritical person. It did not take long for the lunchtime to arrive when another knock on the door before they could leave. Shizuka sighed, Shion called out. Enter. In stepped Mei, who stumbled slightly upon seeing that Naruto was present, and all three occupants groaned at the sight of her doing so. Naruto looked to the other two. I'll go start lunch. I'll leave this to you two. Shion nodded, while Shizuka groaned as she watched him leave as she held Nami in arm. Upon Naruto's leaving, Mei turned back to the remaining ladies, Shizuka looking to her daughter in arm though spoke to the water shadow. Let me guess, you have a marriage contract offer? Mei was a kage, but even she let slip a slight gasp slip her lips, muttering. How? Shion chuckled saintly. An educated guess. Mei frowned at being seen through so easily, pulling out a scroll she had told Naruto was a mistake and hidden from him. She places it before Shion, taking a seat promptly afterward, speaking up. The thing is, I have a kunoichi from the extinct Yuki clan who is near enough. Shizuka cut her off, knowing the bitch. Relay, huh? Your counsel wants our husband to take her back, right? Mei's frown was tight when she nodded, sighing hard as she had forgotten the rather hostile reaction the Nadeshiko had with the Yuki on the limited times the two had been together in the same square kilometer of one another. I will not sugarcoat this. Yes. She has quite literally rejected all but him. We have overlooked her putting a double-digit number of men in the hospital for trying, but I can only protect her for so long. She is borderline insubordinate, near uncontrollable. I am not sure what else to do with her. Kill her, Shizuka offered causally and without hesitation or tone shift in her voice. Shion snapped to her sister-wife, aghast, but Mei was not surprised. Shizuka had not been the biggest fan of Relay. The feeling was most definitely mutual. Part of the reason Mei was hesitant to present this proposal was that single fact. Shizuka continued. Besides, I doubt she will like the fact that she would never have Naruto herself. Our entire family structure would. Mei cut in. I promise you. You're an idealist. Shizuka countered swiftly. Mei responded. She will not cause an issue. You could barely control her before we left. From the sound of it, she's gotten worse. Shizuka countered again, but again Mei glared. Her terms are. Shion cut in, annoyed at being ignored. Enough. Both of you. They fall silent, looking to the only blonde in the room. Shion sighed, having read the document during their little spat, speaking up. I have read the proposal, and I can assume this second signature was hers, yes? May nodded firmly, arms resting on her chair's rests, fingers interlocked before her mouth, speaking up. I have since added my own, and the others are my counselors. It will lock in our two nations as stern allies for the length of the joint family's existence. Shizuka scoffed. You all are doing this just to rebuild one clan? May's gaze was sharp, piercing even, as she replied to the brunette. Yes. It is our duty to protect what the tyranny had taken from us. Her entire family was taken from her by my predecessor. You were there, Shizuka. You know exactly what we all fought for. Had this been the other way around, I would be sitting here just the same taking a stand for you in place of her. Am I clear? Shizuka did not respond to that statement, instead looking to her baby girl, and May looked to Shion asking, Is that not enough to sway your decision? Shion had a rare tight frown. Lady Mizukichi, you seem to be misunderstanding something. May raised a brow. I am aware that you are a good friend of our husband. Shion began, earning a nod from the water shadow, so she continued. But right now you are acting as a kage. As if our husband was a means to an end. You have said it yourself in the past that Naru has been instrumental in bringing your country back from the brink of ruin. Yet you repay him by dismissing his wife's feelings on forcing another sacrifice upon him. You seem to misunderstand the power dynamic here. May went to rebut, but Shion raised her hand to silence her, speaking up. This is not a requirement for us. We can turn this down without even needing to list a reason. The simple fact that I am his wife is more than I need to do so. Sure, you can order him as his kage, but do not act like his friend the moment he says yes and expect him to smile and bear it. Too many people have taken him and his kindness for granted, and as his wife, I will not allow that to transpire. Am I understood? May found herself cornered here. Shion was supposed to be the gentle one, the kind shrine maiden, but it seems as she had normally only ever dealt with Naruto in dealings with Demon Country, she had forgotten that Shion is the de facto leader here. It isn't just a title for her either. With a heavy sigh, May responded calmly. I understand. Forgive my mistake in my approach. Shion stared silently for a moment, before responding. Actions speak louder than words, May-san. We shall take this under consideration. Flapping around the open scroll, as Shion continued. Though, when we come to a decision, we shall let you know. You are dismissed. May knew she had no other choice but to comply, so stood and bowed her head before leaving promptly. When the door shut, Shion sighed, rubbing her brow before glancing to the still wide-eyed Shizuka that was staring at her in disbelief. Shion asked, What? Didn't realize you had teeth that sharp. Shizuka muttered, and Shion smirked, then huffed. If I need them to be. You've seen our husband. The two share a giggle at that. Naruto is a great man but can easily be swayed by his friends and precious people and not think twice about why. Meanwhile in the kitchen, Naruto was moving with practiced ease as he hummed the tune Shion is known for humming, preparing lunch for everyone who will be showing up anytime now. Thus, when the door opened, he only offered a brief glance that revealed his two cousins, which caused him to recall his wife's words and frown. He turned back to the pork fried rice wok, and missed the confused look Anoka and Karen gave one another, before moving to assist their leader seamlessly. As always, upon the quick completion of the food, Naruto finally turns to his two clanswomen, who had suspected something like this happening and were prepared for it. An interrogation if they had to guess. Naruto began, leaning against the spotless central island, placing down a privacy seal as to not be overheard. I think you both should come clean. Karen and Anoka shared a glance, confused as to what it was that Naruto was asking of them. Seeing this, the blonde Uzumaki sighed, Naruto stating straightly, You both like me, right? They froze. Anoka's cheeks flushed red, then looked to her feet. Karen coughed once, adjusted her glasses with only a soft touch of pink, before she spoke softly. Well, I think it's a bit early for me to say that. More like you are definitely the best person to consider for a partner. Someone I can and will depend on going forward. Naruto nodded, understanding Karen's logical stance on things. They haven't known each other long, so his words might be considered an overreach, but it seems things were heading that way. He folded his arms, but before he continued, the door opened and Shiren and Kushina poked their heads in. The two could see that there was a bubble seal. Well, Shiren did, who then told his sister. Their dad pointed to the food, and they nodded before retrieving the prepared food and took it back to the table for their siblings and aunts. Naruto turned back to his two redheads, who then looked to the shortest of the three, who hadn't lifted her head yet, and the male let out a deep sigh, speaking softly. Anoka, I am not mad. I promise. Anoka nodded slowly, but didn't lift her head, as she spoke slowly. Well, the thing is, I kinda had a crush when I met you. When, things kinda happened. Then, when we played pretend on that team from the Leaf. Back in the Noodle country. Naruto chuckled softly at that, recalling that little prank on the former teammate, which reminds him. He could probably pull another on them before they leave. But Anoka's gaze on him, drawing his attention to her squarely, she spoke. When I heard about Shizuka from Shiren, I was upset. Then I thought that maybe, since we were surviving in the wilderness, and I had you to myself, maybe I had a chance. Karen glanced at Naruto, seeing his face of concentration. He was taking this seriously even if the three knew what the likely outcome was. That was confusing though. Why wasn't he shutting them down? Then again, why are they working to rebuild their clan if he had no intention to aid in it? Could it be? Anoka continued, tears forming in her eyes. But then, you said we were going home. Here to Demon Country. I was unsure how to proceed after that. Then, as time went on, I thought I had time to try get you to look my way. You are kind, fun, wise, and understanding. You understood my pain. Pain in my heart that even I didn't know I had. Taking a deep shuddering breath, before she broke into a smile. It was subtle, and I thought it was a crush. That's all. Yet, when I saw you hug and kiss Shion, I realized then that I think I was in love with you. It was not a crush anymore. Naruto nodded softly, not saying anything, allowing her to unload her bottled feelings. She needed to let them out. It wasn't healthy to bottle them up. He would know. His broke him at the height of his hubris. Anoka continued, her black eyes locked on his blues as she declared sternly, steeling herself for the coming rejections. I love you, Naruto Uzumaki. The time I have spent here with you has been the greatest of my life. I feel safe. Secure. I'm sorry for... Naruto halted her at that point, hand raised and face stern. A silence washed over them as his hand returned to fold across his chest. Taking a second to think, Naruto allowed himself a deep breath and sigh, before addressing the woman before him. Anoka. I understand. Anoka swallowed spit, clearing the lump of nervousness, but did not flinch away from his gentle touch that wiped her tears, and she watched him smile at her. Naruto continued softly. Thank you? She closed her eyes, enjoying the warmth of his hand on her skin, allowing the silence to drag for a moment. Naruto eventually broke it, looking from Anoka to Karen, who nodded with a firm smile, as she had figured out what Naruto's objective was. Naruto spoke softly. Things are going to be difficult, Anoka. Anoka's eyes snapped open, staring in disbelief at the man before her, and he smiled at the sight, before explaining. We spoke about this last night. Karen and Anoka both nodded as he finally pulled back his hand, and Naruto continued. Things aren't great, I admit. He breathed heavily, before allowing his gaze to flow between them both, but locks on Karen's ruby gaze, idly noticing she is gripping her hands rather tightly. Naruto continued. Shizuka has made her displeasure known to me, but I will handle that myself, so don't worry about that. They nodded, so he continued smoothly. But she is not willing to interfere with our plan to rebuild our clan. I am not sure exactly if marriage or the like is on the table yet, however I will assume that the rest is on the table. We are working on the finer details, but... Karen spoke first swiftly. Marriage is secondary, in my opinion. Before looking to Anoka, who nodded with a beaming smile, both looking to Naruto, Karen continuing. We are already Uzumaki. The rest doesn't really matter. Naruto shrugged. True. I just want to let things out, so we are all on the same page. Again, the two women nodded, though Naruto gave Karen a dry look. Honestly, the other day you caught me off guard, Karen. Karen blinked owlishly at that declaration. You have to. I wasn't asleep. Naruto commented, causing her to stiffen, mind recalling watching him and how she had borderline fantasied about having a child with him. Now Karen's cheeks matched her hair, and she looked away, with Naruto speaking softly. I was caught off guard, Karen, I admit. Karen slowly turned back to Naruto, hesitantly looking at him and seeing his gentle smile, she spoke. I did not. It is fine, Karen, Naruto told her, and she finally looked into his eyes, allowing her to see his gentle, earnest expression. I am honored, truly, that you are thinking about me in such a way. Just give us time and your dream won't just remain a dream. Okay? Karen nodded softly, before breaking the eye contact, looking away with her blush remaining consistent. Anoka beaming wide and bouncing around in her place. She has never been this happy before. Oni no Kuni, town. After that eventful lunch, Anoka led Karen to her favorite shop in town, a bakery that does the best fruit turnovers. Pineapple was her favorite one, and her friend Amy was the owner and has always been rather forthcoming and happy to see the normally quietly reserved yet respectful Anoka enter her small shop. This afternoon was no different. Upon hearing the chime, the ginger-haired, 5'3", wiry-framed, blue-eyed business owner looked over to see the two crimson-haired ladies enter with smiles upon their faces. She also noted the spring in their steps that suggests that they had good news, or something to that effect. Finding herself smiling at that, Amy set about preparing their regular orders. It is always nice when good things happen to good people. Anoka finally looked over to see Amy smiling at her, and she returned it. Before she could ask, Amy waved it off, saying, The usual? Both Uzumaki nodded, and Amy smiled before gesturing with her head. I'll bring them over to you. Your regular seat is open. Anoka smiled again, inclining her head in thanks before moving over to their normal booth in the corner. Upon sitting down, the two sigh in relief, enjoying the smell of freshly baked pastries, cocoa, and cinnamon that permeated the soft orange-walled establishment. The low hum of numerous conversations allowed the two to speak freely without being overly anxious about disturbing others, with Anoka stating, I did not think things would turn out this way. Karen smiled, resting her cheek on her palm, elbows supporting her head. Yeah. When I was captured by those Nadeshiko back then, I thought I'd die in a prison somewhere. Anoka nodded, leaning forward. Naruto did mention something about that. Karen sighed at that, before explaining. I was in the employ of a certain man. Didn't really have a choice in the matter, but you know how it is. Upon Anoka nodded, Karen continued. Anyway, a squad of Ambu, we original thought were mist hunters, broke in. I rallied everyone into the main chamber, hoping to defend the inner areas with a solid defense and force them into the open. Anoka nodded again, as Karen chuckled lowly. Didn't help. So Naruto was leading them, then? Shaking her head lightly, Karen responded. No. He was among them but not the leader. He did carry me back to the island though. Never thought the guy who dabbled in sealing was actually a lost clansman. Anoka giggled at the thought. Dabbled? You thought he only just dabbled? Karen blushed slightly in embarrassment, nodding once, still supporting her head on her palm. Yeah. I thought he was trying to be a smart ass about the whole thing just because he self-made a high-grade explosive note. How wrong I was. She trailed off as Amy brought over their usual orders. Karen with a coffee cake, hot chocolate with dash of cinnamon and a cucumber sandwich. Anoka with a cheese salad sandwich, pineapple turnover, and a coffee, made from the Uzumaki blend the two had given to Amy a few days ago, specifically for them. After dropping off the order, Amy asks, Is there anything else you need? I notice you guys are having a good day today. Anything you want to share? Anoka beamed at her friend, nodding. Yeah. We made a breakthrough in our latest project. We are still working on minor details to fine-tune the process, but it's looking good. Amy beamed back, rubbing Anoka's upper arm. Karen noticed over her hot chocolate, though Anoka seemed oblivious to the signal. To be expected, she only has eyes for one man. Though, Anoka continued. It's all really technical though. We have to learn about medical sciences and it's a headache with everything else going on at the moment. A certain pink-haired kunoichi, sitting in the booth beyond theirs, perked up at that as she had recognized the duo enter earlier. She remained seated and channeled chakra to her ears to listen in. Amy nodded along firmly. Oh, you mean the festival and all that jazz? Anoka sighed and nodded, confirming. Yeah. The numerous meetings and such means that our family head isn't really able to help us. He does on occasion, even if he's neck-deep in paperwork, or watching the kids. So, it's up to us to crack through the mysteries of the genome. Amy giggled lightly, as Anoka firmed up at the end, as if an explorer conquering a new land. The barrister countered. And so, you came to seek refuge among my humble abode. I am honored. Anoka nodded firmly. This is one of the few places we can think clearly. Thanks, Amy. Amy smiled as she ran her hand across Anoka's shoulder and back. Glad I can help. Let me know if you need anything else. Both women nodded and Amy left promptly, heading to tend to the new arrivals. Anoka looked back at Karen, who was staring intently. The black eyes met the scarlet of Karen's and raised a brow, Anoka asking, What? Karen didn't respond immediately, but took her time to form a calculated response, saying, I think being dense to those around us is a clan trait. Anoka was puzzled by that statement, before waving it off. It can be removed if we use the seals, so it won't be an issue if that's what you are getting at. Karen again raised a brow. Remember what Naruto said. Not out here. Her companion flinched at that, nodding meekly. Anoka replied, My bad, my bad. Just with all the work on genome analysis and editing theory stuck in my head these days, I am always thinking about fixing things normal medicine isn't really equipped for. Karen's gaze sharpened at that. That line of thinking leads down a path she just escaped from, thus warned her fellow. Careful there, Anoka. You're sounding dangerously close to a certain man our family had to cut down. Anoka looked confused for all of 10 seconds before it hit her, and paled. Waving her hands in innocence, she exclaimed, Not like that. I swear. I promise. Karen's gaze did not soften. She already had to escape the Hell One's psycho-scientist. She will not have a hand in creating another. Anoka then continued, I am just talking about medical conditions that are terminal. Seeing if we can increase the rate of earlier detection or diagnostic. If we can find them faster, then more options are available. Right. Karen slowly nodded, understanding that premise, but still added. Then focus on that instead of editing genomes. That is a one-way street to madness if you are not careful. Anoka nodded before returning to her sandwich, but stopped and looked back at Karen, asking, Wait, how are we going to finish it without editing the genomes? Karen raised a brow, not understanding the question as she swore it has been insinuated by their talk earlier. Lowering her cup of hot chocolate, her ruby haze fell onto the charcoals of her clanswoman, and spoke lowly. By combining ours with his the natural way. Anoka took all of 3 seconds to understand and process that statement before her cheeks matched her hair. She looked down at her food, to avoid the Cheshire Cat grin on Karen's face at her innocent reaction, though squeaked out an, Oh. Karen chuckled lowly, pushing her glasses back up before taking her fork and slicing into her coffee cake, before stating, Oh, come on, Anoka. Grow up. How else are we going to achieve your dream, huh? Did you think that babies were just grown from stalks to loving families and the like? Anoka, still flush-cheeked, shook her head as she tries to come to terms with the job ahead of her, replying softly, him and I, kinda, you know. Karen pulled the fork from between her lips, before stating airily, you forgot that you'd be having. Karen! Anoka squeaked and Karen laughed openly, at her embarrassment. It was so adorable. This is what she loved about Anoka. She comes off as cold and distant at times, but really she was just like a shy teenager stuck in an adult's body. So pure and innocent. Something she herself lost a while ago. Though, thankfully things have worked out for her pretty well too, all things considered. Thinking on that a bit more, Karen realizes this all started when those Nadeshiko Strike Force members pulled her out from that Hell's Cape known as the Sound Village. Letting out a tight sigh, she dismisses it as she is aware that Naruto and their family is gearing up for a very busy few months cleaning up those places with excessive amount of flames and chakra. There's a thought. Perhaps she could help in locating the scattered sound bases. So deep in their thoughts, or food, that neither Uzumaki saw the duo of Kunoichi leaving the booth beyond theirs, one with platinum blonde hair, the other a vibrant pink. They both left a healthy tip and made their way back to their domicile. Their Hokage needs to hear this. Cadet training field. Shizuka arrives on the deserted training ground to find her younger counterpart standing there in full demon battle gear, which ears a raised brow from the raven-haired beauty and causes her to cross her arms before asking. Kyoto. You called me here. Why? Kyoto nodded and takes a deep breath, then states. I wish to ask if I can earn the right to pursue Naruto and I. Shizuka's eyes harden to unseen levels and a very low growl can be heard, entire body going rigid, as with a tight throat, she replied. My husband is not available to you, Kyoto. Get that through that thick head of yours. Kyoto was scared without question. But, in the last day and a bit, watching Naruto handle the domestic affairs and his interactions with the various children, including her own that he has treated the same as Nami, she has to do this. Koki needs a father figure, a stable supportive one, that she also just so happened to like too. Shizuka seemed to loosen up a bit, seemingly sensing her junior's worries and stated firmly. Kyoto. The gray-haired woman stiffened under their sudden address. After a moment, she nodded and Shizuka continued. Is this about Koki or yourself? Kyoto didn't want to lie to her senior nor herself so responded simply. Both. Shizuka nodded, arms still folded, before replying. I told you already. Koki is already a member of this family, regardless of anything else. My husband has changed her nappies. Shiren has burped her. Kushina has played with her. Saki and Miruko have both given her makeovers in their off times. Even Nami seems to understand her little sister is a bit of a troubled girl and takes it upon herself to calm her. She shakes her head at that, recalling the number of times she has caught Nami holding Koki's hand in their cribs, both babies staring at one another talking gibberish. It's so heartwarming. Nami is a special girl all right, approaching 1 year of age and already a dependable big sister type. What kind of development is she going through? Shizuka shakes her head, before returning to the matter at hand, stating. As for dating Naruto, I am sorry, Kyoto. I do not see that working out for me. Kyoto knew this would happen and despite the reassurances, she felt that this was the only way. If something happened to Naruto, they'd be out on the run again. Yet again, as if reading her mind, Shizuka spoke. Kyoto. You're a chunin within the Demon Shinobi Corps. This is your home now. The gray eyes of Kyoto looked to emeralds of the stern Shizuka, that offered nothing to read, just a guarded posture that told one of an impenetrable wall that will not yield. A silent promise to stand any counter. Shizuka continued regardless. You are safe here. Shion has already adopted you as the little sister of the family, Naruto too, and as my junior, I will never allow anything to happen to you again. She thought on that a moment, tightening her head a bit before correcting herself, distractedly saying, Within reason. Kyoto's sweat dropped at that, before uttering back. Within reason? Shizuka nodded seriously, replying, I have learnt that it is the job of older siblings to keep the younger ones in check beneath them. So, if we are to change from senior and junior to elder and younger sister, there will be times I will have to remind you of your place. Kyoto gulped at the seriousness that was delivered, though the sweat drop increased in size at the wired stuff her senior has been taught. Who taught her that? Around the demon country, land of earth, and land of lightning, the demon containers all sneeze at once. Shizuka's voice broke Kyoto from her thoughts, as she said. So, Kyoto, although I understand your motive and feelings for my husband, I cannot allow you to pursue him. Kyoto was about to rebut, but Shizuka continued. Admittedly, your reasoning is a lot more tolerable than most I have heard over the years, but my answer remains. Shizuka turned to leave, but after a few steps she paused, and glanced back, with a barely noticeable smile. Kyoto. The teen slowly raised her lowered head, and looked at her senior, as Shizuka continued. I am happy to have such a brave little sister. You have courage to stand against me like that and not back down. Not many people have been able to do that for a while now. Be proud. Kyoto smiled in response to the praise before bowing her head. Thank you, senior. The next moment a kunai cut through her sword's two holster straps, causing it to drop to the floor, and Kyoto froze. Slowly, carefully, she raised up to see the hardest gaze upon her that set off every single warning in her body. Shizuka, with a single kunai appearing in her hand, spoke calmly. Do not let that get to your head. It makes it easier to hit you. Got it? Kyoto nodded frantically, bowing again. Yes, senior. I will not fail you. Shizuka inclined her head, before strolling off. Be sure you don't. And be sure to get that strap of yours fixed. I don't know what caused it to snap like that, but get it fixed. Kyoto's sweat dropped, thinking, you just cut it with you. As if sensing stupid thoughts, Shizuka glanced back, and Kyoto just stopped. No thoughts. No movements. Barely breathing. Shizuka then nodded and finally left. Kyoto let out a tired sigh, all her bravado used up, nerves burning hot, and she falls onto her ass breathing hard. That was nerve-wracking. Leaf penthouse suit. Sakura finishes her report to Tsunade, who was putting the pieces together. The two were in the open-plan kitchen together, at the island, with the Hokage drinking a cup of tea, as she pondered this. From what Sakura overheard, the two Uzumaki women were working with Naruto on a seal that required extensive knowledge about genome manipulation to function. As a medic, she can understand the desire to read a genomes correctly and accurately to discover the onset of genetic anomalies that could suggest treatments or early signs of disease in a patient. But that clearly wasn't it if it was so secretive. The only thing she can think about was that they were going to try and imprint. She paused mid-sip. Tsunade looked directly at her former apprentice, honey brown meeting light green, as she asked, Have you told anyone else? Sakura shook her head. No. But Ino was with me. Sensei. The only thing I can think of that requires these two things is... Tsunade nodded, confirming she came to the same conclusion. They are attempting to recreate their clan using unconventional methods. Mainly, their knowledge in the Fuinjutsu arts. Did they mention any particular methodology of how they plan to implement it? Sakura gained a light dusting of pink, as she muttered. Well, the one with glasses, Karen I think her name was, said that they do it the natural way. Tsunade nodded, a coy smirk forming. Oh. I bet she's looking forward to it. Sakura twirled a finger in round a stay lock of her slowly regrowing pink hair, whispering. No doubt. Tsunade coy smirk fully deployed as she placed her tea mug down, and leaned forward on her folded arms. Oh? Interested in helping them? Sakura snapped up to her master, incredulously and bewilderment in equal measure. Master. That is... Tsunade chuckled lowly, not breaking eye contact, continuing. That Sakura is written all over your face. I have suspected your feelings for our former knucklehead had shifted. Didn't think it was this much, though. Sakura sagged in her stool, face meeting both palms. Master Tsunade. It isn't like that. Tsunade reached for her tea again. Sure it is. Though I am surprised it took you this long to figure out. 11 years, though. I am happy for you. It's a tragedy, too. Sakura whispered, causing Tsunade to sigh hard, nodding in agreement. That it is. Sakura takes a breath before lifting her head and looking to her sensei, stating, I abused him when I should have treasured him. I shouldn't have been so... Tsunade nodded with a wary smile. That is true. That bridge is long since burnt up and gone. You are going to have to give up on a future together with anything beyond old friends. Sakura sighed again, nodding her agreement, though her racing heart would not settle down. I know that. What Shizuka-san said is still in my head though. Approaching them will be my last mistake at the moment. Tsunade nodded with a grimace, lowering her cup again, offering up. Give it time, Sakura. Once we get a foothold in a few months, we can push for a cooperative relationship moving forward. We just need to get the council in check and deal with those old fossils back home. Sakura nodded with an expression of firm resolve, realizing she could do something for her friend and prove herself worthy of that title. Yes, sensei. If we clear out the troublemakers, take Naruto and his son out of our bingo book, and show that we can be trusted, everything will be great again. Tsunade smiled at that, nodding along with her student. Indeed. Though we will have to move fast. I can count on you, right, Sakura? Sakura nodded with a smile. Yes, Master Tsunade. I will not let you down. Tsunade nodded before sipping her drink, emptying it before dropping it down, and returning to the previous topic. Though I am interested in if they can make this clan restoration seal work. If they pull it off, I have little doubt it will revolutionize the world in many ways. Sakura nodded to that, explaining. From what I heard, it is only partly for their restoration. It also doubles to weed out inherited diseases from parents to children. A lot of lives can be saved if they pull it off. Tsunade nodded, but then she realized why Naruto is keeping this hushed. No doubt he is worried about the abusive capabilities that this can be sued for. If it can be used to prevent certain parts of problematic genetic material from being passed on, then more than likely it can be used to breed out certain genes too. Whole peoples can suddenly find themselves unable to pass on bloodlines, unique traits, or even the ability to use chakra. A very dangerous concept the more she thought on it. Nodding to herself at those points, Tsunade looks to her former apprentice, stating firmly. Call Ino here immediately. We have to ensure no one, and I mean absolutely no one, learns of this. Naruto was right to tell them to be cautious. That seal is likely to be both a blessing and a curse for the same reason. Sakura took a moment to connect the dots and paled. How did she miss that? The darker intentions it could be used for. Naruto would never, but. Her light green eyes hardened to solid steel, speaking just as firmly. At once, Master Tsunade. If nothing else, she will ensure that Naruto's goodwill is not squandered. It is the least she can do now. Suna Consulate. Temari enters her brother's temporary office in the Suna diplomatic compound, to find both her brothers awaiting her, looking as sternly as she has ever seen either of them. Kankuro was sitting before Gaara, who was behind the desk with his fingers interlocked in front of his mouth. Raising an eyebrow, Temari asks, "What's this about?" Kankuro looked to his baby brother, who gestured to the open seat beside the middle child, Gaara instructing, "Take a seat." Hesitantly, Temari approaches and does so, gaze shifting between her brothers, who were both blank face, which was rare for Kankuro. He is too much of a softy with his family, vicious with his opponent's L, to pull off this mask of seriousness. So this was a first for her. Gaara breaks the silence, stating, "Sister, what are your thoughts on Naruto?" Temari, caught off guard, not that she showed it, simply raised an eyebrow at that, responding professionally neutrally. "A fine shinobi and a great friend of the family. The best field partner one could ask to have." "Why?" Kankuro's lip twitched at that, seeing how carefully his sister tiptoed around the line, but asked her, "As a character then?" Temari grew uneasy at this ambush, a growing sense of dread, that she masked with a confident look smirk. "By far your superior, Kuro. He looks fierce without needing my makeup." Kankuro took that hit and bit back his automatic response of it being war paint, and instead nodded simply. "So you say, there is nothing outwardly wrong with him then?" Temari raised a brow at the lack of any bite back, but answered carefully. "Our mission records show that." "What's this all about?" Her gaze shifted between her brothers, a slight tint of worry in her eyes and heart. Was something wrong with their alliance? Was Demon and Wind breaking their alliance or something? What could have caused that? Naruto would never abandon them like that. He's too loyal for that. Gaara wouldn't either, not even if his life depended on it. Gaara could see the growing tension and anxiety growing in his big sister. Her evasiveness at the questions was predicated but only served to confirm his own thoughts on her feelings towards her fellow blonde. So, without preamble, he pulls out a recently drawn-out documentation that he and Kankuro had worked on for the last few hours. Placing it upon the desk, Gaara explained. Kankuro and I have been drafting a new treaty with Demon Country and the Uzumaki family as separate entities. I, as the representative for the Land of Wind, and Kankuro as the head of the Sabaku clan. Please read it over. Temari took the parchment, and as she unfolded it, the title of Sabaku Uzumaki Alliance beneath the Demon Wind Agreement was a strange sight. The Sabaku, as a clan, have never been one to form clan alliances like this. Suna clans only ever deal with Suna clans, and typically once a generation at most. The more she read, the more comprehensive it appeared, covering every single contingencies one could possibly conceive and a few none would suspect. A truly thought-out treaty one might expect from the 5th Kazekage and the grandfather of the... She froze. The reason for this was rather simple actually. For buried rather deep within the walls of texts of diplomatic correspondence and stipulations for both sides of the agreement, she found out why she was brought in after it was written. Why her brothers had asked her for her opinion on her thoughts on a certain blonde. Her secret love interest. Taking deep breaths to compose herself again, looking up and with a glare so fierce she growled at her brother, Temari, almost yelling. What the fuck, Gaara? This treaty is... Gaara simply nodded, as did Kankuro, though the Kage responded calmly. A marriage contract between you and Naruto. Yes. I am aware. We drafted it after all. Temari stood up, slamming it down her brother's desk, yelling out. Then why? Why the hell did you put this together? You know full well. Gaara cut her off. I spoke to them about it. Temari froze. Her mind locked into the thought of those two 9's reaction to this. This allowed Gaara to continue. I had gone in expecting the worst. Expecting to have to haggle with them to get a shot at this. I cannot say for certain this will be accepted, but both Lady Shion and Lady Shizuka have not shut it down. Rather, it appears there are ongoing closed-door talks happening between the three of them. Temari slowly, carefully, nodded, professionally ignoring the tears running down her cheeks. Kankuro added, We have seen how much you enjoy his company, Temari. This... He gestured to the document she had pressed against the table, continuing. Is our way of saying we approve. We will do whatever it takes to ensure this happens. You have done so much for us over the years, and we feel like you too deserve this little bit of happiness. Temari looked between her two brothers who were smiling at her, and had no words to offer back. So she just gently released the treaty, and took her seat again, sniffling as her hands covered her face. Both her brothers got up and moved to comfort her. As they hugged her silently, Temari couldn't believe what her stupid little brother had done for her. Like seriously. Isn't this like an abuse of power or something? Though, she wouldn't change them for anything. They truly are idiots though. Her idiots. In her shrine garden. Kurama, in the female form, looks over her two students. They were breathing heavily, and have defiantly proven that they had the capacity for growth. Though, she also noticed how distracted they both seemed and thus, poised the million-ryo question. So, brats. What is on your mind that has you so distracted? Both Neela and Yakumo glance up from their laying position to their sensei, bewildered for all of a second before collapsing back onto their backs to catch their breaths. Yakumo responded though. This is our last day of training, right? Kurama nodded. It is. Why? Neela sat up, looking across the flower bed they were forced to emulate earlier in their genjutsu to the micrometer of details, bugs and all, replying. Well, what are we going to do after this? The Hokage said she'd asked to get us a clan compound here on Demon, but we also know that Lady Shion is not really cooperating in that regard. Kurama snorted at that, shaking her head, as Yakumo too now sat up, reaching for her water bottle, but the bijou responded. It isn't Shion girl you need to worry about. No, the real reason is likely Shizuka girl. Both raised brows at that, Neela asking. Lady Shizuka? The fox boss nodded, folding her arms beneath her sizable chest, Kurama replying. It is rather straightforward. That vixen is just as territorial as any other. She has likely sniffed out the truth and did not want any threats to her skulk, or mate than required. Both girls flushed, Yakumo harder than Neela, who only had a light dusting herself, replying. Oh, so that's… Kurama nodded with a grin. Yes. Straightforward. So if you want to stay on as my students, then I will have to grant it. Though, be warned. Shizuka girl will not be as welcoming of this. You will have to confront her earnestly to earn that right. I will not interfere for you after this. Yakumo and Neela shared a silent conversation, as Kurama thought on how best to handle this. Gathering the whole clan together and train them all. Perhaps their kits will help the fox kits. Like the Inuzuka pups. Have them work together and create a true clan in her image. Genjutsu and Kitsune. That sounds grand. Better than any of her siblings could manage. Having 2 clans in her legacy. With a nod, the vixen turned to the 2 humans, a vulpine grin forming, Kurama asking. How many in your clan anyway? Both clanswomen looked to the bijou with Yakumo responding. 48. Only a handful though are shinobi trained. Kurama nodded. That was an easily workable number. If they build something near the current dens. No. Off to the side to allow growth of both. Should get Yui-chan and Hugo-chan to make an up-to-date survey of the area around the eastern approach to the dens. A prime spot. Coming out of her thoughts, Kurama asks. So, have you decided? They both nodded, Yakumo answering for them both. If you would take us all. Kurama nodded. Consider me your clan's sensei. Oni no Kuni, town. That night, the last night of the festival was underway and everyone was out in force. Plenty of vendors with last day sales, plenty of guards who were patrolling the first 2 nights had switched with those off, so they were out in numbers. The visitors, now far more comfortable with things, are mingling among locals and their fellow visitors alike in a chaotic atmosphere of excitement. The main attraction though was the presence of the priestess in the center of the town square, flanked by the regent and husband, Naruto Uzumaki, and chief administrator, Shizuka Uzumaki. The 2 priestesses in training were with them, all in their respective robes of state. Shizuka's, however, was again in a battle kimono, hidden weapons littered her frame. There was no talking her out of anything less. As Shion gave her closing speech, Naruto observed the numerous groups with a firm stare. He can clearly make out the staff of the Mist and Suna diplomatic corps in attendance. The swordsmen and sapkas must be taking their shifts over at their respective consulates. A nice touch. The Leaf group is over on the side, they too are all in casual civilian attire. Last chance to unwind, so it's to be expected. Even Sato has his wife and 3 kids with him. Even off duty the man has his family sword on him. Naruto catches the guard captain's gaze, they both share a nod, but not much else. Shion finishes her speech with, and so, here is to another great year of prosperity within our land. I and my family are fortunate to be your representatives. Thank you. The crowd cheers and Naruto smiles as he bows along with his wives and children. The crowd begins to disperse and the family begin to meet and greet, allowing the people to come and raise any concerns directly with the leaders of the nation directly. Though, the whole council was in attendance at the booth, Naruto and Shizuka acting as both guards and advisors, as even unarmed they were more than enough to deal with any unruly civilians. Over the next 3 hours hundreds of citizens came through the stalls discussing everything from disagreements with neighbors, to legitimate concerns of state, from local unruly groups to possible threats from spies and the like. Each and every one was recorded and, if required, brought to Naruto's attention. It was mind-numbing for Naruto to listen to some of them, as they typically had vague information, but he did write everything down. This was probably worst part of his job, but Shion insisted on it as a way to show the people they were equally important, and that they were the ones serving the people and not the other way round. Naruto knew this, but still, If he has to hear another complaint about kids being loud as they played in the street, he'll have to rasengan the street, or something. Halfway through it all, Karui and Omo arrived with refreshments. It was a quick 20-minute break for them all. Saki and Miroku were yawning constantly as they ate. Naruto was guilty of hair ruffling them whenever they did. They glared each time, which was so cute to him, which made each consequent one even more thorough. At the end of it all, the final fireworks went off, signaling the end of the founding festival. Shion stood ahead of Naruto and Shizuka with Saki and Miroku at her sides as they stood with the crowd watching it. Naruto's office. Yujito led in her squirts into the office the morning after the final fireworks to find everyone in attendance. Yudakata and Fu, Chisato and Shizuka. Gaara and Temari, Tomei and Chojuro. All the Bijuin country were present, with the last being them, the Kumo group. All the lead fighting forces of the alliance in one room. Naruto nodded at them as they closed the door. It was kind of cramped, but this wouldn't take long, so all would have to deal with it for now. Thus, the regent of Demon Country began. This won't take long, so bear with the tight quarters. Upon receiving the nod from everyone, Naruto explained. Now the festivities are over, we are moving back to full operations. Right now, our focus will be on locating and shutting down the ultimate summoning creature program that the group known as Root is currently running somewhere in the Land of Fire. Everyone nodded, though Yujito stepped forward, hand raised. Naruto nodded, so she stated. We have warned the Hokage of our possible involvement within her area of influence. Naruto narrowed his eyes on her, and she knew she messed up. He didn't say anything else, but she stepped back and lowered her head. It felt right at the time. Sorry. Taking a deep breath, Naruto looks to Fu, who matched his gaze easily enough, informing. Fu, I want you to escort them back to their ship. Then, once they set off, slip in under their noses all the way back to the leaf. No doubt, they will try and move to secure Root and the old crones with the evidence they collected during your cleanup. Fu nodded, understand her assignment. It should be fun. Naruto cut in again to clarify. Do not got spotted, Fu. No doubt that decrepit old man has a backup plan of some kind. Follow the rats and they'll lead you to the nest. She nodded again, Fu responding. I'll definitely will. Naruto nodded. I'll be sending backup to keep them occupied. Expect our best sabotage agent. A gasp was heard and none missed the sinister smirk both Naruto and Kurama held at the carnage that the leaf will be dealing with. They would pity them, but they had it coming. Even Fu swallowed hard. That thing scared her. Naruto looked to Mei, speaking up. Mei, I want you to keep your swordsman on standby. This is likely to kick off suddenly, and I do not want to be caught unprepared without reinforcements in the wings. Mei nodded once. You will have it. Chojuro too nodded with a smirk. All 8 swordsmen committed to one fight? Sounds like you're pulling out the stops. Naruto matched his smirk. This might be the last time we can get away with it. I am pulling out everything. Yujito pipped up, hand raising. In that case, are you? The regent nodded, confirming her suspicions, and everyone broke into smirks, Gaara then stating. I will prepare our elite jonin then. Along with the puppet corps. Naruto nodded to that, before looking back at Yujito, stating. I will be dropping you off in Kumo via the Isaba's song. We need to brief eye on this. The second Fu finds the facility and base of Root, we are to group up and attack as swiftly as possible. The Kumo group all nodded at that, allowing Naruto to address the room. This is likely the last major operation we are to do on this scale. We need to contact our satellite nations and allied villages to take on this threat. Before I set off, I will be dispatching a runner to Marsh to inform them and offer a possible joint operation. This is how serious this is. Everyone nodded, so Naruto finished. Good. We have to move discreetly but with purpose. This is our final battle. Let's not mess this up. Yes, Regent. Oni no Kuni, town. Naruto and Fu sit at the fountain in the town center, waiting the arrival of the Leaf contingent. Seeing no better chance than now to ask, Naruto looks to his most energetic sibling. Say Fu, Fu looked to him, and he continues. I have been meaning to ask this of you, but have you not thought about settling down? This earned him a raised brow from the holder of the horned beetle, so Naruto continued. I spoke about this to Yujito a few days ago, but with Utakata and Hataru finally getting together, he can assume that Saiken will have a line for herself. Shikaka has Gaara's 2 kids. I have mine, so Kurama is all set. Sure, Roki is pretty old, there is no helping it, Han too. So, what I am? Fu giggled, shoulder bumping her brother, always worrying about things, and when he looks to her perplexed, she answers his question. You always worry about us, Naru. I know what you are saying, but I just haven't found anyone particularly interesting enough to see that way. Naruto nodded with a smile. Fu then continued. Though Cho may have discussed it with one another, and we have decided that, should we reach a point of no return, then we may have to look at alternatives. I am not bothered either way though. She shrugged at that, and Naruto nodded again, replying. I see. Well, if things get that bad, please don't stay quiet about it, okay? We're family, remember? Fu nodded enthusiastically and grinned along with him. Damn straight! We kick so much, but we are still undefeated. Naruto nodded just as footsteps can be heard from their back. Glancing back, an unexpected arrival of 3 people earning slack jaws from the regent. The trio all smirk, their leader with hands on hip. Yo, Whiskers! Been a while. Naruto grew irritated at that jab, she always trying to get under his skin and is particularly effective at it, but he pushed it aside as he stands to greet them. That's funny, I almost didn't see you down there, Kuratsuchi. This time it was Kuratsuchi's turn to grow irate, veins bulging as he offered a hand, that caused her to look at him, Naruto saying. You missed the festival, but it is good to see all 3 of you. Kuratsuchi nodded, shaking hands with the blonde, who looks to her 2 escorts, Naruto saying. Rashi-han. Looking well. Both men nodded back, Rashi smiling softly. Indeed, young one. Though you seem a bit on edge. Something the matter? Naruto's eyes hardened to levels that put the Ichiraku trio on edge. They knew he was a warrior from their own past standing opposite him, but this was intense. Naruto whispered below a breath. We have a massive joint operation coming up within the next month. All hands on deck. Now they too had hardened eyes, postures sharpening, as Kuratsuchi damn near orders. Who's the target? Naruto glances around discreetly, not seeing anyone possibly noticing their talk. Fu, huddling in with them, stated. The blank masks. The 3 looked to her sharply, before looking to the blonde for confirmation. Upon his nod, they nod back, Rashi speaking. In that case, we should prepare too, no? Naruto nodded, stating. Yes, I was planning on coming to you after I dropped off the Kumo group, but this is fine too. Kuratsuchi nodded before asking. What is the plan then? We know you have one. Naruto nodded, stating. Fu here is going to piggyback and shadow the Leaf contingent back home. No doubt, their Hokage will likely confront the old mummy and either force him to flee or execute him. She will stick in the shadows and follow the rats to the nest. Once located, we will all pounce on it with minimal delay. They all nod along, knowing of Fu's skills to literally get anywhere without being spotted. So Kuratsuchi nodded to the plan, making an educated guess, saying, That means 2 weeks at the earliest then, but likely a month. Naruto and Fu both nod in agreement. Fu stating, It shouldn't be too much of an issue. Though, we are planning the whole family to be in attendance. Both Han and Arashi nod to that, the red-armored giant known as Han, stating, This should be great fun then, huh? Naruto and Fu both grinned darkly, Naruto stating, It should be the final time we are needed on these numbers. Just then, Fu spots the departing Leaf contingent arriving from the eastern entrance of the square, and pokes Naruto, who looks over too. He nods. Time for the plan to begin. Kuratsuchi grinned, glancing at her 2 guards, before looking to the blonde. In that case, allow us to help you by discussing our upcoming treaty talks. Naruto caught on to that and grinned, knowing this would most certainly light a fire under their butts if the Havoc-Teir were in talks. He nodded before going into his diplomatic mode, and they walked casually together side by side. Fuz was desperately trying not to grin too hard, though she managed it barely. Having gathered their things and checked out of their room, Tsunade led her group into the town and toward the southern exit. Their mission was a partial success. War has been avoided. Despite the actions of a few too many of her overzealous shinobi attempting to things difficult. Now, they just need to get back and deal with the council, reset their bingo book, and make peace with their allies. As Tsunade was thinking of how to execute this all, Kakashi stepped up beside her and whispered, "Lady Hokage, check right." Immediately she does so, and spots something that caused her stomach to drop. Those uniforms are unmistakable for anyone who fought in the Second or Third Shinobi Wars from the Leaf. The Hidden Stone. 3 of them, 2 of which she knew off the top of her head, one being Rashi, host of the Four Tails, and a very strong shinobi of S rank. The other, Han of the Steam Release, holder of the 5 Tails. What made this worse was that the young kunoichi they were clearly guarding was talking casually with Naruto, regent of Demon Country, like they were old friends. They were heading this way, but Tsunade channeled chakra into her ears to overhear what they were saying. She hears the kunoichi state, "Much, just want to be treated like Suna." "How is that hard?" Naruto replied dryly. "Kuro, Suna has been one of our longest-lasting allies. I can't just give you that level of treatment from the get-go. It'll leave our other partners with a bitter taste in their mouths." The girl huffed, side-eyeing him. "Fine, then you can forget access to those gem mines." Naruto frowned, replying, "We already agreed on that, though." She shrugged, gesturing with both hands that it wasn't her fault. "Not anymore, it seems." Naruto countered, "Fine, I'll half the import tax. Last offer." The kunoichi made a big show of thinking about the offer before pretending to only now notice the leaf contingent, which she raised a brow, before looking to Naruto, hands on hip, saying, "You never told me that the hidden leaf was going to be here?" Naruto shrugged with his whole body, the same way she did. "It was last minute. After your last message me my reply. Besides, you guys said something about not having the time this year." She frowned, thinking on that, before Naruto turns to look at Tsunade, stating, "Lady Hokage, I am sure you know of Kuratsuchi, of the lava release." Tsunade nodded, tight smile. "Pleasure." Kuratsuchi nodded. "Likewise." She turned to the regent, who Naruto glanced to Fu, who stepped forward, Naruto explaining. "Fu here will escort you back to your ship, Lady Hokage. She has the scroll with your toad hermit, and has been instructed to only release him aboard your ship." Upon seeing the leaf group nod, Naruto continued, though broke into a wide smile. "Next time, I suggest not docking a country away and come directly. Less likely to be conned." Tsunade did not look away, though many looked bashful at that, knowing they had been had. The Hokage nodded seriously. "We will keep that in mind. Thank you for your hospitality." Naruto nodded before looking over the group, landing on Yakumo and Nila, and smiling at them. "Both of you, good luck. Depending on how things go over the next month, you will be contacted regarding everything. Expect a fox of some kind." Both women nodded, though internally Tsunade too was beaming. They had an in. They had an in. Naruto then looked to Hana and was in two minds about it, so decided to just say it. "Hana-san. Until things with your village and country improve, we are not going to have anything to discuss. Please relay that to your clan." Hana nodded, smiling with a light blush. "It is understandable, Lord Regent. We will be in touch." Naruto shrugged, before looking to Sakura, who stiffened. The two stared at one another, but seeing as she wasn't saying anything, Naruto just nodded before look at Kiba, and a light bulb went off. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a pair of rings, nod through it to Kiba. "Kiba, catch." Without much thought, Kiba caught the object, and upon looking upon it he was confused. "Wedding rings?" Naruto nodded, before explaining. "If you ever end up in the land of noodles." He trailed off, and it was like a light bulb went off, and he growled at Naruto. "Oh, you stole these from that couple?" Naruto shrugged. "Dunno. I found them." Kiba growled louder, though Shino spoke next, having connected the dots. I see. That was you. Kiba looked confused, but Naruto grinned, a puff of smoke revealing the form he had taken before, that naturally Kiba and Shino recognized, but the cherry on top, Naruto saying, "Why do ninjas need our papers? This isn't fire country." Before puffing back with a shit-eating grin at seeing the gobsmacked expressions on Kiba and Akamaru's faces. All eyes were on the two tracking ninja, with Shino responding after adjusting his shades. Well played, Regent-san. Well played. Naruto nodded to the stoic shinobi, looking back to the male Inuzuka duo, and says, "Never forget us foxes always get the last laugh. I am currently ahead with 2 and you have yet to beat me, this a big fat 0. Grinning like a fool, though Kiba just let out a sigh. His nose was bested by such a cheap trick. With that all over, Naruto looked to Fu. "Then, would you take it from here, Fu? I need to head to Marsh before heading up to Lloydonia." Fu nodded and mock saluted Naruto with a cheeky grin of her own. "Yes. Lord brother!" Naruto bonked her playfully, chuckling. "Just go. Depending on how fast you are, I'll buy you that treat again." Fu's eyes widened at the prospect, before growing serious. "Naru, you better not." Naruto waved her off. "You know I joke around a lot with a lot of things, but that is not one of them." Han added, "He knows you'll get him back after all." Naruto glared at the older man, who was no doubt grinning beneath that mask, he could tell with those eye crinkles. He hisses, "Dude, the hell?" Fu just nodded before approaching the Leaf group, stating in all seriousness, "Let's get moving. Time is not on your side." Tsunade nodded before looking back to Naruto, who was having a stare down with the clearly 7-foot or so man, and said, "Thank you for having us, Lord Regent." She leads the group bow, and Naruto looks to them offering them a nod, before they finally left. The second they were out of earshot, Kuratsuchi looked to Naruto, asking, "How many heart attacks?" Naruto responded swiftly, 6. "Easy," Han offered. "Half their council." Rashi nodded, agreeing. "Yes, and their civilians will at least lose crap themselves." They all chuckled deeply with that before moving off. They had things to do. Episode 18. A week later. Land of Fire, Hidden Leaf. The group who went to Demon Country finally returned to their native village. As promised, Jiraiya was released aboard the ship by Fu, before she left, as she had claimed she had a new mission to get to. Though, she did talk to the port staff, who were as pale as ghosts after she left. They were given a respectful reduction on their total costs, only paying half the full amount. A last gift from Naruto, perhaps. As they approached their destination, Tsunade looks to her former teammate, and then Kakashi, then Yugao, and nodded. All three nodded back. Shikamaru knew what was coming and had directed the others to prepare for something. Likely a fight with Danzo and his secret Umbu force. Despite them all being on full alert, none of them noticed their shadows. 3 of them. One was none other than Fu, who had hitchhiked aboard their ship, with the second being Isabelle, Yujito's familiar, and Naruto's top agent of chaos and mischief, Agent Cal Marino. They each have their own missions within the Leaf, and none thought about what will happen if they fail. Because they won't. Landing on the sand road before the gate, the Leaf contingent was met at the gate by the Leaf's counselors, including the Warhawk himself. Tsunade stepped up to Shikaku, who was in charge during her absence, and asks him, "Report. Things look good here." The man nods but asks the big question, Shikaku asking back. "Things are in order. More importantly." Tsunade raises a hand, stopping him, before replying, "Let's talk in the council room. There is a lot to unpack." Everyone nodded and the group proceeded towards the Hokage Tower. As they walked, some approached Hana and Kelsey, though noticed their tight frowns. Seems like bad news. Enoichi fell in step with his daughter, that offered him a slight grin, confirming his suspicions of a job well done. Shino fell in step with his father, the two glancing each other's way. Kiba dropped back to walk alongside his mother and sister. Shikamaru fell into step with his father, who glanced at him to receive a nod from son to father, which the father responded in kind, smirk on full. With all this shuffling around, none noticed the sudden absence of Kakashi and Yugao, though Jiraiya brought up the rear of the group. His disappearance would be suspicious at best, a warning at worst. Land of Fire, Briefing Room 1. A full assembly of clans had gathered in the briefing room, with those who went and those who didn't all gathered. The only two who were not present being the Hyuga and Akimichi, who had yet to return. As such, it was a full house otherwise. It only took 30 minutes for them all to arrive and take their seats before their leader. With Tsunade and Jiraiya on the stage, the elders at their back, the Hokage began. Okay everyone. First the good news. We are not going to war. A collective sigh of relief was released and tension eased room-wide, though a few noticed the frown on a certain elder's face. No doubt, he wanted to take control of such an effort to further his own schemes at the cost of the valuable lives of their loved ones. Tsunade continued. That is what we have been told, and we can believe it, as it seems that even in death, Lord Fourth has decreed that the leaf is not to be harmed. The leader of Demon had said that to us directly, thus she is ensuring that is the case across their alliance. Kumo, Suna, and Mist are following their lead, so we do not have to worry about those three. That set off a mix of reactions. Relief at the fact that 3 of the Big Five would be leaving them be, but a slight tension increases at the fact that 3 of the Great Five were allied. Tsunade leaned back in her seat, as she continued. Now, the other news. We cannot form an alliance with the Land of Demon, but they will remain neutral with us for the foreseeable future. Shikaku raised a hand predictably, and upon the Hokage's nod, he stood and asked. Did they give us a reason for this? Tsunade nodded before announcing. It is rather simple and twofold. Firstly, as we have their regent, Naruto Uzumaki, and his son, in our bingo book for a retrieve on site. Until that changes, they will not even accept our future liaisons. Many murmurs at that, but that was to be expected. Tsunade continued. Their alliances have also been briefed on this fact, so expect cold receptions when out in the field from any of their allied states and shinobi. Many share looks at that. It was a bit concerning but manageable. Tsunade continued. As such, until that is addressed, be cautious when interacting with shinobi in the field, and familiarize yourself with his bingo book entry from the black market. It has a full list of places to avoid making a mistake in. Many field shinobi nodded to that, making notes to do so. Thus, Inoichi asks next. Then, what of the second point of contention? Tsunade nodded at that, before giving a side-eye to Jiraiya, who pretended not to notice as she spoke up. Put simply, they do not trust us. Many were confused by that. They were a ninja village like the others, how can they not be trusted as the others are? Seeing their confusion, Tsunade sighed before explaining. As I said, that was me putting it simply. What it comes down to is that our shinobi have repeatedly caused trouble with them directly, in the case of our repeated attempts at recovering their regent, or caught doing things they have considered in ill faith. Like attempted to sneak into their capital building. That's when the few clever types put 2 and 2 together and glanced at Jiraiya, who had remained silent and blank-faced. Makes sense now. Though, naturally, Tsunade was not done yet, as her voice dropped below sub-zero. Though, there was another incident that almost did kickstart an all-out war with us in country at the time. Tension climbed at that, with those who went growing hardened gazes. Jiraiya pulled out a scroll, placing it on the desk, and it promptly expelled a bunch of blank umbu masks, burnt, half-melted, and marred by dried blood, with the inscription of NI between the eye holes. Tsunade stood up slowly, and with a calculation that screamed danger, as she spoke coldly. We have the Inuzuka clan for the save. Were it not for them, we would currently be at war. Some looked to Hana, Kelsey, and Kiba, who all nodded as they too stood with their Hokage, the triplets of Hana, stepping up and snarling openly. Akamaru too was growling lowly, staring at Danzo with all the hate he could muster. Kelsey's partner, Bella, too was snarling up a storm. It was expected, as they had all served with the Hunter Pack, thus respected their drive to protect the pack, being honorary members themselves. As Tsunade turned back to the bandaged elder, who was stone-faced, those that went standing from their scattered seats, With even Jiraiya glaring at him, the Hokage asked too damn calmly. So, Danzo, care to explain why we intercepted a root division in the land of Demon, if they were supposed to be disbanded? She cracks her knuckles as Danzo stood calmly, and stated firmly for all to hear. You are weak, Tsunade. They have become a threat towards the great tree that is Konoha. The fact that you do not see it is beyond me. Tsunade nodded calmly, stating instead, You are right. They are a threat. A threat to you and your regime of darkness. Come quietly and you will be. He abruptly puffed away into smoke. A shadow clone. Snarling, she turned back to the gathered shinobi. Tsunade ordered. Spread out. Find him. He is a traitor to the Leaf and Fire country. Execute on sight. The room stood. Yes, Lady Hokage. The shinobi all body flickered away, as two Anbu appeared from the shadows, dragon and dog. Tsunade addressed them both. Report. Dragon speaks. Our infiltration teams have located several entrances within the city limits. All forces have been deployed. Tsunade nodded before looking at Dog. Team Rio has also breached an opening, but something was off. The last set of memories showed numerous root shinobi caught in various elaborate traps throughout The operative paused as he received a few more, before nodding, looking back at the Hokage. Yes, someone else has seemingly gone ahead and been setting traps for the fleeing root forces. They are not Leaf-issued traps either. Tsunade was perplexed by that. Who could have found Root's underground bases and set up traps that even Umbu hadn't seen before? In a secret underground bunker, a certain grey British short-hair was licking his paw after confirming his latest victim's status. Said victims hung behind him from their ankles, with their arms stuck to their sides, and blank masks 3 inches from the ground. He needs to keep tally to add to his score back home. Though, he suddenly sneezed, drawing a few nearby Umbu in his general direction. Confused, his blue eyes scan around for something when his fellow feline appears at the end of the corridor, and waves her tail in a pattern. Understanding it, this secret agent of the kitsune moves off. There is another path that needs to be trapped. More for his score. Back in the briefing room, Tsunade, Dog, and Dragon got a shiver down their spine. A shiver they knew only came when a certain knucklehead had been getting cranky and was preparing to go on a pranking spree to unwind. Tsunade locks eyes on Dog, who was presumably looking back, and asks slowly, You don't think? Dog didn't respond immediately, instead contemplating what the original would say. Dragon, however, offered. The barriers should have detected his return. None of you detected him either. Tsunade nodded, but still. Maybe he has a hand in this. One might hope. Land of Fire, Root's central bunker. Danzo stands in the now empty storage room when his 2 valued lieutenants appear at his side, but he does not turn to face them. Instead he orders. Report. The ginger-haired of the 2 informed. Lord Danzo. Hokage Zanbu are cutting through the west and northern approaches, just as planned. However, we have reports of traps not of our own making are now blocking the southern routes. Danzo gripped his cane tighter, his voice tightening. Traps? You mean mere traps are preventing our forces from evacuating to the south? Yes, Lord Danzo. Silence reigned for a moment before Danzo stated. Is Project Rebirth secure? This time the hood-wearing subordinate spoke. It has already been evacuated to our fallback site, Lord Danzo. Danzo nodded, his smirk hidden by the darkness. You are to go guide the last group with the supplies. You are to ensure my safe arrival. I shall remain here. Allow them to think this shell is our head. Let them believe they have won, that we are defeated. For when they turn their backs we shall strike like a snake in the leaves, unseen and deadly. The root will live on and truly become one with the shadows. The ginger-haired man bowed. By your word, Lord Danzo. He vanished into the darkness, and the last 2 stood in perfect silence awaiting the arrival of the Hokage's forces. It was time to truly become one with the darkness, and what better way than to die? A dark grin formed on the man's face, nodding at this plan. What Danzo was not aware of, however, was that Fu would never make it to the fallback position, as he would fall afoul of the new cat problem that the leaf will soon realize is a menace to society. Even more so when Tora is roped into the schemes of the two troublemakers. Moving silently as a ghost, Yamanaka was sprinting at speed towards the location the last group of Root Umbu were to rendezvous after setting the charges to bring the complex, and a quarter of the village down upon them. As he turned the corner, he noticed a lack of movement ahead, which is unusual as Root are never late. The Hokage's forces had yet to reach this deep, so it is unlikely that they were intercepted. As he turned the final corner, he came across the reason that froze him stiff. For ahead of him were the bodies of at least 20 Root Umbu, some still ablaze, other unusually still with seemingly no injury to tell of their death. Fo was confused. How come the enemy was already here? This was answered by a sudden and unprompted meow. Snapping back, he saw a British short-haired cat, staring at him down the opposite corridor. Though Fo saw that this animal was not randomly here, no, that was far too suspicious that a house cat was this deep in Root headquarters. A summon perhaps? They have no record of a house cat summoner in the village. Yet here was one, with a look that did not display confusion nor innocence, but rather confidence. The cat meowed again and Fo took out his tanto, taking up a defensive stance. There was no way he was taking this cat lightly. Even as it tilts his head to the right, meowing once more, Fo knew this thing was responsible for the death of those Root at his back. Yet before he could move, he caught the cat's eyes flicker to his right. The last thing he would see was a white blur, lunging at his throat. The door was blasted open and in stepped Jiraiya with 2 assault squads of Umbu, coming face to face with Danzo and his flunky. The Toad Sage declared, Jiraiya bellowing. Danzo Shimura. You are hereby ordered to surrender. You are charged with treason and endangering the leaf. How do you plead? Danzo cared not for this posturing, and he lets that be known. Everything I have done is for Konoha. You all just failed to see that. A scoff from the Toad Sage dismissed the bravado. Mirthful chuckle filled Jiraiya as says, Right. Are you surrendering? Danzo's bodyguard charged forward and was intercepted by the Umbu who clashed tanto to tanto, but when his skin flowed purple, a call out of, Do not touch the purple. All the hand-to-hand combat types backed off immediately, allowing their mid-range counterparts to go through hand signs and flames unloaded on the Root Aburaim. He fell like a sack of rocks, ablaze and unceremoniously. Letting out a deep sigh, Danzo played his part perfectly if you asked him, as he lifted up his good arm. I surrender. Land of Demon, Main Shrine. Naruto was last to arrive in the kitchen of the shrine where Shizuka was awaiting him. Upon his entry she smiled softly, and the two embraced before she stepped back, allowing him to ask. So, what was so important that? She pecked his lips and whispered, I need your help. Naruto grew serious and nodded, stating, Name it. Shizuka smiled while enjoying his arms around her, as she brings him up to speed. Well, dear, I have a plan to deal with that bitch who dared put a hit out for our son and you. Shalia may be my aunt, my family and everything, but we were never close. She failed to secure a man and only got her position as I was too young at the time. Naruto nodded, knowing this all already, so stayed quiet to allow his warrior queen to continue. Shizuka does. So, from what I have just received from Ren, Lily, and Yumino, the queen is preparing to send a squad here to order me, Kushina and Nami back to Nadeshiko using force if required. Naruto kisses his teeth, growling. That bitch doesn't know when to quit. Shizuka nodded, informing. So, I plan on heading back willingly, and with Kushi, Kyoto and you by my side. Naruto quirked a brow, an unusual team, and was their little sister up for this, asking. I take it you have already. Shizuka nodded, her green eyes locked on his blue as she states. Shion is the only one I am remotely comfortable with keeping Nami safe and happy. With everyone gone, I know Utakata is the only one here still and can defend this place if worst-case scenario takes place. Naruto nodded, making a mental note to talk to Utakata for this favor. He asks, When do you plan on moving out? His queen smiled warmly, eyes filled with admiration for his acceptance of her leadership, Shizuka explaining. I was hoping for tomorrow morning. Get there late evening if we use your summons. Naruto nodded. It was doable. Okay. I'll check back with Utakata and you can inform Shion. This shouldn't take more than a week, so be sure to stress that to her or she will panic again. Upon her nod, he kisses her and it instantly gets much deeper. Breaking apart, Naruto whispered. After this, things will go back to normal. Okay? She nodded, laying her head into his chest and taking a deep breath, enjoying the warmth that her husband was known for. Shizuka missed the steel gaze of Naruto as he glared at nothing, allowing his long-buried anger at the queen's death sentence on his son, but, at the time, he couldn't act on it, and instead channeled it into protecting his son and Kyoto. This is no longer a limiting factor. Missed consulate. Naruto turns back when Utakata steps out and spots him. Kicking off the wall, the regent of the nation smirks at the yawning brother who was actually wearing his demon Jonin attire, a rare sight. Naruto finally speaks up when his brother arrives. Seems you've adapted well to your new circumstances. Utakata just shrugged uncaringly, but Naruto could see the earnest smile he donned, Utakata replying. It is still early days. Still in the honeymoon stages. Naruto nodded, agreeing to that, and allowed the former Miss Shinobi to ask. So, what brings you here? The academy is out until next week, right? The nation's strongest defender nodded again, an accurate statement, Naruto responding. Need a favor? Utakata nodded, seriousness replacing his normally whimsical air as his brother in circumstance rarely asks for such. He tells him. Anything. Naruto nodded again, noting the seriousness of his friend, stating. My home and I are going to sort out the whole Nadeshiko situation, and I need you to hold down the fort until I get back. Utakata raised a brow, saying, I thought I made it pretty obvious about my intention to stay out with my taking a class. The blonde let out a grunt at that, hands falling into his trouser pockets before fixing his brother a dry look, Naruto stating. Utakata. This is for our reassurance. Shizuka, Shion, and my own. The kids are all here and Log knows how paranoid Shion is with her advancing condition about us not returning this time. The worry in his voice was not lost on the host of the six-tailed slug, offering a reassuring smile and a nod, Utakata replying. You have always been accepting of me. So this task is something I will assure is nothing less than perfectly done. That I swear. Naruto smiled softly, extending an arm in a familiar gesture. Thank you, my brother. Utakata was prompt in his response, grasping the arm with his own as he replied. We are family. This is natural for us, no? Both men smiled and their brotherhood reaffirmed in that moment. Oni no Kuni, West Exit. Shizuka was leading her selected team of Kyoto, Karen, and her daughter Kushina. Tagging along was Shiren, Amano, and Kazato, all of which insisted on joining them. Naruto watched from the gate, donning his Jonin attire outfitted with a basic loadout for medium combat and aggressive scouting. When the two groups converged, Shiren spoke first, asking, Papa, why can't I go too? I am strong enough to. Naruto flicked his forehead, interrupting his son, before explaining. 2 reasons. First, this is Nadeshiko business. Very dangerous for one so young. Second, I need to focus on getting strong with your friends and protecting your mother and youngest members of our family. You can do that, right? Shiren nodded hesitantly at first as he contemplated the spoken words, but upon the understanding of them, a steel resolve his father had become proud of made itself known upon the features of the eldest of the new generation of Uzumaki. He nodded firm enough to match his resolve. Consider it done, Papa. Naruto smirked, an Uzumaki smirk, ruffling the boy's hair whilst oozing pride. I am reassured you are taking it seriously. I believe in you. He then looked to his other two, saying, You too as well. Keep supporting your brother for me, please. Both Amano and Kazato offered beaming smiles with a textbook salute they copied from the other cadets, the red-eyed blonde known as Amano declared. Always, Daddy! Kazato's smile fell into a familiar foxy smirk, making the others wonder just how much time the boy had spent with the family, and he replied, I will, Dad. Count on us. Naruto nodded at the resolve, smiling broadly, ruffling his dark hair much to Kazato's secret joy, before turning to his party before they were joined by the Kumo group land beside them, much to Naruto's surprise. Not that he showed it. He had thought they had left last night. Yujito was the first to speak. Naruto, can we talk? Naruto shrugged casually, looking back at his squad leader, who glared at the woman telling him what she thought on it. Sighing, the male blonde waves her off as he says, "If you can keep pace." Before leaping off was Shizuka, Kushina, Karen with Kyoto looking back at them briefly before following after. Yujito was first to move after them, Kuri then Samui with Omoi bring up the rear. Land of Fire, Hidden Leaf. Two cats make their way through the streets of the village hidden in the leaves, and none of the passing shinobi noticed them. Almost none. As the two feline secret agents were followed by a certain special jonin who had smelt the blood flowing from the duo. Slipping into an alleyway, both cats stop and turn and stare at the shadow that had been followed them into the alleyway, and Icebell spoke. "Snake. We can smell you following us." Out stepped the woman in question, tan trench coat, orange miniskirt, and fishnet dress in full view of the two feline. Anko grinned at Little Cat, nodding. "You are not normal kitty cats, huh? Who's your summoner?" Icebell tilted her head cutely, blinking twice, before looking to her fellow cat, who looks back before they both look to the human, and Icebell spoke. "Did you really think we would say that?" Anko chuckled with a shrug, replying, "Yeah, I guess not. So, what are you doing here?" Icebell tilted her head to the left, and replied, "Classified. We are leaving now, ta-ta." They both vanished in a puff of smoke, much to the surprise of the jonin. Land of Fire, Eastern Coast. Fu had followed her summons, who had spread out the entire eastern area of the nation, as planned, meaning that the two kittens had been successful in their efforts to create chaos and funneled their enemy in their trap. She followed unseen, unheard, and certainly undetected within the shadows as she followed the formation of root shinobi rushing towards and gathering at the coast. Counting them off and taking note of the various scrolls, Fu took mental notes, and observing these near 150 operatives moving about. Unlike what she and Naruto had suspected, these root umbu looked focused on a mission, a task, a goal given to them by their leader, who should be in the hands of the authorities back in the leaf by now. Something wasn't right, and Fu did not like this at all. Chomei too was on edge at the situation growing before his host. A full hour later several large ships arrived. They lacked markings, and with well-coordinated movements, the root forces collected their weapons and gears, before they headed out to meet the 4 vessels just offshore. None detected their shadow as Fu gave chase. Land of Honey, border with marsh. Shizuka led the group to the border between marsh and honey, landing in the small clearing and turned back to see the Kumo group land on their tail. She spoke first. "This is where we split ways." Yujito nodded with a smile, looking from the woman to Naruto, replying, "Yes. Thank you for allowing us to accompany this far." Naruto shrugged, stating, "Well, the show of force was very useful and drove home the seriousness of our request. Better than kicking their asses again." Yujito and Samui nodded, though Omoi moved towards Kyoto, and under Naruto's discreet eyes, the Kumo shinobi asks, Kyoto-san, when I get back to Demon, can we get some coffee or something?" Kyoto was surprised by the request, and a quick glance told her she was not alone in that. Although discreet, the former Nadeshiko turned demon shinobi noticed that Shizuka and Karen were paying rapt attention to her response. Kushina wasn't so discreet in her shock. Naruto was talking with Samui and Yujito. The three seemed oblivious to what was happening, but Kyoto was not fooled, as they were likely aware of what was going on. Taking a deep breath, Kyoto looks to Omoi and replied hesitantly, I guess we can, sure." Omoi nodded, smiling around his lollipop until a brief, sharp, and heavy blast of killing intent that sent shivers down his spine, but before he could trace the source it was gone again. Glancing around, Naruto was his primary suspect, but he had just fist bumped Yujito before nodding at Samui. Who the hell was that? Naruto then steps towards the ocean side of the clearing, before glancing over at the Kumo forces and saying, Get back swiftly but safely. We have little time left to act. Yujito nodded firmly, smiling softly. We will be ready. I assure you that we will be ready and react accordingly. I promise. Naruto smirked and nodded before turning his back. Shizuka, Kyoto, Karen, and Kushina beside him, he says. I will hold you to that, Yugi. Before she could snap back her response, they had leaped off the cliff side and biting their thumbs before calling out. Summoning! The Kumo squad watched as 3 Leviathans appeared swimming southward, Naruto at the head of the 3, Shizuka at his side, and Kyoto stood atop Karen's new animal partner. Kushina was alone on her smaller sea serpent that managed to keep pace. Yujito just shook her head, glancing at her own troops, stating, Show-offs. Kurui chuckled with a smirk, her golden eyes landing on her leaders, replying, You only just noticed? Samui nodded with that question, smirking lightly. It's cool. Yujito sighed, hands on hips before looking back at the disappearing trio. Right. We should get back to Kumo and give the Reikijou reports. He has probably heard of the battles during the festival. They all nodded before vanishing into the trees, course due west towards the Land of Sky via the Land of Wolf. Time was not on their side and the future battle was already on the horizon. Nadeshiko, water offshore. The 3 summons would normally travel beneath the waves. Their summoners had underwater breathing for that reason, however, as they had non-summoners and apparently were making an entrance, thus this time, they stayed on the surface and traveled at speed. As the landmass known as Nadeshiko approached, Naruto glances to his love, life, warrior queen, mother of his kids, and wife, asking, You sure you're ready for this? Shizuka nodded firmly, hoping her lack of confidence would not be noticed, but again, her beloved husband saw right through the mask but did not comment on it. She whispered into the wind, he barely caught. It should be fine. I am sure that Ren hasn't failed me. Naruto nodded to himself, glancing back at Karen, atop her own Leviathan that was dark gray scales, and dark green stomach and fins. She was trying to keep Kyoto calm by teasing her about Omoa's rather bold offer of a date. He smirked and glanced opposite where his daughter was atop his own summon's younger brother, matching white scales, but instead of cyan undertone he had light blue. Kushina met her father's gaze with her own and she waved and smiled. The 2 nodded and allowed them both to look forward. The group had just passed the first defensive line and Karen noticed the movement of the defensive forces, and caught Naruto's gaze and signaled their detection. He nodded before looking to his wife, who nodded firmly with a grim determination. She will not fail as her son's life is on the line. The second defensive line was passed when the first sign of resistance appeared and the sight of several water jutsu being fired their way. Several water dragons lifting up from the waves and charging at them. Naruto, Karen, and Kushina wasted no time in deploying their chains and tore apart the aggressive water attacks. The summons ducked and weaved around the offensive and let out roars in unison, breaking through the final and last line of defense. They came into view of the landing zone and Naruto looks to his wife, whose resolve had hardened since the initial contact. She smirks, looking to her husband. Shizuka says, It is time. We will protect our family. Naruto nodded firmly, his gaze unwavering as he looks forward upon the cliff ahead, came upon them rapidly, and informed. That we will. Let's go! Nadeshiko Island. Pearl Beach. The white sand beach that was littered with chalk-white boulders that led to the poetic name of the Pearl Beach by the inhabitants, but this day, it was to be the site of the first clash in this one-day war of succession, and it was starting with 3 creatures of legends roaring to signal its beginning. The 3 sea serpents approached the glistening white beach and unleashed blasts of water, creating a tsunami wave that cleared the landing zone for their passengers and charges. Said passengers were able to ride their attack into the beach that cleared their landing zone, allowing the quintet to land unchallenged and safely. The 3 Leviathans kept the attention on them with a third roar and fired off 3 blasts of large water balls at the initial defense forces assembling to launch their counterattack, which was now subsequently delayed. As they all puffed away, the smoke covered the prepared squad of 5 that were ready to take the fight to the enemy, that they all knew was not their fellow Nadeshiko Kunoichi, who were following their leader's orders, but rather their leader and current tyrant queen, Shilia. This was acknowledged as a double-edged sword of this attack, as they were unwilling to kill their opponents. That would likely be ordered to fight to kill most their party, with Naruto a high priority followed by Kyoto, with Karen being an acceptable casualty. Shizuka stepped forward, Naruto on her left, who was flanked by both Kyoto and Karen, and Kushina, her daughter, on her right, all with their preferred weapons out, as she cleared the beach and looked across the field and the dirt path towards the paved path that snaked around the farmland toward the Grey Fortress. Their second checkpoint and barrier towards the palace from this angle of attack. A quick glance around showed that the field the Nadeshiko princess noted that it was partially flooded, and her sister Kunoichi were purposely staying down and were breathing. Shizuka gave the order to her team. We have to move fast and uncompromisingly. Fight to disable, not kill. We may be opposing one another, but they are still our sisters. Receiving various replies in the affirmative, she nods again, and rushes forward, chakra in her feet, as they dart across the waterlogged field towards their objective. Grey Fortress. Here they come! Upon the call out, a bunch of archers manned the tall wall overlooking the farmlands of the northeastern approach from the Pearl Beach. As they drew back their arrows, it was clear to see that all were aiming at the lone male of the encroaching group. Why they were hesitant was clear as day. They were loyal to their home, but even they thought this was pushing it. Why the queen had ordered the death of Lady Shizuka's husband and son none knew. But even if these were orders, they had done nothing wrong. No laws broken. No crime committed. Heck, from the looks of it, Shizuka's husband had even rescued one of their own in his absence from the island. So when their leader called out, "Fire!" none of 26 Kunoichi budged. No arrows flew. Just a calm acceptance of their failure to follow these orders. Their captain, a 29-year-old woman by the name of Akagi, who had snow-white hair, turquoise eyes, supple tan skin that you could find numerous scars from previous battles, was standing there staring at her unit of 26 Kunoichi. Eventually she chuckled and nodded, not saying a word, as Shizuka lands on the top of the defense wall. Before the princess could say anything, Akagi did, waving her off. "We've lost, and clearly you beat us." Her smirk was telling, and Shizuka hopped down calmly, as her squad all land across the wall's defensive line, unchallenged. Shizuka turned to Akagi and asked, "Do you know how many more units we have between here and—" Akagi cut her off, another waved hand, as she spoke. "In all honesty, I think only Anu and Erika will actually fight you, princess." Shizuka rolled her eyes at the names mentioned. Erika has been her self-appointed rival since they could hold kunai. She is a competent kunoichi. A step above most, just not S-class like she is. Maybe if she hadn't met Naruto during the Civil War and missed, she may not be there, but that conflict left its mark on all those who participated. Some brat who only left the island with a full squad like Erika doesn't deserve the S-rank title. As for Anu, she has no clue. Shizuka looks to Akagi, brow raised. "Anu? Why is she sticking up for?" Akagi looked back at the princess like she was stupid, then recalled she had fled 2 weeks back to find her husband, who was now standing among them. Nodding to herself, Akagi casually hooks a loose bang behind her ear as she explained. "From what I've heard in the market." Naruto actually rolled his eyes at that, knowing that when she said market, it actually meant their nightly get-togethers, which could mean anything from movie nights and sleepovers to shopping sprees and man-hunting. And when he says man-hunting, it is actually as explained. He has happened upon these hunting parties during several missions with the Hidden Mist and Hidden Cloud. All escort missions. He had personally fended off 3 of these parties, saving his target. Well, more like shifting the targets of his foes to him. Thus, the reason Shizuka doesn't typically like him hanging around in Nadeshiko. He turned back into the conversation, perfectly ignoring the obvious attempts at being subtle eyes on him from the nearly 30 kunoichi that currently surround him. Sighing, Shizuka nodded before replying. "Fine. We were already planning on only roughing them up a bit anyway. If Sheila steps down willingly, this can be bloodless." Akagi nodded, smirking hotly. Oh, look at you, miss, I am an S-rank, this is all too easy, and with your hunk of an S-rank husband and B-rank daughter. Think things will be that easy? Shizuka's eyebrow wanted to twitch at the name, but she refused to allow it, and instead gave the captain of the Northern Guard a hard look, stating firmly, "We trained hard and efficiently, day in and day out. Don't give me sass or so help me." The captain chuckled and waved her off. Akagi had no heat in her words. "I get it, geez. Though I am mighty proud to be in your generation. Go on, get gone." Before they did, Naruto spoke up, seemingly calmly. "Akagi." All eyes fall on the lone male, including their captains, allowing him to continue lifting 4 fingers as he lists off. Aichi, Kata, Tashiro, and Fumi. Where are they? The way his voice lowered, the cold undertone, and the hardening of his eyes told Akagi exactly what the shinobi would do with that information. She was under no illusions about that, so asks, "May I ask what you intend to do?" Naruto did not smile, did not flinch, and did not look away as he replied to her with absolute seriousness that none but his wife, and Karen during that fight, had ever seen from him. "There are very, very few things that can make me truly angry. Threats to my family, attacks on my precious people, and hurting my family. Those 4 threatened to assault my son, threatening his innocent, and attacked him on orders of that lady." The flat tone he had used forced many to swallow hard. The steel within was a razor wire that was not unseen, and all bore witness to him lifting the lid on his simmering rage that seemed endless. For the first time, the Nadeshiko Kunoichi bore witness to the unshakable resolve and determination of an Uzumaki father who had it out for those who dared to lay a finger on one of his children. They all gulped a second time. Nadeshiko Palace. Standing exactly 400 meters from the defense walls around the palace, Shizuka eyes the defenders, who all looked very much like they wanted to fight and that they would not yield to her. Such a shame. The brunette turns back to her squad, all standing with her stern looks upon their faces. Shizuka finds herself smiling at them, each and every one. Addressing them, Shizuka spoke. "I want to keep this bloodless, so all of you, try your best to keep your swords sheathed, and once they are knocked out, to leave them out of harm's way." Kushina nodded firmly, but her mother could clearly see just how nervous her baby girl was. Kyoto too was clearly troubled by the situation as a whole, but was reminding herself that Naruto was with her. Karen seemed completely at ease at the situation, as she had no problem slapping a bitch around a bit. Naruto too was perfectly calm, but they all knew it was a front, as he was keeping himself in check until they come across his self-assigned extra targets, to which he will remind them that they should respect all people they come across. Suddenly the large double doors open, and out step 2 women, which actually surprised Shizuka, not thinking they would come out in person and face her directly. It wasn't completely out of character for either of them, but she is by far the most experienced fighting of the 3, so it would make more sense to overwhelm her with numbers. The first was a tan beauty, black hair and a hind cut with 2 loops either side of her face, which itself was incredibly cute, even by Nadeshiko standards, paired with brilliant turquoise eyes that her makeup geared around, emphasizing them. Her body was lively like an Olympic gymnast, an elegant frame with deadly undertones as she held holsters of saban. This was Erika. The second was taller than the first, standing at 5'10", silver hair held back in a ponytail, hazel-colored eyes offered nothing to read for her opponents to gleam. Her mature face and stride told of a lady with fangs hidden behind her projected gentleness. A firm body that rivaled Shizuka's, though she was also considered a standard of the island with kunai and a black mat katana. This was Anu. Shizuka's face offered nothing either until Erika declared loudly, "Shizuka! I hereby demand a duel!" Kyoto shared a glance with the others, noting the sour look upon Shizuka and Naruto's faces. Through it was Kushina who voiced the unspoken question, asking, "A duel? Can she do that?" Shizuka glanced back at her daughter, and nodded before explaining. "It is her right to, yes. Though I am unsure why she would ask this of me." Karen offered her 2 ryo, suspecting the worst, as she says, "This seems a bit cliché. No doubt they'll ask for something like, I don't know, everything you have." Naruto nodded with that, along with his daughter, and glanced at his wife, who frowned, Shizuka whispering back. "Now that you mention it." As if reading a script, Erika continued. "My life for yours. Winner takes all." Naruto sighed along with his wife and Kyoto. Kushina looks to Karen, who nodded, expecting this. Shizuka, after a moment of contemplation, looked to her husband and stated, "This will make things easier with no bloodshed." Naruto nodded firmly, arms already folded, glancing at her briefly. "It's your call. You always have my support." Shizuka nodded, giving him a chaste kiss before stepping backward from the familiar warmth and forward to a future that she would lead. As she strolled with all the confidence in the world, Shizuka reached the 400-meter mark from the duo standing against her attacking party and stopped. She then replied, "What conditions do you have in mind?" Erika smirked. This is what she wanted, and placed a hand on hip, as she responded. "You are strong, Shizuka. So we will pair up and face you. If you win, my unit will stand down and I will serve you. If I win, I will take everything you have and you serve me." Karen commented softly beside Naruto, barely a whisper. "Kind of skewed, no?" Naruto nodded, though seemed unsurprised in his response. "They're confident they can handle my Zuheim." He smirked, glancing to his clanswoman, who looks back at him as Naruto continued. "They have very clearly underestimated the woman I had chosen. The woman who saved me from even myself." His eyes locked forward, smirk firmly in place, as he finished. "And quite possibly committed the worst crime to any Uzumaki, with the one who has the most pent-up rage after recent events." Karen tries to put everything into perspective. Saved Naruto from himself? Should talk about that later. It seems important. Crime against Uzumaki? That's simple. Threatening one of their family members. Pent-up rage? Even she knew of those women trying to get into Naruto's pants, and the possessiveness of Shizuka. Nodding to the realization, Karen offered, "I agree. They have bitten off more than they can chew this time." Kyoto speaks up, standing the opposite side of Karen from Naruto. "They are stupid for thinking the two of them could handle Senior." Kushina just shrugged, stating, "Their loss. Mum's awesome that way." Shizuka versus Erika and Anu. Shizuka held her gaze upon her challengers, unwavering and confident, before replying, "I accept." Then both sides pulled out their weapons. Erika reached for her throwing needles as Anu retrieved her kunai, and Shizuka pulled her throwing daggers. At this range neither Erika or Anu could tell what they were, but they knew they weren't standard-issue kunai, but that didn't stop them from charging forward to get into range. Naruto, in the background with the others, shook his head, muttering lowly, "Fools!" Shizuka wasted no time, activating the stun seals on the blue-tinted daggers and let them fly, much to the surprise of her fellow Nadeshiko, as they were a good 300 meters away still. Anu, the faster of the two, managed to deflect them with her held kunai, only to receive a shock from the collision, her arms falling limp. Erika had used her saban, throwing both handfuls of 4 needles to deflect the 2 knives, just enough to pass her by with some acrobatics. Taking stock of their situation, both challengers share a glance before realizing their error, but again they weren't given much time to think on that, as another 4 thrown blades were imminent in their arrival to their locations. Leaping back, both Erika and Anu dart in opposite directions from one another, but again, Shizuka seemed completely unfazed as she switched to more lethal options. Red-tinted black blades are retrieved from her holsters and flung with speed and precision toward Erika alone. The first wave was intercepted by Saban once again, Erika running around the open flower field before the palace as localized explosions began to raze the ground around her, decimating the flower population, and forcing her hasty return fire that brought her little reprieve. As her partner seemingly held the attention of their target, Anu darted forward to get into range herself, yet as she reached 250 meters, Shizuka snapped to her, 6 white-grade daggers in hand, thrown at speed, but was accompanied with 3 hand signs turn them to 60. Shizuka whispered, "Ninja art, kunai shadow clone." Anu was at a loss for words, finding the storm of kunai coming upon her, and as she prepared to deflect them, eyes hard, they all began to glow softly with sparks arching, and in the next nanosecond a thunderstorm erupted with the woman caught among it. Her screams echoed for a few seconds before she blacked out. The flash of light alerted Erika that her partner had been taken down, and she growled at that, pulling her samban that abruptly erupted in lightning too that she then shot forward at Shizuka. Said Kunoichi saw the 6 lightning bolt-like needles as they were flung at her. Shizuka went through another 3 hand signs before declaring, "Wind style, great breakthrough." Her blast of wind blew the projectiles off course and stripping the lightning from the metal needles. Shizuka caught the body flicker of Erika, appearing off to her right, between her and her family, and throwing another barrage of samban. Shizuka back-flipped and twirled around each and every one of the thrown projectiles. As she lands elegantly, she pulled 3 knives from her pouch, 1 lightning and 2 explosive before flicking them forward in time to intercept the second barrage. The sparking explosion blocked all from the view of both combatants. Before long, Erika is seen pinned to the floor by 6 knives with a 7th stabbed into the ground above her head, shimmered red meaning it was explosive. The 2 either side of her neck had a white gleam, lightning knives. The 2 at her waist shimmered yellow, fire knives. The 2 bracketing her legs were blue-tinted, stun knives. Shizuka landed beside her gracefully, having clearly jumped up at some point, and approached the pinned woman and informed her. "The white ones spark with lightning when I flare my chakra in a certain way. Yellow are fire and those by your feet are stun weapons. As for that one above your head..." She trailed off, but Erika just growled a response. "Let me guess, it explodes." Although she was joking and maintained a defiant attitude, Erika actually paled when Shizuka just nodded firmly while maintaining a blank face. Though, the challenged kunoichi and married woman spoke up. "Any one of these is normally enough to kill or stun my targets. These will likely not leave anything left." Erika swallowed spit, asking, "Then why don't you?" Shizuka folded her arms as she stared down blankly at Erika, asking for her curiosity's sake. "Why are you 2 doing this, Erika? It can't be because you assigned me your rival, can it?" The tan babe scowls, distorting her otherwise beautiful face, her turquoise eyes burning in outrage as Erika spat out. "Look at you! Perfectly trained, perfect family, and a perfectly fine husband. How the fuck else was I meant to compete with that all?" Shizuka was momentarily stunned at this outburst, and the rage backing it, but it was quick to pass as she continued to listen to Erika. "You constantly complained about how you didn't want anything to do with any man who wasn't your beloved Sajiri, even after his death. Angered by the thought of marrying someone who you had never met. Yet. Shizuka wore a frown recalling her first love's fate, her hatred for the current system of their home and the laws she swore to overthrow someday. Erika didn't stop, shouting out. "Yet that very same man who you had been so angered at now stands at your side as the strongest shinobi the world has ever seen, and then suddenly, he's good enough for you." She growled venomously, glaring at the towering kunoichi and fellow brunette. "You are just a hypocrite. How dare you claim otherwise? Lord Naruto should be with someone." The sound of sparks from the kunai near her neck caused Erika to fall silent, Shizuka glaring down at the woman at her mercy with such a cold indifference, her captive shuddered visible, as she spoke. "I have not been idle in my dream, Erika. Things take time and planning." Letting out a weary breath, Shizuka continued after the sizzling from the lightning died down. "You are right about my feelings regarding Sajiri. I swore on his grace that I would change things around here. Just like my current love, husband, and partner, I do not go back on my words." Fixing the problem child before her with her mother look, unintentionally of course, Shizuka explained. "When I met Naruto, like me he was bitter and angry at the world. Unlike me, however, he channeled his frustration into helping end the civil war in Water Country. After he beat me, I wanted to know what made him so strong." Glancing over at the man who had saved her as much as she had saved him with a smile, he smiled back with a nod, so Shizuka returned her focus to the woman at her feet and continued. "True strength comes from the bonds we share. The willingness and desire to protect what we hold dear is what helps us call upon ourselves to stand against any foe." Her smile was small but soft as cotton. "It took many years for me to understand that, embrace it with my heart, and return to complete my dream with the strength I have gleaned from my husband. My family supporting my dream to end the current regime. The fact that they came to help me is proof that I was not wrong to leave and travel the world to help others to build these bonds." Erika was dumbfounded at the words her formerly quiet and reserved yet angered rival was talking right now. Was things that simple? It can't be. Yet, she asks. Is that it? Why you? Shizuka glared down at her, forcing silence once more, and spoke with steel. Do not underestimate the power of friends and family, Erika. My siblings-in-law can all bring down countries if they need to. Yet I only asked my husband for help. I wanted to prove to you all that building bridges can and will be our way of moving forward after this day. Erika nodded meekly, so Shizuka relaxed before glancing to her husband and nodding. He and the rest began walking over upon that signal. The brunette turned back to look at the pinned woman, Shizuka stating, You have lost, Erika. Order your forces to stand down. Erika nodded and called out, Let them through. I lost. The kunoichi on the wall lowered their bows, resheathed their kunai, though more than a few were already lazing on the defense wall while eyeing the man candy at the back. Seeing this, Shizuka nodded before glancing back at the other combatant, her silver hair a frizzy mess from the lightning, then down to Erika and asks, Then if that was your reason, what was on his? Erika blinked once before gaining a coy smirk, replying sultrily, She has the biggest crush on Lord Naruto of us all. She shrugged at the disbelief written on Shizuka's face. Erika continued, I simply promised him to her, and she stood with me. Shizuka dropped her face into her palm. She should have known. She really should have. Half the island are open admirers of her husband, the other half are a part of his secret fan club that isn't much of a secret as both she and he know of it. Thus their frequent and lengthy absence from the place. Throne room. The final barrier between Shizuka and her dream was behind the double door ahead of her. Her heart was pounding in her ear and her mind running back to her first love's smiling face as if, even after all these years, he was standing with her. It felt both comforting and uplifting, but also wrong and unfair. Sagiri may have given her the dream she now has, but it was Naruto who walked this path at her side. She has little doubt that, if he was still alive, Sagiri would have done so too, but that was not to be. Idly her mind conjured a future where they had left together, and ran into the old Naruto. Perhaps things would have been different. She banished those thoughts as Naruto took hold of her hand, drawing her emerald green to his sapphire blue eyes as he whispered, He would be proud of you, Zuhaim. This is it. After today, your story will be the last tragedy the ruling class orders upon your fellows. He softly squeezed her hand to emphasize the point, and Shizuka finds herself smiling at his words and ignored the use of the band name completely. Abruptly, her left hand is too taken up, drawing the kunoichi's attention to see her daughter beaming up at her. Shizuka couldn't help but return it as she locked forward on the double doors. She spoke firmly. Then, let's go and end this. The doors part, and the quintet stepped into a crowded room, the honor guards on guard as Shizuka's party retrieved their own weapons. Naruto retrieving a pair of tri-pronged kunai, feeling his ode katana would be overkill here. Karen with her tanto in both hands, hoping that none picked up her inexperience with it. Kushina drew her kodachi. She wasn't ready for a black blade yet after all. Shizuka though had her throwing knives. Opposite them, 20 members of the honor guard and Umbu forces stood ready to fight as they blocked the path to the queen who was standing before her throne, a familiar charcoal gray-haired, kunoichi on her knees before her in shackles. Sheila finally spoke up. Ah, Shizuka-chan. I am elated that you have returned to us safely. Shizuka smiled at the queen, but it lacked any sense of fondness, affection, or respect, as she replied, Your welcome is as grand as always, Auntie Sheila. The air was tense, yet a strange calm settled among them all. A quick glance around, Naruto took in the number of opponents he'd have to deal with, paired with the amount his baby girl will have to hold down along with how many Karen could manage. Cross-reference his skills with. His thoughts haunt upon seeing his queen giving him discreet demon hand signals. Shizuka signed him. Kaga mine. One rescue target. Naruto smiled, looking over the battleground once more. The wide space of the throne room was due to many ceremonial events that were held here over the course of the nation's history. It could be considered a small ballroom, split in half with the throne at the halfway with a wall bearing the banners of the previous 4 queens' personal sigils at the back of the seat. Or should be, but they had been removed for some reason. 20 Umbu level Kunoichi. Sheila is Jonin at best. This was Shizuka's show that he was supporting, so Naruto decides to do Naruto things, and upon his movement, drawing all eyes to him, as his fingers rest in a familiar cross-shaped hand sign as he declared. Well, I think it's time we even out this playing field a bit. Shadow Clone Jutsu! 10 shadow clones puff into existence at his back, all smirking challengingly. Seeing this, Karen and Kushina follow suit, announcing together. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Karen created 6 clones and Kushina managing 4. Naruto charged forward, leading his squadron into the fray, allowing his wife to take on her aunt in a one-on-one battle as it should be. Shizuka moved along with her family members. Each enemy who attempted to stop her was intercepted by a Naruto clone and parried. Each clone smirked knowingly as she passed, and she couldn't help but match it as she reached the halfway point. Sheila went to stab her prisoner in the back of her neck, yet before Ren's death was assured, a wind-coated blade sliced through his shackles and the defiant woman rolled away from the reverse-held kunai and lashed out with a kick. Sheila lost balance briefly, and Shizuka pounced on the unbalanced queen with rapid-fire knife throws. A blast of wind blocked the daggers, deflecting them towards the still kneeling Ren, whose blue eyes suddenly met the darker blues before suddenly feeling weightless and being placed back down. Naruto grinned, saying, "Come now, Ren. Now I knew you missed me." Ren chuckled lowly, shaking her head before breathing out heavily and resting her exhausted body against her best friend's husband. "Right, just let me." Naruto nodded before looking up and watching his daughter, a single kunoichi clearly taking it easy on her. Then again, one of his clones is ready to substitute with her at any moment. It looks like she's being overwhelmed. The sound of popping drew Naruto's eyes opposite to find Karen leaping back, her chains out and holding 2 down, but she was being pursued by another. Another pair of shadow clones erupt at his back, and leap into the fight to defend his fellow Uzumaki. Another quick look around shows Kyoto holding off her 5 opponents, surprisingly well. Maybe all those extra training sessions he and Shizuka had given her were proving their might. Ah, no. It seems she's working with her clones, and those she is facing aren't used to working off one another. Looking back forward, he watches his wife handling the Sheila with little fuss. Frowning, Naruto thought this would be a little more epic. Then again, his warrior queen can and has tangled with his brothers and sisters, so maybe he was overestimating the reigning queen a bit. Apparently, normal people can't go up against Jinchuriki, so that makes Shizuka an outlier. Ducking and deflecting another 2 daggers, Sheila watches as the deflected daggers vanish in blue flickering flashes, before Shizuka pulls them out and now realizes just how far outmatched she was. Her niece has unlimited knives with that ability to summon them back to her pouches. Those hard emerald eyes hadn't looked so menacing. Shizuka spoke calmly, filled with authority. "You can't win this, Auntie Sheila. Please! Just stand down." A quick situation check tells Sheila that even the royal guards are being suitably contained, that male is truly the strongest shinobi of the current era if just his mere shadow clones are able to keep her royal guards, the best of their best, occupied like this. Not just that, the tendons for her right arm have been cut, meaning it's useless. The cut in her right. The queen's thoughts were cut through by the flicker of 2 daggers coming at her, and she deflected the first, but the second struck her in the gut before exploding in a stunned effect that seized up her entire body rigid. Shizuka approached her, explaining, "This is a fight, Auntie. Thinking that long and hard in front of your opponent is a death sentence. Be glad I did not want to kill you." Reaching the large decorative elevated steps up to the same level as her target, Shizuka continued, "You may have been a formidable jonin when I was a child, and certainly one of finest in a generation. However, you were so busy making decrees and giving orders to have the rest of us dance to your tune that you neglected your training." Stopping before the locked-up woman, Shizuka glared with her full killing intent from everything negative that has ever happened to her throughout her life that was this queen's fault. All fighting ceased upon the wave of killing intent that caused many throats to dry out, weapons to clamber to the ground, and more than a few broke into cold sweat. Naruto whistled as he broke into a grin. Damn. His wife is so hot when she kicking ass. This intent is definitely low to mid-Sannin level. Thanks to him and his clones, Kushina and the still weakened Ren were shielded from it. Shizuka slowly pulled out her thrown dagger from the woman, staring dead in her blue eyes and offered nothing in her face. As she watched the queen fall, the kunoichi turned back to the room and declared, "I have beaten the queen. Thus I am your new queen." Land of Fire, Kage office. Enko stepped into the office to come face to face with her boss, Tsunade, who glances up and raises an eyebrow, asking, "Enko? Can I help you?" Enko nodded, hands slipping into her pockets as she replied, "Well, Lady Hokage, I came across an unusual pair of animals in the village. I lost them, but I suspect they are still around and I haven't been able to find them for a few hours, so I am here to report them." Tsunade had kept her face blank, but asked, "So what? Do you want me to call in a few genin to catch them?" Enko shook her head with a frown, adding to her previous statement, "They were definitely summoning animals. 2 house cats." Thinking on that for a moment, Tsunade tried to recall if they had any cat summoners in the village. She blinked. "We do not have any cat summoners. A branch of the Uchiha clan did, but none since." Enko remained silent, as the Hokage thought on it for a long time before she let out a sigh, rubbing her brow, Tsunade muttering, "This is another mystery. First it's the traps in the root headquarters." Eventually she looked up, eyes still narrowed, asking, "You sure it wasn't a fox?" Enko raised both brows, surprised by that, before replying, "I know the difference between cats and foxes, Lady Hokage. 2 house cats. One was silver-furred cat, golden eyes, and spoke with an elegant tone. Definitely a female." Tsunade felt that description was familiar, though couldn't place it as she continued to listen as Enko continued to report. The second had a deep gray coat, short, with brilliant blue eyes that were sharp and calculating. A gasp brought both kunoichi's attention to the person in the doorway, Hyuga. It was none other than Hayashi and his eldest daughter Hinata. Tsunade raised a brow at that reaction and asks, "Hayashi? What was that reaction?" Hayashi swallowed his pride and reported, "That second description sounds like a certain summon belonging to the Kitsune clan. A house cat trained by the Kitsune, Lady Kurama, and Lord Regent personally. He terrorized my entire clan for several hours during the lockdown when we engaged the Uchiha." Tsunade and Enko shared a disbelieving glance, before both looking back at the 2 Hyuga, who both nodded to confirm their statements, with Hinata speaking next. "His name is Agent Cal Marino. A gray short hair. He was able to evade our eyes and plant elaborate yet practical traps that we couldn't see with our enhanced sight." Tsunade perked up at the mention of a trap master in the form of a cat agent, trained by the prank master from Hell, Naruto Uzumaki, his personal summons, and the Kyubi no Yoko herself. A cold shudder traveled through the woman's frame at the thought of it. Eventually she posed. "So, this Calmarino is a house cat trained by the foxes and Naruto for what purpose?" Hayashi shook his head, before explaining, "We do not know. Just that Lord Regent was disproving of his claim to following his mission to defend us." Enko chuckled, shaking her head. "He's trained a monster. Then the other one? The silver cat?" Hinata replied immediately. "Her name is Icebell. The familiar of Naruto-kun's sister, Yujito of Kumo." Tsunade narrowed her eyes, pondering this, and slowly asks, "So, Kumo and Demon are somehow spying on us?" Hayashi shook his head, explaining, "I doubt that, Lady Hokage. They may have a reason for being here. Neither of these feline act without orders." This left them all contemplative. Episode 19. Land of Lightning, Hidden Cloud. A few days later, Yujito leads her team into Ice Office, the Reikage glancing up and down the floor, noting their growth of confidence in their stride, as they make their way towards their place before him. After their salute, I orders. Report! Yujito began to report, everything from their arrival to their encounter with marsh shinobi in Land of Bird to what they knew of the battle against the Uchiha, and then the Snake Sannin, before handing over the reports as she does so, and then she explained the ongoing operational situation. I had been gleaning over the reports through the debrief, nodding along and eyes hardened upon hearing the fact that his speed rival battled 2S ranks, and then the report from Fu on the root infestation. Then Yujito explained the situation with Root and the discussions on the Leaf and Root's response to the gathering of the Uzumaki clan. I let out a grunt of disapproval, eyes sharp at the thought of that backstabbing crony trying to undermine the alliance as a whole. The aggressive stance Naruto was taking, I grinned, nodding his approval. He replied, I agree with this assessment, and of course we will take action. All 4 of his shinobi nodded in understanding. Yujito continued. Right now, I suspect that the Leaf have moved on to subjugate Root. If our plan succeeds, Fu will be tracking them back to their base and will fully map out their forces before reporting back. That is when we strike. I inclined his head as he leaned back, looking up from his reports, and spoke up. I get that. That girl is a ghost. I wish she'd join us, but as a demon kunoichi she's still an indispensable intelligence operative. She'll get it done. Yujito nodded, though Samui shifted nervously as she recalled the unveiled threat the seven-tailed host gave her directly. Yujito then recalled something, informing. Oh, also, I heard that Kuratsuchi is the new Tsuchikage and is planning to join the alliance. Their first step is joining this operation with both Roki and Han joining the team. I smirked, nodding at the thought of this last big operation, commenting. So, he really is calling in everyone for this. In that case, we shall not disappoint. I want you all to prepare yourselves for this deployment. Yujito, I want you to pick the best we have for this. A full squadron. Yujito nodded, accepting this order, and I looked to the other 3 and added. You 3 may be considered Chunin, but I know your skills are closer to Jonin. He looks to Samui directly, meeting her cool blue eyes with his own hard black, and continuing. I know your rank with Demon is Jonin, so I want your Kumo rank to reflect that. Before departure, I want you to take our Jonin exam. Samui nodded, replying predictably. That's cool. I nodded before looking to Omoi. As for you, Omoi, I agree with what the brat said. You are too valuable for a mere academy teacher in a foreign country. Even if they are our ally. He paused upon the raised hand from Yujito, a dangerous glint in her eye and prankster smirk on display that caught his attention. The Reikage nodded, so Yujito informed him. Actually, Lord Reikage, I believe he wants the post to get closer to a certain demon Chunin Kunoichi, an adoptive little sister of my brother. Oma let out a deep sigh, head hanging, while I raised a brow at this information, before gaining a shit-eating grin exclaiming. Oh? Why wasn't this in the letter? Kurei, who had a matching grin to her Reikage, replied. Well, we suspect it has to do with the internal workings of Demon Country at the moment. It seems she's given up on trying to win over her crush, and Omoi, being the smooth one, slid in and they have a date after the mission. Yujito added to her subordinate's report swiftly, after nodding. Yes. He asked her out just as we split from them after leaving Marsh. She accepted it. I chuckled lowly, eyeing up the normally reserved and overthinking white-haired shinobi, with a penchant for sweets, and offered. That changes things. He pauses again, when Omu raises his hand to speak. I nodded, hand clasped beneath his chin as he listened to what he had to say for himself. Well, actually, my reason really is for something else. You know the boss's son, Shiren, right? I grunts, so Omu continued. He's been training with his dad in classic Uzumaki swordsmanship. He also has both a wind and lightning nature. We spent time training him and I kinda want to take him as an apprentice. The Reikage was intrigued to say the least. Naruto has always been tight-lipped about any details regarding his kids and their abilities. Everyone knew he and his wife were training them, it was a given, but they never advertised it. Likely to prevent political pressure, or the likelihood of marriage proposals from getting out of hand. I nodded after those thoughts, looking to Omo seriously as he asks, "What did Naruto say on the matter?" Yujito cut in here, recalling that particular breakfast. "Well, actually, it was Shion who put her foot down." The bulk of a man bellowed out loud at that, recalling just how fierce that priestess can be if pushed by threats to her family members. She came off soft, gentle, and harmless, but the truly observant or belligerent would soon find out she had both fangs and claws if you aren't careful. Dealing with her husband was far easier at times, but he is even more stubborn than she is as an Uzumaki. Though she is not far off. After calming down, a full minute later, I nodded for Yujito to continue, to which she did promptly. "In short, Shiren is too young to leave Demon for Kumo or Suna for long periods. Any training has to be done there, and you have to convince him and his father." I nodded but raised a brow. "Suna? Did they offer something too?" Oma nodded, cutting back in. "Yeah. The Kazakage's older brother, Kankuro no Sabaku. He wants to train him in the puppetry arts, as he seems to be a natural." Yujito added that. "They also have the green light from their Kage already, as he was present. From the conversation at that breakfast, it seems that Suna wishes to make this a political statement, and tried to woo him into marrying into their village via this interaction." I grunted, understanding that connection and the benefits it could bring, asking back, "Any idea which way the boy's leaning?" Kurui replied fastest. "We trained with him nearly daily. His whole group, actually. We definitely have an edge over Suna." The Reikage nodded, thinking on this seriously for a full minute before nodding and staring at Omo. "After this operation, I will seriously talk this over with Naruto, and see what we can do." Oma nodded with a small smile. Samui raised a hand here, and upon I's nod she spoke. "I spoke with Naruto about it already. He said that he will not turn me away if I too applied for the role with Omoi." Before I could respond, Kurui spoke up with a grin. "Same for me. The brats all got that spark. In a few years, we'll have a full 2 genin teams at Chunin level and ready to go." I raised his eyebrows at the confidence and unity of the team as a whole, all wanting to go together into instructing this coming team of demon genin that has the son of their regent. A glance at Yujito showed her subtle nod, means this was serious, and not to be taken lightly. Damn. He'll have to talk to the brat after the dust settles. Taking a deep breath, I nods before addressing them all. "Okay. I will discuss this with Naruto after the ongoing operation. Until then, get ready for immediate action. As soon as he calls, we move out." "Yes, Lord Reikage." I nodded before waving them off. Dismissed. Yujito turned to her squirts, ordering, "You guys head out. I need to speak to Lord Reikage about operational details." They all nod and promptly leave the office. As she looks back to I, she offered a weak smile, asking, "Can we talk in private?" That tone did not come lightly, so I sent off his bolt guards, them activated the privacy seals as he leaned forward on his desk and Yujito sat at the offered seat, with the bulky man offering. "What's wrong, Yujito?" Taking a deep breath, having only come to terms with this internally and never verbalizing it till this moment, Yujito looks dead in the dark-skinned man's eyes and says hesitantly, and with great effort, I'm in love with Naruto." This caused I to remain silent for a moment, causing Yujito to panic slightly and begin to blubbering. "You see, like we had a fight with one another after the whole Snake Sannin and how Mata didn't follow his instructions. He got like super mad and stuff. Then, when everything..." She froze up at I's growing grin, looking like a deer caught in the headlights under his mirth-filled gaze as he bellowed out, "Finally!" He chuckled, then cackled, eventually bellowing in joy to the heavens in such a deep baritone that even Matatabi could feel it in her sealed space. The Bijou didn't look much better than her host, eyes widened in disbelief at the normally stoic and serious musclehead laughing so heartedly at the confession of a girl. Jumping up from his seat in joy, I shakes his head. "Man, I think I owe Mabuya dinner out now. Though he owes me like 5,000 Rio. Darui too." He laughs again, deactivating the privacy seals and calling out, "Mabuya! Get in here! Call in B, C, and dairy whilst you're at it. Strangely enough, all the above-mentioned people strolled in together, looking confused upon seeing the occupants' expressions. I looked joyful while Yujito looked bewildered and confused. The Reikage spoke. She just admitted it. See, you owe me 5,000 ryo. It is then it clicked for the newcomers as to what was going on. Mabui seemed to have learned the Thunder God at the speed she appeared and hugged Yujito, saying, "Ah! Finally! I get to be a ant! Congratulations!" Both C and D grumbled as they handed over the winnings to their boss, while B was rapping his congratulations non-stop. It took a moment, and a good mental shove from her tenant for Yujito to comprehend what was going on, asking, "Wait, you all?" Mabui nodded with a sly smirk, informing her. "It was rather obvious that you were developing feelings for him after his rescue of you. You always had a certain spring in your step whenever you both came for a joint mission." Darui spoke next, a heavy sigh. "Yeah. It was obvious to all the jonin and the running bets on when you'd confess to who asks who, and even baby names is rather extensive. Just so damn tiresome keeping track of it all." Yujito flushed at that information. Within Matatabi, surprised things had gotten that far without either of their knowledge. Though the Bija had to rain on her host's parade. "Kitten, I know this is not what you want to hear right now, but remember what Shion-chan said about Shizuka-san." Her host's eyes widened at recalling that conversation within the office, and tears began to run down Yujito's face, which halted all movement within the office, and the celebratory atmosphere fell flat in that same moment. Mabui, still kneeling beside her, asked while bringing her into a hug, "What's wrong, Yujito? Why are you?" Sniffling, Yujito answered too lowly to be heard by the men who were keeping a safe distance from this. It seemed that Mabui was handling it well enough, and they'd just be in the way. The blonde Kunoichi whispered, "He'll turn me down if I approach. We spoke with Shion, who figured it out first. She confronted both me and Temari about our feelings." Mabui nodded, following so far, though took a mental note to reread the profile of the eldest Sabaka later. Yujito continued, "Shizuka will block our attempts and Naruto will reject us outright for his wives' and kids' sake. I don't want to ruin our relationship now, but I also don't want to let him go either. I don't know what to do." Mabui had to admit, this is a bit of a pickle. Naruto is a good man who is always joking around and is like a breath of sunshine smashing through the monotony of everyday life. It is easy to see how Yujito fell in love with the guy. Even though everyone knows he is married, only the higher-ups and the truly trusted know that he has 2 wives. Wives that he has been incredibly loyal to and protective of. Mabui thought on this long and hard, comforting the calming Kunoichi down with soft administrations of circles on her back, though to be honest, nothing was coming to mind right now. How to get through to Shizuka that Yujito is not a threat to her own love life. Shion that she isn't a disruptive influence on the family dynamics. Land of Fire, Hidden Leaf. In the Hidden Leaf's town square, Tsunade, the fire daimyo, and the councils of both watched on as the numerous crimes of one Danzo Shimura were read out as the man was tied down, and securely sealed up tighter than the Kyubi was. Metaphorically speaking, Jiraiya was at her side, in sage mode just in case, along with the entire Umbu, hunter, and interrogation forces deployed around the village to ensure the security was airtight. Despite all of that, 2 cats were watching from atop a fence near the back as they were under orders to ensure this went down without any issues. This was stressed to them both by their respective summoners, and neither wanted to cross the head cat nor the commander, so Icebell and Cow had remained within the leaf to ensure this. Icebell knew that the read list had been doctored, or reduced at least perhaps for expediency's sake, but it did not matter as long as the human died. Both hers and her co-workers' full sensory abilities were focused and trained on the dead man waiting as he was allowed to voice his final words. Danzo bellowed out, uncompromisingly stern. "All I do is for the great tree of the leaf. Never forget that." Icebell and Cow both rolled their eyes at the dribble being spouted. Typical of the vile human who treats others like pawns in a game of shogi. The sword comes down, and the head rolls with the cheers of the masses ringing out. The two cats remained silent as they watched the chakra signature fade, but both caught the final flickering and something flicked off the body just before the sword connected with flesh. Their feline eyes narrowed. They lost track of it beyond the square, but it was definitely heading east in the same direction as his minions. They'll need to report this. After watching the body be incinerated by the Toad Sage, both cats make their exit discreetly, as now their final mission objective is left. Find out the reaction of the Leaf Council. Land of Fire. Hidden Leaf Briefing Hall. Tsunade sat beside her boss, the Fire Daimyo, and his court, who had heard of their journey to the Land of Demon during their recent festivities. It was classed as a diplomatic venture, and the Lord's own court had discovered the alliance that the land seemed to be headquartered to. This was of great importance, thus their presence here for this debriefing. None detected the extra two sets of eyes in the shadows, despite the presence of the Toad Sage, whose sole presence was to prevent such. The Hokage cleared her throat, drawing the full assembly to her, and upon confirming everyone was paying attention, Tsunade began. Thank you all for your patience. With Root and the elders dealt with, we can now focus on the situation at large we find ourselves tackling. Many understanding nods were noted, so she continued. Firstly, to clarify our objectives of our mission. We attended the founding festival for a chance to speak with the priestess of Demon Country, their undisputed daimyo and leader, to prevent our aggressive actions against one of theirs from starting a war. Again, many nod in agreement, with a few skeptical people remaining silent, knowing this. Tsunade reports. As previously stated, this was achieved and war is not on the cards between Fire and Demon. Many nodded at that, the Fire Daimyo pleased by this news along with his court. The Hokage takes a deep breath for this next part, Tsunade continued. Secondly, seek an alliance for us to prevent any aggressive stances developing between us in the future. Looking around at each person present, Tsunade reports. This was a failure. Gasps from all, with the daimyo and his court frowning at this. She continued. We were told, in no uncertain terms, that as long as we hold any member of their head family in our bingo book, we shall remain neutral at best and no treaty or overtures will be accepted. Many low murmurs were heard about that, but it was the Fire Daimyo who spoke first with a frown. Then why hasn't that been taken care of already? It is a simple affair, no? Tsunade sighed imperceptibly, replying formally. My lord. Village law requires us to label anyone who harmed our citizens as a threat, and subsequently they are placed in our bingo book. This is to allow our forces and allies to recognize the threat any particular individual has become to be known among our own shinobi. The daimyo inclined his head in understanding before asking. May I see our book of bounties? Tsunade picks the one from her desk and hands it to the samurai at her side on the appropriate page. The samurai takes it and presents it to his lord, who reads it. Name Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Rank, Banished Genin of the Leaf, Kirigakure Jonin. Age, 20 to 24. Affiliation, formerly of Leaf. Kirigakure. Clan Uzumaki. Threat level, S rank. Monikers, the 8th Blade of Kiri, 8th Swordsman of the Mist. Notes, killed 4 Jonin, 6 Chunin of Retrieval Squadron in Wave Country. Uses advanced sword skills. Expert Wind User. User of Uzumaki Clan Bloodline. Adamantine Sealing Chains. Observed using high speed and agility in combat. Known user of clone techniques. Appeared to be traveling with his son and 1 clanswoman. All 3 are to be prioritized, retrieve on sight. Bounty, 10 million ryo extra, 1 million ryo for each extra target. The lord of the land raised a nobly clipped black brow at what he was reading, looking to the Hokage blankly. May I ask as to why civilians are listed alongside this entry? If he alone killed our shinobi, then I understand, yet this retrieval states that his son and clanswoman are to be recovered too. Tsunade sighed hard before explaining. The elders and civilian counselors outvoted me and the clan heads. That one sentence has caused us more headaches over the course of our diplomatic mission than anything else. One of the fire court officers asks out of curiosity. How so? Tsunade looks to the man, stating. The Kumo and Suna representatives made it very clear that should we ever attempt to collect any of those listed, they will waste no time in attacking Konohagakure to recover them with their Jinchuriki leading the charge. That caused more than a few people to swallow spit. The daimyo nodded, understanding the situation clearly now, and orders. Then, we shall remove the whole entry. With only the allied 7 tails, we cannot win against the 3 of Suna and Kumogakure would send. Tsunade winces at that reminder. Those who attended the Lord Michiru's lunch, or the defense of the southern region, did so too, earning more than a few raised brows. Many got sinking feelings all of a sudden, as Tsunade clarifies things. Actually, my lord, the 7 tails was banished from Takigakure no Sato, following our own lead in ridding themselves of their demon container. The daimyo had an eyebrow twitch at the news, before letting out a dignified huff, replying, "This is most displeasing." Tsunade nodded, presenting a black market bingo book, then reporting. Fu, the 7 tails host, is now a member of the Demon Country Shinobi Force as an elite jonin. According to the black market bingo book, she is a borderline SS rank threat. Our brief encounter with her, and the stories we have heard regarding her abilities, leave us to believe that to be accurate. Name Fu. Rank jonin. Age 20 to 24. Affiliation, formerly Takigakure Demon. Threat level, S rank, border SS rank. Monikers, Firefly, Demon Queen of Fireflies, Hunter Killer, Insect Queen. Controller, Minty Death. Sister of the Kitsune. Lady of the Forest. Savior of Fong. Locust. Scouter. Mirage. Twin Blade Hunter. Flying Death. Sky Queen. Heir of the Hive. 7th Tail Demon. Spectre. Notes. Extremely dangerous. If spotted, death is certain. Known associate of the demon Kitsune, Naruto Uzumaki. If cornered, his arrival is certain. Incredibly difficult to track, suspected unmatched stealth skills. Can fly and command insects of all types. Known to patrol the land of demon. Protective of her fellow containers. Threatening them will draw her attention. The daimyo's frown deepened at that, not liking this news, responding. I am hereby ordering that anyone connected with the demon country to be removed from our bingo books immediately. Am I clear? Yes, Lord Daimyo. He nodded as he leans back in his seat wearily, mumbling. 2 SS ranks serving 1 nation threatening war. How stupid could you be to antagonize them? Tsunade looks really uncomfortable at that, causing a sense of despair to fill the room. Upon the razor-sharp side-eye from the daimyo, she relents and explained. Well, from what we know, Demon Country is home to the 6, 7, and 9-tailed beasts and their containers. The rest are all honorary citizens. The air shifted, the tension unrecordable. The canine presence swore that the civilians had pissed themselves at the news. The daimyo then asked slowly. Do they have command over all the tailed beasts? Tsunade wanted to deny it, she really did, but she could not lie to her boss and simply nodded once, before explaining. We have confirmed that every single tailed beast has an active connection to the land of demon. On our way out, we ran into Iwagakure representatives, who had arrived late, and both their Jinchuriki seemed to have relationships with the regent of the country. 7 of the civilian representatives outright shat themselves, and 6 passing out with 1 older gentleman in both camps, at the prospect of the land of Earth joining this already very powerful alliance. Both the hidden cats took tally of the number of fainted and crap pant counselors before the Umbu removed them. The Fire Daimyo and his court all looked upset at this development. 4 of the 5 great nations are joining hands in alliance, and they were clearly missing out on some lucrative contracts and taxes. Looking to Tsunade, the daimyo asks, What are you planning on doing to rectify this? We cannot be the only ones left out of this alliance. Tsunade nodded, clearing up her stance. We have a plan in place, Lord Daimyo. Our first move was to remove their presence within our bingo book. Second, to allow interactions with our clans that have made independent headway in negotiations. Then, she paused upon his raised hand, the daimyo asking, What clans are these? Tsunade looked out at the gathered clans of the Leaf Village and four stood up: Akimichi, Kurama, Hyuga, and Yamanaka. Their heads and heirs stood proudly while the fire daimyo inspected them all, before nodding, and they all retook their seats. The daimyo nodded before gesturing to Tsunade to continue, to which she did promptly. While they are slowly building up our relationship with Demon, we are clearing out the traitor and his influence within our own lands. This has since been achieved with the routing of the root forces, though, as you have been aware, some of them have managed to escape and are on the run. The daimyo inclined his head, looking to Jiraiya, and asks, I take it you are hunting them down? The toad hermit simply nodded from his place beside the door, but remained silent. Tsunade continued. Another thing was brought to my attention during the meeting with the priestess, regarding both their stance against us and their current leadership. Gesturing for her to continue, the daimyo watched as Tsunade brought out an old scroll from her pocket, and handed it to the samurai before explaining. That is the Swirling Tide Treaty. A treaty that regards our alliance with our sister village that was destroyed at the end of the Second Shinobi War, Yuzushiogakyu no Sato. Reading the document, the daimyo nodded, looking back at her and asking, What does this have to do with the land of Demon? Tsunade nodded before replying. I will paraphrase for expediency, but the short of it states that if any member of the Uzumaki clan requires aid, we are to provide it without question. However, one of the stipulations state that we are to recover any survivors and re-establish the clan here alongside the Senju clan, should their numbers be too small to continue. The daimyo was quick on the uptake and frowned. Is the Uzumaki clan rebuilding in Demon? Tsunade was hesitant in how to reply. She knew what they were working on, but revealing that would most certainly not be in their best interests regarding future relations. Instead, a minor tweak to her response was in order, so she explained. The clan, no. The family, yes. Many murmurs broke out about that, with the daimyo looking blankly back at the Hokage, who did indeed elaborate. During our informal meet and greet the first night we were there, we had heard about the adventures and missions of our banished genin and regent of Demon Country, Naruto Uzumaki. Those of the court eyes widened marginally, realizing the gravity of what their forces had done and the error made, which started putting pieces together regarding their own international work. Tsunade continued despite their internal revelations. After all was said and done, we confronted him in regards to his children and clan. This is when we learned a few things. 1. The Kaguya, Hyuga, Senju, Uchiha, and Uzumaki clans are the original 5 shinobi clans with direct connection to the Sage of Six Paths. Many eyes widened at that, with a few minor clans groaning silently at the thought of the Hyuga getting any more pernicious in their dealings. The daimyo, however, frowned, recalling the state of all the aforementioned clans, as with only one exception, they were all near extinction. Tsunade could see the frown and nodded to confirm, informing all. Yes, my lord. With the exception of the Hyuga clan, all the clans mentioned are on the verge of extinction. I myself am the last Senju. The Kaguya was wiped out during the civil war in Water Country, and as of 2 weeks ago, the Uchiha clan too has been wiped out. Many gasps at the news, but Tsunade was not done. As for the Uzumaki clan, Naruto and his last 2 remaining clanswomen have come to an understanding that, as the last, their clan will be no more after they all pass. Their children may have the name but will lack the capability or capacity to continue their clan traditions and abilities, thus will not push it on them. Thus, they are no longer of clan Uzumaki, but rather the Uzumaki family. Letting out a very wary breath, the daimyo of the Land of Fire inclined his head slowly as he comes to that understanding. It must have been a hard conversation for them to have, and he will not mar it by contesting it. Even more so when his land should have done more to aid them after the fall of the Uzumaki's home village. They did not aid as they were more concerned with their own borders and the threat the lightning, earth, and water legions were at the time. Eventually the man at the pinnacle of power in the Land of Fire asks his subordinates, "Is there anything else? Anything we can do to smooth things over?" Strangely, it was Hana who stood and drew eyes to her as she spoke. "Lord Daimyo, we have discovered the identity of that kitsune of the Wind Country, and the origin of the hit movie The Kuno's Kitsune and how to hire them." All those fresh back from Demon Country recalled that now too, perking up with the fire daimyo who smiled at that news, and upon his nod, Hana continued with a light dusting of pink lifting from her neck. The kunoichi is actually Temari no Sabaku of Sunagakure. Many looked on with sparkling realization, with the daimyo looking to the book presented to him with her black market listing pulled up. Name Temari no Sabaku. Rank Jonin. Age 21 to 26. Affiliation Sunagakure, Clan Kazekage, Clan Weasel, Clan Kitsune. Threat level S rank, border SS rank. Monikers: Suna's Wind Mistress, Princess of the Wind, Twin Summoner, Master of the Western Winds, Queen Kitsune, Daimyo's Guard, Kitsune Cavalier, Blue Flamed Mistress, Death Fan, Navy Destroyer. Notes: do not approach. Flee on sight if mounted on her six-tailed Kitsune. Expert in mid to long-range combat. Kitsune is highly protective of her, and will strike out at any sea orders to. High stealth skills suspected. Highly skilled in mounted combat, noted leading Kitsune into numerous battles as if mounted cavalry. Looking back at the clan heiress, the daimyo asks, "And the Kitsune?" Hana Flush was battled against, as she informs. "A transformation ability of Naruto Uzumaki, sir. He is the commander of the Kitsune, and even their upper-level members report to him. From what we overheard from the two eight-tailed Kitsune guarding his home, they are organized into a regimental structure, and he is at their head." The man nodded back, though the samurai dotted around the room were equally surprised and displeased as shinobi are now far more weary of their own tactics. The daimyo speaks up, looking to Tsunade. "Then, this means that Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze has connections with the Wind Court, yes?" Tsunade nodded, replying, "Yes, my lord. Along with water and the bulk of the second continent, with the only exception being the land of marsh." The red-robed man nodded, putting things into perspective, and realized that this boy ostensibly held more power than himself. With Konohagakure in the red with this minor nation, they can't do anything for a while as they work to repay it, and his own relationships are rather strained because of it. An idea forms, but he must have a clearer picture of the power dynamics of the nation first, thus asks, "Lady Hokage." Tsunade nodded, signaling she was listening despite noting how distracted and distant her lord was as he continued. "I can assume that Namikaze-san is this regent you briefly mentioned, yes?" She nodded again, and the lord continued. "Then, he married into the land of Demon royal family, for all intents and purposes, yes?" Nodding again, Tsunade had a growing lump in her stomach at what she was putting together from this line of questioning. She wasn't the only one either, as the girls who went all narrowed their hardened gazes. Beside Ino, who dared not cross any of her fellow kunoichi as her plans were different. The fire daimyo continued to speak, not noticing the looks. "So, by referring to him as regent, he acts in place of his wife, who is the actual leader of the country. Can he make decisions for the nation?" She was no fool and knew what her boss was planning, and his thought process, but was powerless to object. Tsunade thus answered with, "Yes, he can. We have heard plenty from the water and wind contingents about their regular dealings with him. Though, his wife is capable of taking over if she wants to or deems it necessary, as she did in our case." The fire daimyo frowned at that. A mixed power base. A different approach will be needed. Though a fact mentioned earlier regarding a son brought up a new possibility, asking his subordinates. "His son? How old is he?" Tsunade replied, assured of his agenda. "We believe that he is 9 years old, my lord." Nodding, the plan came together for the Lord of Fire Country, as he states. "I have a grandniece a year older than him. Can we arrange for them to meet?" Tsunade looks at him blankly, before pulling the rug from under him. "My lord, I can assure you that this plan of yours will not work." The daimyo looks back at her, eyes fully focused, and arched a brow as he asked, "How can you be so sure?" The Hokage remained very serious, Tsunade stating, "For starters, my lord, the boy already has his heart set on another, and is already rather smitten with her. That I can attest to myself." Upon his nod, Tsunade continued, Secondly, Naruto is not the kind of man to force things on anyone, least of all his own children. He would never accept a political marriage proposal from anyone for anyone under his protection, which includes his son. The man remained silent, mentally mumbling about passive leadership that are far smarter than most, as Tsunade continued listing reasons. Thirdly, from what we gathered, although the boy sees the priestess as his mother too, he is not of her blood and as such not next in line for the pre-verbal throne. The fire daimyo then asks, "Then who is?" Tsunade shrugged, replying, "We do not know. All we do know is that among the two demon alliances, Naruto is near the top and bridge of both the demon Nadeshiko alliance, and the Suna, Kiri, and Kumo alliances." Again, the daimyo raised a brow, asking, "Demon Nadeshiko? They have an alliance?" Tsunade nodded, briefly explaining. "Naruto has two wives, one from Nadeshiko and the other the priestess of demon. His family links those two together, but his previous allegiance with Kirigakure was the foundation with the Suna, Kumo, and Kiri alliance." Sighing, the man finally relents, nodding as he replied, "Then, it seems that we are out of options for now then." Tsunade let out a discreet sigh of relief as for once, her nation wasn't shooting itself in the foot, as she nodded. She wasn't the only relieved one in the room. Hayashi, Hana, Inoichi Ino, and Yakumo too let out breaths they did not know they were holding. If the fire daimyo offered a marriage contract, Naruto would likely had blown a gasket at the audacity of it all and likely shut them out without a second thought. A danger to his family is never taken lightly, and Naruto would see this attempt at what it was and seen it as such. Land of Wind, Hidden Sand Village. Gaara looks up at the entry of his counselors, his siblings already at his side, and hands clasped before his mouth. Once the door was shut, and sound sealed, to prevent eavesdropping, he spoke calmly. "With my family back, we are going back to regular activities." Everyone nodded firmly, smirks donning their faces that their Kazekage as quick to address. "Is what I would like to say, but, unfortunately, that is not the case." This hushed the subtle conversations dead, all eyes locked in with hardened gazes. Smirking, Gaara explained. "In no more than a month, the Alliance is undergoing a full-scale operation that we too are taking part in to showcase our new might for the world to witness." Upon seeing their quiet nods, he continued. "In our talks, the regent himself has called upon Kirigakure, Kumogakure, and Sunagakure for aid in, what we hope, to be the last large-scale confrontation of this kind against the forces of the infamous Root organization." Again, they all nodded, understanding the severity of this operation. Gaara was thankful for this understanding as he cared not for their own selfish political ambitions, thus says, "As we speak, my sister Fu of the Nanabai is stalking their operatives back to their base of operations. Once we have it, we are to assemble our might at a location given by my brother Naruto, and assault their forces swiftly and without mercy." Baki was the one to raise a hand first, continuing after getting permission from his former charge. "How many shinobi are we sending?" Kankuro was the one to respond, stating firmly. "Originally we wanted a squadron, but if we can manage a battalion, that might serve us better on the international stage." The murmurs were allowed to continue, the hushed conversations allowing them all to contemplate this plan briefly without any stupid questions being voiced unnecessarily. It took a full minute before it died down, and Baki spoke for the group at large. "We will begin gathering them immediately. Are there any special considerations required?" Gaara shook his head, stating, "Not particularly. We have to keep this on the down low, so absolute secrecy must be maintained." Everyone nodded, though Kankuro added, "Root might be among our ranks, so we have to step carefully towards this build-up. I suggest anyone with unexplained, suspicious absences are to be avoided and left in the dark." Baki nodded his understanding as it was a viable option, and added a mental note to have them detained for questioning. Though his attention was brought back to his Kage, Gaara speaking up. "Lastly, I would like to cover 2 points of concern regarding our alliance with Demon Country." Again, everyone awaited silently and patiently, so he continued. "We have extended an apprenticeship to one Shiren Uzumaki, Naruto's biological son, in the arts of puppetry which he has shown great aptitude towards. Many murmurs kicked off, with one counselor looking to Kankuro and asking, "Is this true, Lord Kankuro?" Kankuro returned the man's gaze and nodded firmly with a smirk, replying, "Yes. In only the month I had to teach him, he managed to get to 3 chakra strings on each hand and able to control our most basic puppets with genin-level proficiency." The excitement grew at that. Who knew that Shiren Uzumaki could be such a prodigy in one of their arts? Hearing this, Kankuro felt that he should inform them what the boy himself said. "Though I feel I must say." This hushed the room and gained eyes onto the master puppeteer, who explained further. "From what Shiren told me, it seems those of the Uzumaki clan have access to a bloodline that complements the use of puppets. They have just never had the need or access to them prior." Baki was the first to ask. "We were never heard of a bloodline within the Uzumaki clan. Can you elaborate more on this?" Kankuro nodded, explaining. "It is only really acknowledged as a bloodline by them, and maybe certain members of the Hidden Leaf. It is a trait they all have to various degrees, mostly in their female clansmen, but it seems that it has mutated within Naruto and manifested itself in him and his son. They call it solid chakra manipulation." More murmurs of understanding were allowed to transpire, as it was clear that this is a game changer, and likely something that could bolster their dwindling puppeteer ranks. After all, this bloodline trait can only be a benefit to them if they can get their hands on it. Only Baki noticed how stiff Temari had gotten during this exchange. After a few minutes of discussion elapsed, Gaara cleared his throat, which drew eyes to him as he states, "I can assume you all agree to this?" Upon their universal nods of agreement, he nodded back before continuing. "Good. Our final point is that the Sabaka family has offered the Uzumaki family a supplemental alliance to our current treaty to add further layers between Suna and Demon." Many eyes widened at that. Clan alliances within Sunagakure were rare and limited. Beyond the Sandrock Alls, however, was unheard of, and yet the Sabaka clan had chosen to do so. Then again, if this bloodline was to be believed, then none could really blame them, and it could only benefit them all in the long run. Seeing their calculative faces, Gaara decided to drown their parade in a sandstorm. "However, due to its very nature, it is currently under review by the Uzumaki family matriarchs, and we will likely hear back sometime after the operation." Despite the nods of agreement from the council at large, Temari's continued silence allowed her to notice the glance from her former teacher, Jonin leader, and caretaker, who seemed to have caught on to what wasn't said. Thus, she offered him a subtle nod that he returned with a hidden smile in his eyes. Nadeshiko, Dungeon. A day later. In the dark, dry, black stone basement of the dungeon finds one regent and consort to the new queen, strolling unguarded through the corridor. Eventually, the blonde reached his target, and stopped before the 4-man cell that held 3. His arrival did not go unnoticed, nor unchallenged, as the occupants stared back at his impassive gaze that was cold fury as he turned to them. After a moment, several moments in fact, Naruto finally spoke. "Aiche, Kata, and Tashiro. It's been a while since we last met." It was Aiche, the eldest of the trio, was a blonde, but it was a deep, yet lush, paired with light blue eyes, and despite only being 16, she was a well-defined lady. She replied, "Lord Naruto. For what crimes were we apprehended for?" She was playing the innocent card hard, a product of her training no doubt, and everyone knew it. Naruto's expression did not waver but instead hardened, eyes narrowed. "Aiche, you and your cronies threatened my family. Do you understand what that means?" The tension spiked. The 3 girls swallowed spit and began to sweat when Naruto unhooked the lock, though their breaths hitched when he stepped in. His eyes flowed from his sapphire to a crimson rubies. Naruto's words echoed. "Let me show you the error of your ways." Land of Eddies, northeastern base. Standing among the shadows of the trees, a pair of oranges, compound eyes stared down at a 6-meter-wide armored carapace. Its 8 legs were coated in overlapping armor like plates, and its 4 armored claws were being pulled and yanked by numerous root umbu to keep them away from the researchers. The beast, that bore little resemblance to what the observer believed, what was once a crab of some kind, twisted and experimented on to become this amalgamation of this armored weapon. Hearing it clatter and click, set off the observer's internal beast that wanted to go help, but logic indicated doing so was unwise and would only serve to provoke a threatening response. The massive blast of lightning briefly lit up the demon shinobi's masked visage, but she went unseen by all, thankfully for them, and as her gaze remained fixed on the now pacified mutant. Seeing the steam bellow from beneath its exoskeleton earned a sneer from the holder, hidden by her matte black face mask, and she made another note to find the bastard responsible for this creature's suffering. A howling to the west drew the kunoichi's attention, and she was gone the following second. The 12 crustaceans had already been noted from their different shades of orange, browns and grays, to the various appendages they now have as a result of this ultimate summoning creature. It was clear these were the breakthrough types, and, as much as she and her tenant want to save them, putting them down will be far more humane than letting them roam free in pain and isolation. Though only the likes of her and her brothers will likely have the power to punch through their scales. Truly, they had created monsters capable of destroying nations were it not for their family to contend with. Land of Water, Hidden Mist Village. Mei's voice echoed in the darkness. Come in. As ordered, the door parted and in stepped a kunoichi in her mid-20s with black hair and a short ponytail, fair, almost alabaster skin upon a lively figure that even the Mizukage was secretly envious of despite having a more desirable traits in certain areas, and for a change a face that held a soft smile that reached her mellow brown eyes as she asked, Lady Mizukage, did he reply to our request? Mei knew this was a likely situation. This woman has had her sights on her rescuer ever since said rescue and had him for a little bit during the war. Their relationship, however, did not last as Naruto was assigned more and more dangerous missions with the other swordsmen, and she got too clingy. Even now, it was clear that Relay Yuki had her sights on the blonde swordsman without any care for compromise. After a moment, the Mizukage spoke up flatly. I have brought the proposal to the Land of Demons priestess and discussed it with her at length. Relay folded her arms under her tame bust, secured tightly by a dark blue crop top, and exposed her perfectly toned stomach whilst also revealing the kanji for 9 on her right hip in orange ink. It was the size of a small coin, but it stood out on her pale skin and was often seen as a reminder to the more intelligent that she considered herself off the market. Back off. The tight top only reached down to her elbows where her thin chakra metal-plated vambrace began and fed into her fingerless gloves. This was paired with loose black umbu-style trousers that hid her long muscled legs that had, allegedly, smothered far too many men to be considered nothing other than natural weapons, and had a kill count that would make Chunin green with envy. This kunoichi was as cold as her clan's jutsu to all but her hero, and so Mei had to handle this gently or the Yuki clan will end with her. She continued slowly. They have taken the modified proposal for deeper discussions within their own council and will inform us after the ongoing operation of a response. Relay raised a brow at that, asking flatly. Priestess? Is she the daimyo or something? Mei nodded firmly, replying. The priestess holds absolute authority within the Land of Demon. But ultimately the council has a large sway from what I gathered, and although she can overrule them. She trailed off and the Yuki kunoichi nodded once, understanding that much. After a moment of contemplation, Relay asked. So, Naruto, where does he fit within all this? Is he a council member or some kind of noble? You haven't actually explained that to me yet, and how this was supposed to work out. Leaning back in her seat, Mei stares at her kunoichi, who was taller than most at 5'10", and contemplates who to approach explaining this. Best start at the basics, the Kage muses before speaking up. As you have been briefed, Naruto has 2 wives. Relay's face darkened swiftly, knowing that thieving wench is one of them, but said nothing as Mei continued quickly. Yes, her and another. Getting the nod from her subordinate, the Kage continued. With 4 kids between them. Mei deliberately did not bring up their newest members she had spotted during the festival due to her present company's relationship with her mother, but pressed on. The priestess is the mother to the other 2 and wife to Naruto, thus, he is, by matrimonial ties, regent of Demon Country. Realization hit, and now understands asking. So is that why you are going through Demon instead of the island of Hussies? They hold the same power base. Ignoring the slight to their allies, Mei knew a battle and futility when she saw one thanks to a certain blonde. The Kage nodded before stating. Officially, she is level with the other as both are leaders of nations. The water shadow raised her finely manicured hand to stall the Yuki's objection, fixing her with a hard emerald stare before doubling down with. Yes. We have received word that both are very much leaders of their respective domains. Or do you doubt my eighth swordsman? Relay's mouth slammed shut at that point. Mei knew anything regarding Naruto would convince this Yuki to do what was required of her. Probably, her only weakness that no one has figured out how to weaponize yet. It is only a matter of time though. The auburn-haired woman continued. Anyway, that is only officially. Within the family itself, she is second only to the other, but it isn't by much. All things related to the family must receive her approval, and her word is law, with even Naruto abiding by it. If she says yes, then none can go against it. Realization hit Relay like a crystal ice mirror traveling at Thunder God speeds, causing her to smirk as she responded. So we can bypass that. Killing intent hit the last Yuki, forcing her to silence, and her fear-filled brown eyes land of the murderous beast known as Meitorumi, who spoke coldly. Relay Yuki. I have tolerated this attitude of yours ever since you returned to us, but even I have limits and you are rapidly approaching them. The Kage slowly, deliberately, and somehow threateningly, stood from her seat and leaned forward over desk without breaking eye contact as she continued. I have given you far more leeway than most, and perhaps that was my fault, but I am fixing that now. After I had presented our proposal, I had to defend you and your ungrateful attitude towards authority. Shizuka and I almost got into a fight when I refused to kill you like she would have. She hadn't shouted, or even raised her voice this entire time, and Relay had only been this terrified of someone when Naruto was still in his hunter Nin phase and had his weapon aimed at her. Mei continued. Were it not for Shion, the priestess, we would be having a very different conversation right now. So, from now on, you are to remind yourself that you work for me. I am the only thing keeping you alive right now, and should you forget that, I am sure the hunters could use a live target dummy. I am clear? The Yuki nodded frantically before bowing at the waist, Relay squealing out. My apologies, Lady Mizukage. The killing intent fell off as Mei retook her seat, but kept her eyes hard and narrowed on this troublesome moment. Eventually she informs. There is an upcoming operation requiring all the swordsmen. Chojuro will take lead, but I am assigning you as his liaison and lieutenant. Seek him out for details. The still bowing Relay replied crisply. Yes, Lady Mizukage. Mei turned her chair away from the woman, ordering. Dismissed. With Relay gone, Mei looked out across the village she now leads and watches as the Yuki moves towards the hunter barracks and lets out a tight sigh. It isn't that she doesn't understand Relay's feelings, she does more than anyone else would imagine, besides Chojuro of course, but things are much bigger than they once were. They aren't in that roommates sharing that apartment anymore. It is also why Chojuro's infatuation with her died out long ago. Why Naruto was assigned his long-term mission and given Leviathan travel rights. The real reason she gets made at AO brining up her age all the damn time. Her emerald eyes look up at the crescent moon, and the whisper that slipped through her delicately soft lips came from a place long since sealed away and forgotten. He shines brighter than you will ever know. Realizing her trail of thought, she banishes them back to that space and focuses back on the here and now. Her dear little brother is gathering up the entire family for a reunion, and she too needs to be ready to melt some balls off. Land of Eddies, Northern Cape. Fu returns from the depths, and was quick to leap into the forest canopy. Moving swiftly in the shadows from the full moon hanging above. She bypassed the numerous clearings holding monstrous shadows beneath leather tapestry, and guarded by the blank-masked shinobi. Despite her blank face, Fu was a nervous wreck internally. This was the clan home of her beloved brother their enemy has set up their base in. Sure, the village itself has been avoided, the seals there remaining in unprecedented danger to all that weren't her brother, and her by extension due to her relationship with the clan as a whole. The low glow from the seal on her upper arm from a tattoo she got from him allowed the perimeter seals to overlook her as if she was supposed to be there. As she landed outside the Kage Tower, Fue glanced around to ensure she wasn't followed before moving forward towards the top floor. Reaching the office, she moved quickly to the secret room off to the side. The seal she bore revealed the secret door to her, and the family scout moved swiftly. Within this secret door, she found herself in the secure vault and her current bedroom. Dropping down on the bedroll, Fu took out both the scroll hidden in the room. One had the food, the other the intelligence she found. Chowing down on her stash of honey drops, Fu continued to write out what she had found thus far. Location: Whirlpool Island. Enemy: Rudumbu. Numbers: 185 Shinobi, 2/3 Chunin, last third Jonin, 1 Kage level as of writing. Reinforcements arriving daily. 1 headquarter, Kage-like tower. 4 fire bases. Full sensory coverage 5 kilometers out. 42 unknown mutant creatures, suspected artificial creations. Crustaceans with thick scales, crushing claws of unknown strength. Canines with multiple heads, large enhanced claws. Avians with scales and feathers, large enough for a team to ride. Threat level: middle national level. Popping another ball of sweet deliciousness into her mouth, Fu reread what she had recorded before nodding at her accuracy in her observations. Each time she reread her own notes, her heart beat faster and a growing sense of dread came upon her frame. Her eyes then lock onto her hand-drawn map of the enemy positions, and that heavy weight in her stomach just grew stronger. Fu muttered to herself, "Brother is not going to like this one bit." The holder of the 7 tails has only seen her brother Naruto's rage firsthand once, and it terrified both her and the nation of Marsh into a surrender. She had heard of the other times before, but seeing it, feeling it was something else entirely. Being scared of her favorite brother made Fu angry at them for making her feel that way, thus set off her own rage, which is why the land of Marsh, and their hidden village, is absolutely terrified of them both. That is why Fu will always remind him and herself of their good times and do her utmost to keep her brother cheerful within her presence so she never has to see him like that again. Which is why she is terrified about this situation right now. She can't lie to hide this. No twisting the truth either. These blank masks have done the one thing this world will never forget. They have disrespected her brother's family. Rolling up her report, tied with a yellow ribbon, Fu summons a rhinoceros beetle and secures the scroll to it. After it leaves the kunoichi, throws back another honey drop, and as she sucks on the sweet treat, she murmured aloud, "Well, I guess we'll know when he gets it, huh?" Land of Fire, Hokage's office. Shizen Kato steps into her mentor's office to find a sight for concern, at least to her. Then again, it might not be much of a surprise considering the craziness of the last few days. Her master was sitting on the open windowsill, looking out across village without a drink in hand and looking rather contemplative, in doing so. Further investigation showed that all the paperwork had been signed, sorted, and laid out for filing perfectly across the desk. Not a single bottle or sign of drink was out, creating a rather odd situation for the first apprentice of the Slug Sannin. Leaving the filing for a moment, Shizen approached her master and stood beside her for several silent moments before Tsunade spoke up. "Things are changing, Shizen, and I don't know how we are going to handle it." She spoke softly, almost a whisper, but that just seemed to add weight to the words themselves and leaving the, by most metrics, modest kunoichi at a loss for words for a change. Thankfully, Tsunade continued, "With the Havoc-Teir joining the Alliance of Mist, Suna, and Kumo under the Demon/Nadeshiko Alliance, we can say we are safe from harm thanks to my predecessor, but we are also isolated with no allies." Shizen nodded wordlessly, admitting that the Leaf was in a very strange situation as of right now. Not under threat, but still very much alone and exposed with nothing able to be done about it. None of their neighbors have any desire to do business with them, their economy stalled as a result, and it is a miracle that it hasn't entered a free fall yet. Though many suspect it is only a matter of time. Tsunade let out a sigh, before looking back at her daughter figure and continuing. Our only salvation is the very one we had turned our back on, and his promise to his father made out of his lingering duty to us. Again, Shizen nodded before offering. Then there is hope. Naruto-kun is not one for vengeance, Lady Tsunade. Even if he does not like us, he does not hate us. Things may seem dark right now, but like he showed you, as long as we do not give up we can get through this. Just like him. Tsunade's eyes glistened with tears, recalling both their initial interactions with their little brother figure, and found her hand gripping the necklace that he once donned currently around her own neck. Shizen slowly brought her into a hug, and the two continued to reminisce over their time with their not-so-little brother. Nadeshiko, Palace Balcony. Sneezing for the nth time, Naruto looks up at the crescent moon and frowned. Just how many people are talking about him right now, as it sure as hell isn't his wives. Glancing back over his bare shoulder to the sleeping, naked form of his warrior queen, tucked out from their rather passionate horizontal tango session, he ponders on the upcoming operation. Root is the last of a long list of international groups that has been classed as a threat to international security and stability that he and his siblings have confronted over the last decade or so. Through the use of treaties and diplomacy, he had managed to get all the other countries on board and recruited his fellow demon containers to take the fight to the bad guys before they caused too much damage. When operating beyond their native nation's current treaty regulations, these counter-terror shinobi are allowed to don their demon shinobi attire and act with almost total impunity. Sure, the reports post-fight can be rather excessive at times, but the nation of operation always, without fail, gets a detailed report and access to aid to recover any losses incurred. Money is always useful to keep people in line. Those whom it doesn't affect? Well, that's where Bijou come into play. Kind of hard to argue against beasts who could flatten 3 generations of your family with a flick of one of their many tails. As for Root, they had been hidden within Fire Country this entire time. One of the few places the demon as shinobi cannot operate. Sure, they could have just forced their way in, but that would have caused more issues than it would have solved. So instead, their bases, whenever discovered beyond those borders, were hit relentlessly by both demon and allied shinobi alike. They've gotten good at hiding them, but when you have common forest critters, casual encounters with mountainous cats, and oceans monitored by the natives, on the lookout for you, hiding becomes a lot more challenging. Now that they have been dislodged from their untouchable home, and no doubt falling back to their last stronghold, the entire family can move in from all sides and tighten the noose on this chapter of their lives. Taking a sip of his beer, Naruto looks over his wife's home below, and home much it has already changed in the short time Shizuka has been in the big chair. Although all silent now, the general feel seems a lot less tense and laid back. The patrols are still as professional as ever, but even still, a smile works its way across his face. Sealing away his empty bear bottle into his wrist seal, Naruto stretches out up high, his bare chest stretching out with him and revealing his loose blue pajamas and slippers were the only thing he was wearing right now, despite the air chill from the ocean. Just as he turns to leave, a puff of smoke reveals a rhinoceros beetle with a scroll tied with a yellow ribbon. Naruto raised a brow at that. These beetles only serve Fu, which means she wants him to read this in the morning and not now. He trusts her judgment, so he takes the scroll and thanks the summon that vanishes back to his realm with a click. Wonder what she wrote. And that concludes part 4 of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed the story of the Lost Fox, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to Havoc-Teir, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.